Introducing The Homeschooling Father, Why and How I Got Started, Traditional Schooling to Online Learning, The Hybrids in Between Until Homeschooling, by Salatiso. Preface. Certain ideas have become so prevalent in modern society that some people are even willing to enforce them through the use of laws, as if they are guaranteed to bring about favorable results. One of these ideas is formal schooling, especially when made compulsory. This idea advocates that the people best suited to teach one's children are everyone but the parents and family. Parents are no longer capable of making informed decisions about their children's curriculum. We can't object to activities that are arbitrary and sometimes harmful to our progeny. The Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill threatens to erode the remaining control that parents had over formal schools, as it aims to centralize decision-making power in the hands of detached surrogates who do not have a personal stake. We must be happy relying on outside surrogates, credentialed experts, and professionals who are believed to know more about our children than we do. It all begins with politicians who are fully cognizant that feigning concern for the well-being of vulnerable children is one of the most powerful strategies to secure victory in elections. Academics funded by generous taxpayer-financed grants obtained with the aid of these politicians publish research confirming the prevailing opinion. Favored individuals pretending to be experts and professionals are given high-status positions and profitable contracts to create and carry out a curriculum for the whole country. Progressive ideas and popular trends frequently attempt to supplant the age-old knowledge that children acquire at home, knowledge that has been passed down through generations. For 12 years, they consistently emphasize the importance of their role in the child's life, resulting in a loyal client who guarantees a thriving business for the surrogates. They portray everyone other than the parent and family as the most competent teacher. Critics and resistant parents are dismissed as old-fashioned or even treated as criminals for not following the approach and giving up their children to the experts. Traditional values that ensured our ancestors' survival are no longer considered important by specialists and experts in child education who prefer more profitable and trendy ideas. What happens when these ideas are encouraged and parents agree to have their children raised by everyone but themselves? What happens when the ideas from those impressive speakers who discuss modern educational curriculums on the most influential platforms of our time are put into practice long enough to produce measurable results? South Africa 2023 happens. No generation in this country has received as much formal education as the post-1994 generation. How is the formal schooling system doing as a replacement for parents and family as primary teachers of children? Unemployment is at its highest level, surpassing the levels seen before 1994. The probability of being murdered in South Africa is higher than in some war zones. There are more people dependent on tax extorted from the few productive people the country still has working in the private sector or for themselves. Every government service and state-owned entity has failed or is on its way there. The country is experiencing blackouts and water restrictions. I am not aware of any municipality, bar from a few managed by the opposition party, that is performing well. Every tertiary institution is marred by corruption scandals, if not another scandal that destabilizes the learning objective. The probability of dying in the hospital or clinic that is supposed to save you is as real as the fact that the formal schools that were supposed to teach have left people dumber and unemployed and unemployable. Despite boasting the most educated generation, the country is still plagued by numerous social ills. The above are just a few key highlights from a long list of problems. Politicians who supported these ideas and their advisors have moved on to higher positions, despite the negative long-term consequences we are experiencing now. The formal schooling system has subjected each of us to questionable experiences that have greatly influenced my approach to educating my children. Given the limited options within the formal education system, I felt compelled to explore alternative avenues in order to provide a promising future for my children. I am not saying that the path I have chosen will work for everyone, and I am also not saying that the formal schooling system has no successes. The prevalence of such arrogance is what has led us to adopt a uniform approach that has taken advantage of taxpayers, caused children to feel insufficient because they couldn't meet an absurd standard that held no relevance to their future success, and produced grown-ups lacking fundamental abilities required to sustain oneself, which is the ultimate benchmark of maturity. As someone who successfully graduated from the formal schooling system and managed to achieve positive outcomes in adulthood, even after attending some of the lowest-ranked schools, one might assume that I hold a favorable view of formal education. There is absolutely no denying the fact that my positive outcomes cannot be attributed to the formal schooling system. It dawned on me that if these results were mostly a product of the formal schooling system, they should be the norm rather than exception. All children who have completed the same level of education should achieve similar outcomes, given that the curriculum is standardized and they all have formal schooling as the constant. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. Variation is the rule. The accomplishments that individuals achieve in adulthood are as varied as the distinctiveness of families. If the formal education system fails to make a significant impact on the successful outcomes individuals achieve as adults, how can we reasonably claim that it is a universal solution for everyone? I couldn't bear to expose my children to a system that has resulted in a once hopeful nation becoming a backward state on freefall. Although I was exposed to brainwashing and indoctrination during my time in school, it was ultimately the teachings and genetic inheritance from my parents that truly shaped the trajectory of my life. The moment I recognized that my achievements in life were not due to school, but rather in spite of it, was the moment I began seeking alternative options and opportunities for my family. Part 1. Why? 1. The formal school system. The character of home education. Home education is the oldest form of child education, precedes formal school education in all cultures, represents and honors a preference or wish of a parent to personally facilitate the education of her or his child in the family home, exposes the learner to the knowledge, skills, and values required for admission to further education and training, higher education and/or employment, and life as an active community member and citizen of the modern world, allows for flexibility of learning provision, guided self-study, and the use of a variety of media, access to a varied array of public amenities like libraries and museums, commercially available learning programs online and otherwise, and tutorial assistance, networking amongst parents for the sharing of experiences, mutual encouragement and support. Parents who home educate their children place high premium on resource-rich learning, for example, experimentation with the ever-widening learning opportunities in the environment, use of resources in print, DVDs, and the internet, and encouraging holistic learning from the child's family, social, cultural, religious, and physical environments. Policy on Home Education. Government Gazette No. 4-2037, the 16th of November 2018. According to South African History Online, the first formal school in South Africa was opened by the Dutch East India Company on the 17th of April, 1658. Until then, the education of the child was the primary responsibility of the family, with the immediate community also contributing. The Department of Basic Education has officially recognized and declared this as an indisputable truth in their education policy. Children learned from their families, including their peers, mostly through informal learning, the following, amongst others: their role in the family's well-being, looking after livestock, tradition and culture, subsistence farming, building of dwellings, hunting and gathering, offensive and defensive fighting strategies, cooking, cleaning, and general housekeeping, the difference between poisonous and medicinal plants. The children were fortunate to be exposed to a diverse range of skills within their family and immediate community. The development of these skills was not only vital for their survival, but was also transmitted by family and community members who were deeply committed to the child's nourishing. The parents', family, and immediate community's incentive to educate the children was not based on monetary rewards. It was rather an authentic interest in the child learning practical skills that they needed to be a productive member of the family and community. If parents, families, and communities did not teach children necessary skills to survive, the parents would suffer the consequences in their old age. Children collecting wild fruits, vegetables, and medicinal plants needed to know which were safe for consumption to avoid poisoning themselves and their family. If the food was consumed at a celebration or mourning attended by the whole community, all of them could suffer the consequences. The success or failure of a child had tangible consequences that affected not only their family, but also the wider community. It was a practical concern that went beyond being just a theoretical concept. The child was not reduced to a mere statistical abstract as politicians, bureaucrats, and advocates for centralized education tend to do. Now, this is not to say there were no formal institutions then, albeit in a different format than we currently have. As a Xhosa man, for example, I've had to go through initiation school, which was meant to prepare me for manhood. The practice has a formal nature defined by its own set of norms, traditions, and structure. Its ultimate goal was to provide me as I transitioned to manhood with a comprehensive education on what it means to be a man. Ulwaluko is a Xhosa word that refers to an initiation ritual that is performed to transform boys into men. Gonawe, 2004. This has been practiced for more than 1,000 years. Mitumane, 2004, among the Xhosa, an indigenous tribe predominantly residing in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. The ritual begins with the seclusion of the initiate one who undergoes the cultural circumcision ritual from his immediate surroundings to a temporary hut built of grass. Turner, 1995. At this hut he is circumcised. Male circumcision is the partial or full removal of the foreskin of the penis. Helston, 2004, and receives instructions on courtship, social responsibility, marriage practices. Goniwe, 2004. Sexual Education, Vincent, 2008a, and Adult Life and Its Responsibilities, Powell, 1994. Finally, the initiate is welcomed back into the community and the ritual concludes with a celebration of his newly acquired manhood status. Mavandla, Netswera, Bodeman Toth, 2009. Tapiwa Magodyo, Michelle Glenda Andipaten, Kyle Jackson. The role of Xhosa traditional circumcision in constructing masculinity. Granted, not much can be learned in a month, but that was all the time I could spend there. Formal schooling demanded I return on time for my final year in tertiary. My elders used to frown on how the practice has now been reduced to almost a token. Even the time spent there has to be shortened to prioritize formal schooling. Similarly, with one of the greatest military forces to ever come out of the continent, Shaka had a formal system to train his warriors. Although training for children was often unstructured, there were still formal educational systems in place to teach certain skills at specific ages. The introduction of formal schools started mostly with missionary schools in the country, eventually morphing to the multitude of school types we currently have. Today there are many types of schools, from public to private as well as hybrids in between. 1.1. Public versus private schools. The public or private status of a school is determined by its funding and subsequent ownership. Public schools, also known as government schools, are primarily funded by the taxpayers, while private schools are paid for by the individual parents. The public schools catering to those with the least financial means require no fees, with all costs paid for by the taxpayer. These, according to the Education Department, are classified as quantile 1 to 3 schools. These schools have an obligation to admit all children without entrance evaluations nor financial barriers. Public schools catering to parents in the higher end of the wealth spectrum compete with the best private schools due to most of their funding coming from parents. Quantile 4 schools receive some financial support from taxpayers, but when it comes to Quantile 5 schools, the expenses are primarily covered by parents themselves and can be just as costly as elite private schools. Private schools are funded and run independent of government, although there is a constitutional provision for them to be registered with the government. They range in size and are often best when parents want to educate their children in line with their religion, as these can discriminate legally. They can also admit children subject to them passing an entrance evaluation and confirmation the parents will be able to pay the fees. I have categorized both Quantile 5 and private schools as premium schools. These schools charge a higher price because they claim to provide excellent education. Whether public or private, the stated purpose of these schools is to educate. The formal education model involves attending a specific facility with established schedules for class time, structured tasks, and a set curriculum. Remote learning, similar to distance education, is a viable alternative that historically benefited working adults who were far from educational institutions, but still aspired to advance their studies. In the past, remote learning used to depend on the postal service for sending study materials to students. Likewise, students used to communicate with the school through regular mail to submit their assignments. The Internet revolutionized remote learning by making correspondence much faster and allowing for live attendance in remote classes. This has enabled some traditional schools to offer their content while the learners are at home, irrespective of age. 1.2. Traditional schools, distant education, and homeschooling compared. It's crucial to emphasize that traditional and online schools differ solely in their mode of delivery, but their substance remains identical. Traditional schools have evolved to offer some of their classes online, as was seen during the 2020 lockdowns, when school premises could not be accessed. Online schooling, or remote learning, is not homeschooling. While the student learns from home, or anywhere for that matter, as long as they have access to their study material, they still follow the fixed curriculum of the school. They have to adhere to the school's calendar and daily class schedule. Parents have the same level of participation in online learning as they would in traditional schools, where teachers are responsible for teaching, evaluating, and grading. A homeschool is probably the last step before homeschooling. A homeschool is not homeschooling, as it is also based on the formal education model with a curriculum often necessary. The parent adheres to the grading and assessment model, with the primary difference being that they are the ones in charge of this instead of the teacher. With homeschooling, the parent is the teacher, thus has a larger role to play. The parent has more flexibility in terms of the curriculum. There are many resources available online to assist the parent in their role, including retailers that sell all the material the parent requires, such as learning material, assessment and evaluation material, recorded or live classes. Using a curriculum helps reduce the parent's workload and provides important guidance, especially as a soft landing from a traditional school en route to homeschooling. Traditional schools are criticized for not acknowledging the unique abilities of each individual due to their standardized approach. This is where the eclectic curriculum comes into play. The curriculum is individualized, extremely flexible, and uses a combination of methods to teach. Before getting to where I am, I had to start somewhere. This curriculum is flexible enough that I can change if something doesn't work. There is no one-size-fits-all for the children. The one that likes doing is taught through practical experience, while the academic inclined, or the one that enjoys the computer, will have their learning bias that way. I am a firm believer no one knows more about a child than their parents and family. The eclectic curriculum embraces this because, with multiple family members in the house, each of our children are likely to be similar to at least one of us, thus making that person the ideal teacher for that child. This even if it's just for one activity, as we can switch at will. Just like a child resembles their parents and other kin in looks, the same also applies to personalities, as certain traits are just as inheritable, albeit in different degrees. This means if one observes their child, there are certain qualities they will exhibit from their parents, which then could be used to infer how the child is likely to learn. Shouldn't the parents and family be in charge of the curriculum, since parents and family members can assess the child's abilities not only based on upbringing but also through genetics and their own abilities? 2. Why I got started. More than 80% of South Africa's grade 4 pupils, who are on average 9 or 10 years old, cannot read for meaning. That means they can't answer basic questions about or draw inferences from a text they're reading. This worrying statistic emerged from the 2021 Progress in International Reading Literacy Study, PEARLS, which were released by the country's Basic Education Minister Angie Motshekga on the 16th of May. The Conversation. May 2023. Amongst the many revelations in 2023 which dominated the headlines was the dismal state of reading ability amongst the country's children, most of whom attend tax-funded public schools. Media outlets, both local and international, featured this article prominently. This bleak picture was revealed by the PEARLS 2021 International Results in Reading, conducted by the Tim S. PEARLS International Study Center. Since 1969, the center has been comparing student achievement in math, science, and reading in over 60 countries through regular assessments called TIMSS and PEARLS. The center aims to help countries make better decisions about education policy based on evidence. Although the data provided by the center is intended for governments, it can still be used by individuals, particularly parents with school-age children, to assess the performance of the formal schooling education system. Predictably, the Minister of Basic Education didn't take full accountability, despite having been in the position since 2009. The school closures during the COVID-19 lockdowns, along with other factors such as significant historical obstacles like poverty, inequality, and inadequate infrastructure, were all responsible for the situation, according to the minister. The problem, however, is that this has been the trend for the past couple of years, at least dating as far back as the day she was appointed into office. A similar study in 2016 placed South African last amongst the countries surveyed, the same position achieved in 2021. It is undeniable that the ruling party, to which she belongs, must finally recognize that they have held power for a considerable period of time and take responsibility for overcoming these so-called historical obstacles. 2.1. Problems with the formal school system. One doesn't need to review academic research to see the problems plaguing the formal school system that are leading up to this crisis. Corruption is a widespread issue across the nation, leading to the misappropriation of taxpayer-funded resources away from schools and benefiting private individuals. Newly built infrastructure is often of poor quality. Some buildings start to fall apart before they are finished or handed over to the client by the contractor. In addition to the challenges already faced by the education system, South Africa also grapples with other societal problems such as crime, urban migration, load shedding, and illegal immigration, to mention a few. These issues further exacerbate the difficulties encountered in the education sector. The consequences are reflected in the employability of the graduates, be it matric or tertiary. In 2023, the youth unemployment rate in South Africa was unacceptably high, with more than 60% of the youth of working age without employment. The lack of reading comprehension has been identified by the Department of Higher Education as the #1 skill deficit in the country's labor market. It is paradoxical that the Department of Basic Education claims, as per its vision, that it aims for a future where every citizen of South Africa can acquire knowledge and skills throughout their lives, which will ultimately lead to a better standard of living and a harmonious, prosperous, and democratic society. The tax-funded formal school system has wasted taxpayer money, kept children away from their families, indoctrinated people to hate others on the basis of immutable characteristics or cumulative efforts of their ancestors, and caused the country to regress. It should have been a warning from the beginning of the detrimental effects of the institution when attendance of a formal school was presented as though it was mandatory. Why would one need to be forced to do what is good for them? No laws have ever been required to compel people to eat or breathe. All living entities instinctively know this and do it. Rather than people wasting because they are not eating, obesity is a problem in prosperous countries. Laws are enacted to restrict eating certain foods because all living entities know nutrition is necessary, thus always seek it. What most don't know, however, is that the compulsory status was achieved by a legislative sleight of hand. The Constitution of South Africa, which is the most supreme law in the land, makes no reference to formal schooling as being the only means to provide basic education, nor does it define basic education. Defining education to mean formal education was only done in the legislation subordinate to the Constitution. While government officials can enact legislation to give effect to the provisions of the Constitution, said legislation is never superior to the empowering provision in the Constitution. 2.2. Premium public schools and private schools are the solution, right? According to an IRR statement issued last week, the race hustler consultancies that are springing up are exaggerating the extent of racism in schools and businesses to win contracts to address this allegedly ubiquitous crisis. The IRR intends to expose all these hustlers. John Kane Berman. The unsubstantiated insistence that racism is the biggest problem flies in the face of no fewer than 7 nationwide opinion surveys commissioned by the South African Institute of Race Relations over the past 20 years. Race issues were a concern for only 8% of South Africans in 2001 and only 3.3% last year. Unemployment, crime, living conditions, and poor education have long been of far greater concern. Many parents with the material means may think that prestigious quintile 5 schools and private schools are the logical next step after considering public schools, especially fully taxpayer-funded no-fee ones. However, things may not be as straightforward as they seem. I used to firmly believe that prestigious schools, which encompasses both private schools and top-tier quintile 5 public schools with impressive graduation rates, held a clear advantage over lower-quality no-fee public schools. That was until Dr. Thomas Sowell introduced me to the sorting function of the formal schooling system and the unfair advantage prestigious schools have since they can pick and choose who they admit. From the outset, they can choose to admit students of a certain intellect, thus increasing the chances of these students performing favorably relative to no-fee public schools that have an obligation to admit everyone. Parents who can afford to send their child to private school are usually more involved and provide more resources for their child to succeed. The ability of parents to afford the prohibitively high costs of the schools is also an indicator of the child's ability, since his parents had it in them to work hard enough to earn what enabled to afford a prestigious school. Once you have factored those aspects as a minimum, the prestigious school's performance doesn't seem that great. As long as the parents have resources to support the child's learning environment, the type of school a child attends becomes less relevant. This is why the quintile 5 public schools perform at the level of private schools. As the level of the parent's material wealth increases such that more educational resources can be availed to the child, so does the performance of a child. This, of course, happens to a certain level as the law of diminishing return eventually kicks in. In recent years, prestigious schools have faced accusations of racial discrimination, leading to expensive investigations that have ultimately failed to uncover any proof of such allegations. Richard Wilkinson has been amongst the individuals investigating this grift on the website school-capture.com. Individuals who present themselves as diversity, equity, and inclusion experts, under the influence and guidance of their American counterparts, are diluting the competitive advantage that these schools have over the public sector. Although allegations of racism caused class disruptions and the grifters were already paid, no evidence could be found to support their claims, as is the case with any scam. Although public and private education may vary, they are both affected by the declining socio-economic circumstances and affirmative action policies. Previously, prestigious schools could distinguish themselves by selecting teachers and employees based on merit, but now all sectors are subject to the country's race-based labor laws. In both public and private schools, merit is no longer the primary criteria for the job, as race and gender have to be taken into account instead. This national policy impediment is not only confined to the recruitment phase, but throughout the employment of the person. In the past, simply demonstrating an employee's incompetence was sufficient reason to terminate them and recruit a more capable individual to fill the position. It's hard to fire bad teachers because of legal consequences that can hurt the school's resources. The case for prestigious schools being the better alternative to public schools was also shredded by my own experience. I went to no-fee public schools throughout my schooling life, starting in Transkai until I matriculated in Mpumalanga in 1999. The first school I attended didn't have classrooms for all students, so we literally studied under a tree at times. This trend of going to inadequately resourced schools continued until high school, but thankfully improved for the better. When one of the primary schools close to home didn't have enough classrooms, the community was kind enough to avail 2 churches for the purpose. Kiriatswane, the high school I attended, went from prefabricated buildings to a fully constructed building by the time I left. It is evident that the schools I went to were lacking in resources not only for housing, but also in other aspects of education which were easily accessible by prestigious schools. If prestigious schools truly provide such an advantage in one's academic and professional development, then my achievements and overall success in life should not be comparable with those of any individual who had the advantage of attending such schools. Nothing could be further from the truth, as my experience has revealed. Between myself and my friends, amongst others, who also attended resource-poor public schools, we do well enough to have risen to own at least one property in a good neighborhood. We attained the credentials that subsequently earned prestigious careers for the duration we opted to remain in the formal employment sector. For those of us who chose otherwise. At 40 years old, I could afford to take a break from formal employment to spend more time with my family, a luxury my father and grandfathers couldn't have dreamed of, even for their descendants. I am successful and content with my life, as is the case for my brethren. Success, of course, is relative, so unless one finds anchors against which to measure it, the word is meaningless. My father is my primary role model. Being able to measure up to him was my greatest aspiration as a child. I have not only achieved this, but I have also surpassed his accomplishments in every way, except for raising a son who can do the same as me. That is work in progress. I not only achieved a level of quality of life that is experienced by very few people in the population, but I also did it for my mother, sisters, and their children. Attending a prestigious school fails dismally as an absolute advantage when experience is considered. If it was, then everyone or most people who went to such schools would be more successful than myself and other people who went to no-fee public schools. This is not the case. While I may not have recorded my life with relatable documentary programs like 7 Up South Africa, I might as well have. Amongst many lessons, the show inadvertently shows the futility of the hype behind prestigious schools. Considering I not only went to public schools but grossly under-resourced public schools, my progress and outcomes in life should never be comparable to those of someone who went to a prestigious school. You would think this makes the case for public schools being better, but nothing could be further from the truth. If my success is due to the public schools I attended, then most people who attended similar or better public schools should have achieved comparable success to me at worst, with most doing better in line with the classification of the schools they attended. As most people who've been to school in the country have been to public schools, South Africa would be a first world country if most public school graduates managed to progress as I did. Even with South Africa's increasing investment in public schools, the majority of graduates still struggle to find employment, ultimately relying on a limited number of taxpayers for support. What led to my progress if my attendance at a public school didn't hold me back and my lack of prestigious school education didn't hinder my success? In other words, what causes some individuals to succeed while others do not, despite attending the same or similar public schools? The day I found out the answer to this question was the day I decided to take charge of my son's education, as well as the rest of my family. 3. Does the formal schooling system make sense at least? You are yet to catch up with the real world if you've never studied any concepts outside the school syllabus or read any books beside the textbook school forced you to read. Most people are just programmed, not educated. Nicky Verd. I want to say I hated school as a child, but somehow that would imply I had the luxury to have a feeling towards something as sacrosanct. Going to school was as fundamental as breathing is, as such it was beyond questioning. It was not something you could afford to have an opinion towards, you just had to do it. Your life depended on it. Literally, just like inhaling and exhaling. If God made heaven and earth, it was as natural and expected that school was as highly held. Incidentally, religion was just as beyond questioning as school was. When I reflect on my school days, I realize that I now have the freedom to express my opinions about my experiences. This ability comes with the benefit of hindsight, as in the past I did not have the luxury to do so. Now that I can question, though, I am and have been for some time now. I realize that I didn't like school. Ironically, if you were to review my transcripts, you'd think otherwise. The reality, though, is that I performed well so that I didn't have to be there longer than I had to. From as young as I can remember, I have always been more comfortable at home than elsewhere. School as such was more akin to torture, but for the learning. 3.1. Things that don't make sense about formal schooling. I enjoyed going to school, to learn the academic subjects we didn't have the resources for at home, but everything else didn't make sense. Is the rigid one-size-fits-all model the most efficient way to deliver education to the multitudes of different learners? While my parents endeavored to find us a home closer to the school in the village, sometimes this was not possible. This only proved beneficial for 2 years in primary school, but for the rest of the years I had to traverse through multiple villages to get to school. There were no readily available vehicles to ferry us, so for the majority we walked the large distances to school while lugging heavy backpacks with our books and necessities. This meant early mornings in freezing winter or rainy summers, traversing long distances laden with hazards to get to school on time. For most of my schooling, I was a consumer with the teacher providing the lessons and model answers for exams. Just like behavior, answers to test question didn't need to be correct but conform to expectation. Seldom was critical thinking encouraged because it deviated from the hierarchy and expected answers. Questioning the correctness of the content of the lessons and school methods was akin to questioning the will of God. Are compulsory physical activities and sports at school justified? Is it worth investing significant time and resources into sports and physical activities, taking into account that only a select few can actually turn it into a sustainable career that offers financial stability? Sports and physical activities are only beneficial for a few people who enjoy them. For most people, mandating these activities is a waste of valuable time and precious resources. I used to walk sometimes 4 kilometers to school. Then I had to walk the same distance after school to go to the river and fetch water for our home. Not only that, but there was also an abundance of physical tasks at home that completely drained me, especially considering that I was the only male child in the family. Considering I neither needed the exercise nor enjoyed sports, I failed to see why I had to endure this waste of time. Fighting, even amongst boys of the same village, was also frequent if not customary. Fridays after cleaning the school were known to be for fighting. It helped if there had been a disagreement between some boys during the week to heighten the anticipation, but it was not necessary. In the absence of authentic disagreements, the older boys would just pick who would fight whom just for entertainment. Alternatively, we played games like the battery to catalyze the start of a fight. If the argument for sport was to help young boys dispose of their violent competing tendencies in a controlled manner, my experience proved otherwise. One of the main roles of schools is to provide childcare services, enabling the parents to dedicate themselves to formal work. Without the school system, parents would need to give up their jobs in the formal sector, ultimately diminishing the family's overall quality of life. However, this defense is quite feeble. especially in 2023 as some provinces of the country are grappling with a disproportionate number of unemployed residents in contrast to the employed ones. It is even more discouraging to think that in previous generations, especially in rural areas, the majority of families relied exclusively on a single source of income. The arrangement where one parent stayed at home to care for the children while the other parent went out to earn the family's income proved incredibly advantageous for the well-being and development of the children. My grandfathers were both able to provide for their families on their single incomes, while my grandmothers and step-grandmothers chose to dedicate themselves to being homemakers instead of seeking formal employment. Despite this supposed impediment, my grandfathers successfully raised approximately a dozen children each, most of whom grew up to be adults. Many of these children went on to start families of their own, despite receiving a higher level of education and both parents being formally employed. Each successive generation has been gradually having fewer children. Later generations have become increasingly poor because of the lack of formal job opportunities. In certain circumstances, when both parents are committed to formal employment, the assistance of external surrogates like teachers becomes necessary. We are now witnessing the repercussions of this situation as the generation that experienced minimal parental involvement, being replaced by teachers, now grapples with the challenges of becoming independent. Most of all, though, is the time that could be spent with parents but instead sacrificed to school justified. This was the biggest driver for me, especially since my father died when I was 11 years old. It's one thing that the time he was alive he often had to work far and come home on weekends. Any other time he was available but was during the week was lost to school. Then after he died I had to leave home and the only parent I still have, under the guise amongst other things of better education. It was for these reasons that I decided to look a little deeper into schooling, especially as a prerequisite to having a child. It didn't make sense to subject my children to the same miserable conditions because I was supposed to, or that's how the majority does it. The performance of school leavers after 1994 also highlighted the detrimental institutions most of us were subjecting our children to. 3.2. At least the formal schooling system educates people, right? If we were to acknowledge that our progress in formal schooling shapes our identity and determines our future, as it is said by the advocates of formal schooling, it would suggest that every individual who has completed their schooling, such as high school, would achieve similar or at least comparable outcomes, considering they have gone through the same curriculum. There would be a lower limit for those who went to the poorest public schools, just like those who went to expensive public-private schools would have comparable outcomes at the top. Either way, people who went to school would have similar or at least comparable outcomes. This is far from what one sees when looking at reality, in the positive direction at least. School, despite being the constant for most people, is seldom the determiner of how better off or worse off people are. Although it might seem logical to assume that people who attended similar schools would have similar outcomes, or at least comparable ones, the reality couldn't be further from the truth. If formal schooling doesn't determine people's outcomes, why do we invest so much time and resources in it? Why do we sacrifice time which, as parents, we can never get back with our kids just so they can go to school? How and when did we start thinking like this? Post-2023, the situation might be even more dire for the born-free generation. A considerable number of individuals from the post-1994 generation have not only completed primary and high school successfully, but they have also chosen to further their education at the tertiary level. One would expect this to lead to higher success rates compared to previous generations who had less schooling. This is not the case. This generation with quantitatively more schooling is actually doing worse than their predecessors. Some people have become perpetual children to the taxpayer and their parents. They are encountering high levels of unemployment and, as a result, relying more and more on government-funded support. Parents are seldom looking forward to their old age because they have to work longer or have their retirement income provide for both their kids and grandchildren. 4. Historical background of the formal schooling system. In sum, for several thousand years after the advent of agriculture, the education of children was, to a considerable degree, a matter squashing their willfulness in order to make them good laborers. A good child was an obedient child who suppressed his or her urge to play and explore and dutifully carried out the orders of adult masters. Such education, fortunately, was never fully successful. The human instincts to play and explore are so powerful that they can never be fully beaten out of a child. But the philosophy of education throughout that period, to the degree that it could be articulated, was the opposite of the philosophy that hunter-gatherers had held for hundreds of thousands of years earlier. Peter Gray, Ph.D. Growing up in a culture with common practices like religion and education can make it seem like they are normal. It can make one think that this is just the way things are and have always been. This then elevates these topics to a status that seems beyond questioning, as if they are sacrosanct. Although these practices may not appear problematic at first, the true issue becomes evident when faced with the immense and far-reaching damage they cause in the long term. It's no surprise that I have dedicated a significant portion of my free time to reading and diving into documentaries that illuminate these subjects. I have been both captivated and enlightened by both of them. While I might not have appreciated history as a subject, I do now. I love the context I've managed to get by looking back to how things were. There is nothing I have found more relevant in informing my future than a glimpse into my family's past. Then beyond my immediate, I looked into my community and the rest of humanity. I'm fortunate in 2023 to have an opportunity to explore the captivating works of the writers who, long before my own civilization, pioneered the practice of documenting and preserving their records. 4.1. Where and when did it all start? There is a multitude of literature on the subject, because tracing the origins of the current schooling system is a subject on its own. I will not pretend to cover even a fraction of the history, but will instead highlight the aspects I consider relevant for this small book. The crucial aspect of history in relation to the education system lies in understanding the influential factors that have shaped it into what it is today. A standardized factory model that produces compliant individuals, stifling their creativity. I am one of those people. The model used locally is consistent with the rest of the countries influenced by the West, so I will briefly mention the South African specifics. It is not a coincidence that I have mentioned education and religion. The connection between the two has existed for millennia. History traces the first formal schools to 3000 BC by the Sumerians and Egyptians. The express purpose was to teach students to read and write the different writing systems the two cultures had developed. By about 1000 BC, priests were teaching the sacred Hebrew writings in religious schools in Syria. These, however, were limited to the upper classes that had both resources and free time to spend on formal education. Confucius, who lived between 551 and 479 BC, is credited with the first schools that were open to everyone, not just the privileged few. With the increasing number of individuals abandoning the hunter-gatherer lifestyle, the demand for education not only grew, but also became a necessity. Agriculture demands individuals capable of toiling the land and engaging in manual labor that is often strenuous and monotonous. This stands in stark contrast to the hunter-gatherer way of life, where people solely rely on the provisions of nature. Naturally, children had to be taught so that they could perform this labor, according to Peter Gray, Ph.D. The principal lessons that children had to learn were obedience, suppression of their own will, and the show of reverence toward lords and masters. A rebellious spirit could well result in death. The rise of the industrial age further increased the need for suitable labor that was docile and obedient. 4.2. Authentic beginnings to nefarious execution. First of all, the kinds of people attracted to the original insurgency, under the initial set of incentives and constraints, tend to be very different from the kinds of people who gravitate to it after it has become successful and achieved a major part of its goals. By definition, an insurgent movement forms under a set of incentives and constraints very different from those which it seeks to create. Often the members face a certain amount of hostility, or even persecution, from those around them, or from an elite currently benefiting from the status quo. These original insurgents may even face dangers to their careers or to their lives. These are not conditions which tend to attract timid careerists or the opportunists, unless the opportunists foresee a high probability that the insurgency will succeed within a period of time that is relevant to their personal ambitions. Thomas Sowell, Knowledge and Decisions. It is important to recognize the need for formal education in certain areas and the benefits that we have gained from it. While I have criticized the formal schooling system and its changes over time, there is evidence to show that the original goal of creating a structured education system was sincere. Unfortunately, some people saw it as an opportunity to manipulate and benefit themselves, causing it to deviate from its original purpose. What began as a mission to improve the environment for the sake of humanity became a political movement in which humanity became the villain and hard science a non-issue. This is Patrick Moore's personal account on Prageru. He takes us through the reasons why, despite being one of the original founders, he decided to leave Greenpeace. The initially well-meaning endeavor was eventually hijacked by malicious individuals whose motivations revolved around their own personal gains rather than the original purpose of the mission. The same has happened to the formal schooling system. Martin Luther was a German priest who lived between 1483 and 1546. He played a crucial role in the implementation and spread of compulsory schooling in Europe. According to him, the Bible was the only source of divinely revealed knowledge. Luther made the Bible easier for people to understand by translating it into a commonly spoken German dialect. For people to be able to read the Bible, Luther advocated for the implementation of public schooling. I don't need to believe in the Bible in order to respect someone who wanted to empower people to discover what they considered the truth on their own. The Pope and Archbishop, exploiting the vulnerability of those who couldn't read the Bible, used their own interpretation to their advantage while the Church's wealth was ever increasing. Luther sincerely was trying to address this. In the 17th century, Germany passed laws that required children to go to school, which were operated by the Lutheran Church. It is of little coincidence that Germany had a tax-funded education system in the 18th century, considering Luther was German. The purpose of the system was to mold a citizenry to be obedient, loyal to the country while also teaching basic reading, writing, and math. This model apparently had so much success that American educators adopted it in the 19th century. Massachusetts was the first in America to mandate schooling in the 17th century. The UK National Archives date the implementation of mandatory schooling to the early 1900s. The success of the industrial age also required a workforce that was even more suited for the factory. In his insightful article, The Ugly Truth About the Education System You Were Never Told, Anoop Abraham exposes the malevolent motives and individuals lurking behind the educational establishment. In the early 1900s, what eventually became the model of the formal school system, which is standard in most government mandates, actually had its roots in the private sector. Instead of striving to cultivate an enlightened and educated society, the industrialists sought to establish a workforce that would obediently conform and refrain from questioning those in power. The General Education Board, a private institution created in America in 1902, was started with funding from John D. Rockefeller. One of the original board members was Frederick T. Gates. Andrew Carnegie, another highly successful and wealthy American industrialist, also played a major role in shaping the school system. His financial support to education made him a revered philanthropist. However, it is important to note that all of this funding did not come without strings attached. These conditions played a crucial role in shaping the education system according to Carnegie's visionary perspective. The role of the government would become more prominent over the next decades with the tax-funded public school system. By the 1930s, American states mandated laws to compel children to attend school. In our dream, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. The present educational conventions fade from our minds, and, unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive rural folk. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers or men of learning or of science. We are not to raise up among them authors, orators, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor will we cherish even the humbler ambition to raise up from among them lawyers, doctors, preachers, statesmen, of whom we now have ample supply. Reverend Frederick T. Gates, Board Member, the General Education Board. 4.3. Formal Schooling in South Africa. It is the policy of my department that education should have its roots entirely in the native areas and in the native environment and native community. There, Bantu education must be able to give itself complete expression, and there it will have to perform its real service. The Bantu must be guided to serve his own community in all respects. There is no place for him in the European community above the level of certain forms of labor. Within his own community, however, all doors are open. Dr. Hendrik Verwoerd, then South African Minister for Native Affairs. There is no evidence of formal schooling in the country before the establishment of the Dutch Cape Colony. The people that occupied the area now called South Africa taught their children through informal means. A possible explanation for this is that the San and Khoikhoi people, who were the earliest inhabitants, followed by the Bantu, were not as affected by religious influences which were driving the need for formal education in other parts of the world. The Dutch East India Company created the first school in South Africa in 1658. After that, the Christian Church also had a significant impact on education, similar to other westernized countries. By 1663, the second school opened, and unsurprisingly, the teacher was a church clerk, Ernestus Back. Attendance of formal schools was first mandated in 1682. According to South African History Online, all slave children had to attend school at twice a week. Schools were introduced, but settlers and slaves were not interested and found clever ways to avoid going to them. In 1714, a committee to oversee education, the Scholarks, was established with 3 church ministers and a civil servant. It was not until 1795 that education became a state function. This, however, did not eliminate the role of the church as Christian missionaries continued to establish schools. It was only in 1804, with the passing of the school ordinance, that the state took full control of public education from the church. In the coming years, more schools will be constructed. Public schools will serve white children, while the church will play a crucial role in educating black South Africans. Winburg Boys' School was established in the 1820s. After that, more schools were built in other provinces of the country, including in the Orange Free State and the former Ciskei. Over the next years, more schools would open, including colleges. The state acknowledged the significance of the missionary schools, granting them state subsidies in 1841, and continuing financial support in 1854 under the leadership of Governor Sir George Grey of the Cape. In the late 18th century, the school system went through policy changes to formalize and standardize it. Funding directives were also established for different institutions. The country's first democratically elected president and leader of the African National Congress later went to a mission school. Nelson Mandela joined the Clarkbury Mission School when he was 15 years old and also went to Hildtown Mission Institute. At a time when the government took no interest whatsoever in our education, it was the church-founded schools who educated us and conscientized us to the unjust realities of South African society. Nelson Mandela. In 1948, the National Party came into power after winning the general elections. This would have a major impact on the formal schooling system. The Iselin Commission report in 1951 provided recommendations to the government on how to segregate people based on race in the formal schooling system, in line with the National Party's apartheid campaign slogan and election promise. The apartheid system of government divided people into 4 racial groups: black, white, Indians, and coloreds. Dr. Hendrik Verwoerd, who was the Minister of Native Affairs at the time, introduced the Bantu Education Act in 1953. This led to the creation of the Department of Bantu Education. Between 1953 and 1967, separate education systems were set up for blacks, colored, and whites with the Education Act passed. These laws limited school access based on race and penalized both the individuals who disobeyed them and the schools that accepted those individuals. The act required black children to attend the government schools. Teaching was to take place in the student's native tongue, though the syllabus included classes in English and Afrikaans. Instruction was mandated in needlework for girls, handcraft, planting, and soil conservation, as well as in arithmetic, social studies, and Christian religion. The education was aimed at training the children for the manual labor and menial jobs that the government deemed suitable for those of their race, and it was explicitly intended to inculcate the idea that black people were to accept being subservient to white South Africans. Funding for the schools was to come from taxes paid by the communities that they served, so black schools received only a small fraction of the amount of money that was available to their white counterparts. Bauer Pat. Bantu Education Act. The segregation was not confined to schools but extended to institutions of higher learning. Black students were prohibited from attending white universities after the implementation of the Extension of University Education Act, Act 45 of 1959. University of Fort Hare, Vista, to mention some, were formed for blacks. Despite the demise of missionary schools, eventually more black people attended formal schooling. This was to keep up with the demand for a trained labor force that made the government to increase its investment in black schools. Initially, black people were required to attend high school in their homelands, but this changed in 1972 to accommodate workforce needs. One of the most prominent apartheid symbols of this country is a picture of the lifeless body of Hector Peterson being carried by a fellow student after he was killed by the police. Around 10,000 students protested against the apartheid government's education policies. They marched on the 16th of June 1976 to oppose being required to study in Afrikaans. As apartheid police responded to the march with force, the protest turned violent. By the end of the day, around 176 young people had been killed, and thousands more injured when police fired live ammunition into the crowd. 13-year-old Hector Peterson was one of the first to die. A photograph of his limp body being carried by a fellow student, flanked by his sister Antoinette Sithole, has come to immortalize this bleak day in South African history. Bozia Cummings, The Soweto Uprising, The Guardian. The formal school system was used as a tool to entrench division in this country. White schools were better resourced than Indian, colored, and black schools, which led to them being seen as superior. In post-apartheid South Africa, the ability to afford these prestigious schools has become a symbol of status, showcasing the material success of parents. Living closer to the school is seen as having higher status because these areas used to be occupied predominantly by white people, excluding other races. However, this doesn't diminish the efforts of families in townships who still manage to send their children to these schools. Unfortunately, sometimes there are negative perceptions surrounding this situation. In South Africa, the school system, similar to America, was also utilized to promote nefarious agendas, particularly the separation of people based on race. The unequal distribution of resources between black and white schools made black students feel inferior. There was a sense of resentment among some black students towards their fellow peers from the township who attended prestigious schools, which occasionally resulted in negative outcomes. Lunga. It was about 5 to 8 I had an argument with this guy. He says he's going to beat me up, and I told him to come. And while I was talking to him, one of his older friends, who was like behind me, hit me with a bottle and I lost consciousness. And when I woke up, I was here in the hospital. And then I started having seizures, then I passed out again. I woke up in bed. Interviewer. Where did he hit you? Lunga. On the back of the head. Interviewer. What was the argument about? Lunga. He claims that I'm asking out his sister, and I told him that wasn't true. And then his friends say, I think I'm better than him because I go to a white school and stuff like that. South Africa Up Series, Al Jazeera English. 5. The real purpose of the formal education system, as measured by actual results. One of the great mistakes is to judge policies and programs by their intentions rather than their results. Milton Friedman. There has never been a generation in this country as highly schooled as the post-1994 generation. Ironically, the same generation is still dependent on their less schooled parents who have to provide for them and grandchildren. While in the past it may have been tempting to accept the statements of proponents of formal schooling and politicians at face value due to the lack of evidence, we now have concrete results from formal schooling interventions since 1994. The performance of the country since 1994 ought to reflect this increase in schooling, and it does, just not in the direction taxpayers and parents were promised. A News 24 article points out that in 1994, the enrollment rate for children between 7 and 15 years was 89.3%, while this had swelled up to 97.6% in 2021. The 2018 Quarterly Labor Force Participation Rate Report from Stats SA indicates that unemployment had risen from 20% in 1994 to nearly 30% before the COVID pandemic. By the first quarter of 2023, this had ballooned to 32.9%. In 2023, South Africa has the third highest crime rate at 76.86 crimes being committed for every 100,000 people. This is higher than in 1994 when the figure was 64. The gross domestic product per capita for the country is $6,490, below the average of $6,670 for emerging markets. The schooling system has not only failed to equip its graduates with skills to at least be self-sufficient adults, but has also created entitlement. Many formally schooled individuals often undervalue manual labor jobs, opting instead for administrative and managerial roles that are seen as more prestigious. This, of course, was not always the case, especially when schools taught practical trades as part of the curriculum. The level of interest from graduates to do a trade is so low that construction sites are often brimming with non-South Africans. In 2017, while remodeling my home, I had to replaster the entire house because I couldn't find a skilled plasterer to recreate the original plaster pattern on the house. It is ironic that the house was constructed in 1978. Most probably by a hardworking and highly skilled tradesman who did not have the same level of formal schooling as those born after 1994. Instead of wanting to do the trades, construction sites are disrupted by criminals who demand a share of the project, in cash without working. But the entitlement does not stop there. Since 2015, when a movement grew demanding free higher education, the institutions of higher learning in the country have been annually vandalized by protesting students. These are people who are supposed to be educated and old enough to know the basics of being an adult, which is self-sufficiency at least. Being able to take care of oneself and any dependents either by birth or through agreements is the fundamental expectation of adulthood. This, however, seemed to have been missed in the 12 years of education because matric graduates still expect taxpayers to provide for them. The picture is not any better even for the administrative and managerial professions that have been the choice of graduates. As far back as I can remember, South Africa has had a plan to address skills shortage for scarce skills. This list has been growing, which is strange considering the country has enough people in formal schools that are supposed to prepare people for these roles. I don't know of any government entity that functions properly aside from the revenue collecting service. As long as the tax money is coming in, who cares if any service is delivered right? These entities are mostly staffed by graduates of the formal schooling system who should know what they are doing if the system achieved its stated objectives. What is truly disconcerting is that, even though some of the candidates for these positions are capable of fulfilling their duties, their exceptional talent lies not in their work, but in their inclination towards corruption. There is seldom a day when a new revelation about some graft by an official aimed at personal enrichment at the expense of the taxpayer is not revealed. Institutions meant to safeguard law and order, including the judiciary, are not lacking in having either inept or corrupt, often both people. The formal schooling system has failed miserably in improving the loyalty and morality of the citizenry. If most state employees are not stealing directly, they are doing so indirectly by not doing their jobs properly, whether intentionally or due to incompetence. Since 1994, the nation has been under the rule of a political party that operates more like a criminal syndicate. In fact, since the African National Congress came to power, the line between the two has blurred to the point of being indistinguishable. They have looted the country to regression such that any gains that were made before they took power are being lost with each day they remain at the helm. The revelations of the Zondo Commission led the leader of the DA to publish an article to that effect in March 2022 titled, "The latest report of the State Capture Commission provides the most damning confirmation yet that the ANC is now little more than an organized crime syndicate masquerading as a political party." John Steenhuisen, MP, Democratic Alliance. One of the reasons the voting majority of the country elected them was their promise of providing free things: free houses, free electricity, free schooling, free health care, etc. One can argue that they came to power because the masses that voted for them were not educated, hence they made the blunder. What has helped them remain in power, however, cannot be attributed to the same reason. With each passing election, the voters have become increasingly more schooled. The products of the formal school system are consistently voting a party into power, despite the party's proven assault on the country's citizens by stealing our tax resources. This has been demonstrated in multiple court cases and commissions of inquiry. Graduates of the formal schooling system are incredibly disconnected from reality, such that they support policies that have transformed once prosperous nations into begging states. South Africa is teeming with Zimbabweans who are seeking refuge from the dire circumstances in their country as a consequence of the policies our populist politicians are pursuing. Nowhere in the world have socialist policies ever delivered the promised equality and prosperity. Nevertheless, it is astonishing that the highly educated youth who have grown up in a free society would resort to burning schools and destroying public and private infrastructure just to promote socialist policies. Equality of outcome is one of the policies that have been advocated for by the ruling party, as if that has ever been achieved anywhere. Given that children from the same family who grow up in the same environment with similar parents, circumstances, values, and opportunities rarely achieve equal outcomes, how can a rational adult expect to accomplish this on a nationwide level? Yet this has been one of the most popular policies that have kept the ruling party and other populist parties in power in the country. Then there's affirmative action, the policy that justifies discrimination on the basis of race and sex, consequently protecting majorities against minorities. This policy believes that because some individuals of a particular race or sex have committed injustices against certain individuals of another race or sex, everyone belonging to the same race or sex as the wrongdoers is held responsible for their actions. If we continue this line of thinking, I would be held responsible for all the crimes and actions of the ruling party simply because of my race. To believe that it is fair to punish an entire race or sex for the actions of a few individuals from that race or sex, who benefited a small group connected to the corrupt and guilty members of that race or sex, one must be ready to accept this reasoning when it affects them personally. We are, after all, Africans who believe in the spirit of Ubuntu, reciprocity, universally interpreted as the Golden Rule. If you believe in penalizing every white person for the actions of a few white politicians and their associates who have benefited from those actions, then it is only fair for you, as a black person, to also accept responsibility for all the corruption within the ANC, given that the ANC supposedly represents the black majority. Whether you benefited is immaterial, as is the case for government-sanctioned affirmative action policies. We know it was a minority of white people who supported apartheid because the 1992 referendum to end apartheid was supported by more than 2/3 of the white population that voted. The list goes on to include decolonization, newspeak by the politicians and their highly schooled followers. I never understood what the term meant until I experienced it. If one of the products of colonization was a thriving economy, then decolonizing it would mean regression and poverty, as is currently the case. Formal educational institutions have been actively promoting the idea of decolonized subjects, which in my opinion they have indeed accomplished, given that graduates lack the basic skills of reading, writing, and arithmetic. If education does not fulfill its promise of improving citizens and their country, as proven by real experiences, then what does it actually achieve? Hindsight is 20/20, so thankfully we can now evaluate the school system, not based on hoped-for results or lofty ideals, but actual results. Thus far, what has been achieved by the formal school system? 5.1. Plunder and Corruption. The budget review of 2021 from the National Treasury reveals that the country's estimated allocation towards learning and culture was projected to grow from a staggering amount of 387.2 billion rands in 2020 to 21 to 416 billion rands in 2024. This includes a monumental sum of 255.1 billion rands for the Department of Basic Education, DBE, making it the largest allocation of all to a single department. Only the debt servicing costs were more than the allocation to the DBE. According to a News 24 article in 2017, the country spends more of its budget on education than the US, UK, and Germany, as shown by United Nations data. The ruling party, with its insatiable appetite for personal gain, has astutely capitalized on these taxpayer funds, ensuring that those loyal to the party are duly rewarded. In 1994, for example, there was only one cabinet minister with a deputy for the whole education portfolio. Suddenly, in 2010, the portfolio was split, justifying a doubling of the ministerial resources, consequently doubling of costs for the taxpayer. Naturally, the beneficiaries of these new jobs are loyal cronies of the party. The party's intention to benefit its members using taxpayer money while pretending to care for the poor are most evident in the education departments. The express reasons given for the split from the then president himself were necessary to speed up service delivery and efficiency. The Department of Education Annual Report 2009 to 2010 stated the government had made education a key priority, thus justifying the creation of the two ministries with these focus areas. Basic education will focus primarily on schools in order to achieve the goal of a quality basic education system. The Ministry of Higher Education and Training will deliver an improved higher education and training system which will provide a diverse range of learning opportunities for youth and adults. So, how much has service delivery improved since then? By the 2021 to 2022 financial year, the Basic Education Department had incurred 1.4 billion rands in irregular expenditure. One of the points of pride from the then Director General in the Education Department in 2009 was the department's achievement of a clean audit. The same minister who was appointed for the Ministry of Higher Education is still in his role in 2023. So how much have things improved in higher education, and has he maintained his job because of good performance of his portfolio? Not even close, as some of the reports below will show. The minister who benefited from the split, a Secretary General of the Communist Party, SACP, couldn't have been clearer about what communism was about. After he bought a flashy BMW for more than 1 million rand, the public was vocal about his hypocrisy. Mail and Guardian ran an article where he apparently was defending himself that he was still a communist. People unfairly blamed him for being a hypocrite even though he was being honest, especially considering the behavior of other communist leaders around the world. When resources are taken forcefully from their rightful owners through the imposition of taxes, the people close to the leaders always enjoy a luxurious lifestyle, while the majority suffers and struggles to make ends meet. That is the communist way. Real life serves as reference in this country and elsewhere. Patronage is not confined to the top but spreads to the bottom, at each level benefiting those that are loyal to the party. The implementation of affirmative action and quotas were crucial in justifying the employment of incompetent and unqualified members that are loyal to the party, with merit not being the sole consideration or even the most significant one's qualification needed only to be loyalty to the party. As long as the patron was of the right skin color and sex, justification on these grounds was enough. Even when tertiary qualifications are a requirement for a position, some simply buy these from the tertiary institutions or lie about having them. This, of course, is facilitated by the same products of the formal schooling system who enable the fraud for personal gain. When a loyal member of a different skin color or sex needs to be rewarded, it is often justified by claiming that the skills required are not available within the designated group. The opportunities to plunder billions are not only limited to internal appointments of party members but also the tenders. As long as the tendering businesses are willing to part with a hefty sum for the benefit of the party, they are guaranteed the jobs. Thankfully for an entrepreneur in a system that doesn't use price, quality, nor competence, but skin color and sex, this came at no cost to the then. Whatever the cost of the amount that is to be donated to the party and its members, it is simply added to the cost of the project. Since quality and even completion of the job in some instances are not prerequisites for qualifying for getting paid, some jobs are not even completed nor started while everyone gets paid. Well, everyone except for the majority of laborers and suppliers if any work was done. Corruption Watch published Sound the Alarm report, which included 10 of the reports received between 2012 and 2021. The report looked into alleged corruption across the education formal schooling sector, primary and secondary schools, CETAs, and technical vocational education and training TVET colleges. The report indicates that corruption takes different forms and involves different parties depending on the institution. In schools, the most prevalent types of corruption are resource misappropriation, maladministration, and abuse of authority. The report also identifies principals and members of school governing bodies as the main culprits responsible for these unethical practices. Alarmingly, incidents of bribery and extortion are also prevalent, including allegations of sextortion, along with employment irregularities. This is only in primary and secondary schools. The list of allegations continues up the department's ladder. With a remarkable heritage tracing back to 1873, UNISA used to be widely acclaimed as a distinguished institution, a beacon of knowledge that transcended geographical boundaries. On their website, they exuberantly proclaim themselves as a national gem with a worldwide impact. However, it is unfortunate that the university is currently facing troubling corruption allegations. This is the sad state of affairs that corruption to benefit the party officials has led to in 2023. This is one of the first universities in the world that enabled distant learners before the age of the internet to complete tertiary education. According to a Daily Investor article from January 2023, South Africa's universities have regrettably followed in the footsteps of UNISA, transforming into hubs for personal gain by exploiting budget allocations and procurement. This issue has led to a troubling wave of leadership turmoil in many of the country's top higher education institutions. The consequences of this corruption have been life-altering and sometimes life-ending for others. Fort Hare, another institution with rich history, has recently been a bloodbath, with a security personnel and fleet manager killed. They apparently were witnesses in a fraud and corruption trial against university staff. The power that comes with having a prestigious job enabled by corruption has also had some life-altering changes for some youths. Statistics South Africa reported that in 2021, between the ages of 10 to 19 years, there were 142,704 births. Not only is this number alarming, but it is truly more distressing to learn that some of these girls were impregnated by the very teachers and principals who exploited their positions of power and trust. And while a number of 142,704 births may be alarming, it is also important to note that it does not reflect the incidents where these teachers abused these children. Incidents of inappropriate conduct and statutory rape have also been perpetrated by some teachers who took advantage of their positions. Rather than yield the promised outcomes, the budget allocations to the Education Department have enabled plunder and corruption that have regressed the country. After examining the available evidence and closely observing similar policies implemented elsewhere, as well as considering historical precedents, it becomes evident that these so-called flaws were not accidental weaknesses, but intentional features skillfully devised to serve specific purposes. Politicians wholeheartedly supported mandatory formal schooling, acknowledging its immense capacity to compel taxpayers, perplex parents, and damage students, all the while directly bolstering the party and its devoted followers. The ruling party implemented tax-funded education policies primarily for its own benefit, contrary to the Constitution, disregarding the burden imposed on taxpayers, parents, and children who are affected by them. The intention from the beginning was never to benefit anyone in the country outside of the ruling party's members, at the expense of the taxpayer. Measured by that standard, I think the school system has achieved its objective. 5.2. Ensuring sustainable voting base. Among English teachers, there are 97 Democrats for every 3 Republicans, with the proportion being even more one-sided among health teachers, with 99 Democrats for every 1 Republican. While there are slightly more Republicans among math and science teachers, among high school teachers overall, there are 87 Democrats for every 13 Republicans. It is important to understand the influence of schools of education, which train prospective teachers, on the political and ideological leanings of teachers. Lance Izumi. Left-wing political parties, of which the country's ruling party is one, have risen to power by promising free things. The government secures votes by pledging to ensure that every citizen receives the vital necessities that they should be responsible for, such as income, housing, education, healthcare, and more. This is particularly beneficial in recently liberated nations, where individuals may not be familiar with effective libertarian policies that encourage personal responsibility, ultimately increasing freedom and minimizing government control. The problem, however, is that the strategy is not sustainable, as people will soon experience the non-delivery of the promised freebies. The previously uninformed voting public may also gain more knowledge and educate themselves on libertarian policies such that they see through the ruling party's lies. After experiencing the poor service delivery, some people may opt to reduce their dependence on the government by improving themselves. Maintaining power is crucial for the ruling party, as it relies on securing the majority vote. Therefore, it is imperative for them to find effective strategies to ensure their continued dominance. The schooling system provides the best strategy for achieving this objective. Contrary to popular belief, the poor quality of education provided by the schooling system is not simply a result of incompetence. The education system ought to provide students with practical life skills to improve their own lives and succeed financially. However, this may pose a threat to the voter base. The ruling party intentionally undermines the education system to prevent graduates from acquiring sufficient knowledge to unveil the ruling party's deception. The curriculum is also modified to indoctrinate the masses in propaganda that attributes blame for failure of the current government to someone else. After completing their education, many young individuals find themselves well informed about their entitlements but lacking the necessary skills for income generation. In response to this challenge, the government once again steps in to provide social assistance through grants. The disdain for the prosperous is cultivated in classrooms such that extorting them through high taxes is not only seen as acceptable, but necessary to achieve equality. Racially divisive policies are hailed by the masses and accepted as truth because the indoctrination at school was so effective. Those dependent on the government for their livelihoods cannot bite the hand that feeds them by not voting for the ruling party. Although these grants are often disguised as temporary measures, the recipients rarely manage to break free from their reliance. When people don't work for their income, they never acquire the skills required to progress in a career path. The ruling party benefits greatly from the individual's loss as they gain a lifelong supporter who will help them stay in power. It should be telling that even the most despotic governments that go out of their way to exploit their citizens often prioritize the formal schooling system and make it mandatory. The only way most of these governments have retained power other than brutal force was through indoctrinating its citizenry from as young as possible with ideas meant to bolster the worship of the ruling party. The hard-left ideology that has accelerated the West's demise and threatens the whole of humanity with World War III was entrenched through the formal schooling system. In 2023, it is the most educated college liberal that is likely to not know the difference between men and women. believe that poverty is justification for criminality and extorting money from those who earn it to distribute amongst those who don't, is a good thing, amongst other half-witted ideologies. This was achieved by constant repetition of man's superior abilities over nature in formal schools and tertiary institutions. It is often the case that the most radicalized people in society today are not only graduates of the formal schooling system but had the premium options availed to them. One would think these are the people that ought to complain the least because they received the best and suffered no direct impact as a consequence of the causes they advocate for. Sadly, private school graduates and alumni of Ivy League colleges in South Africa and elsewhere are often at the forefront of the exploitation of people. One of the most destructive movements in modern day that was embraced by even our politicians, Black Lives Matter, was headed by someone who went to an affluent school at some point in her life. Most of the college professors are liberal, with only a small proportion identifying as conservative. It is no coincidence that liberals who advocate for government as a solution to people's problems and promotes victimhood would radicalize graduates and blind them to natural truths, but not for none of us would exist. The rise of people who feel justified to hate other people based on immutable characteristics and cumulative efforts of their ancestors the current generation had no role in has only accelerated with the prominence gained by formal education system. There is a reciprocal relationship between politicians, government officials, and intellectuals, whether in formal institutions or elsewhere. Politicians, especially on the left, depend on intellectuals to give credibility to the ideologies that justify government overreach and left-wing policies. In return, the intellectuals, including college professors, are rewarded with taxpayer-funded research grants and other lucrative opportunities for personal gain. Amongst the most effective ways to do this is to create dependency and present government as a solution to the populace at institutions of learning, with professors and teachers at the front line of this brainwashing. 5.3. Weakening the influence of parents. It is hard to imagine a more stupid or more dangerous way of making decisions than by putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. Thomas Sowell. I was raised by parents that value education. At the time, though, they couldn't separate schooling from education. This meant we as children had to value schooling as a means of accessing the education we needed. I didn't have any qualms about this because I loved learning and could see in my parents, my father especially, the progress one made with a bit more education. Yes, there might have been times I dreaded going to school because of a task I hated. Sports season comes to mind, or some bully, but in general I didn't need to be forced to go. In 1682, slaves sought refuge in the mountains to escape the obligation of attending school. Similarly, when I was growing up, I witnessed numerous children resorting to extraordinary and inventive strategies in their quest for similar freedom. This seems odd because it had always been inculcated to me that school was to one's benefit. There had always been plenty of highly schooled people that were doing materially better in the community, so there shouldn't have been a temptation to drop out, and yet reality was proving me wrong. Even in the least materially developed village I stayed in, the teachers were amongst the most materially successful people, let alone the principal, who was an even bigger inspiration. During this period, I realized that there were laws that required students to attend a formal school. Not only did I later discover that this was an unconstitutional position, but the idea of having to coerce people into doing something that would actually benefit them left me perplexed. As a child in primary school, if someone missed school, the teacher would personally go to the child's home to find out if anything was wrong, since most of the teachers were from the community. There was no need for external intervention beyond the community. Now imagine my shock when I discovered parents could legally be prosecuted for not sending their children to school. More than anything, this struck me as sinister because if school is good, and parents and children benefit the most from it, why the need to compel them? The act of breathing is immensely advantageous for my overall well-being, and there should never be a need for legislation to enforce such a crucial practice, just like with eating. I know this. Animals know this, as do all plants, with no legislative enforcement. Indeed, there have been more cases of authorities limiting where individuals can breathe rather than widespread fatalities resulting from people refusing to do so. Why would people need to be forced to do something that is supposedly good for them unless there are malicious reasons behind it? The 1994 ANC manifesto clearly stated the party will introduce one education system that provides 10 years of free and compulsory education for all children. The party did not hide the fact that parents were henceforth legally obliged to give up their children in order to access this education that is funded by them, as the taxpayers. Parents were stripped of their autonomy, as the government forcefully usurped their authority in making decisions for the welfare of their own children. Initially, a substantial part of one's income is involuntarily given to the government. These funds give the government an incredible amount of power and lethal resources that are used to force taxpayers into handing over their own children. Since the family structure already fulfilled the roles the government wanted to take on, the government had to weaken the family. Throughout history, parents have played a myriad of crucial roles in the lives of their children. They have been consistent providers, ensuring that their children's needs are met. They have acted as protectors, always keeping their children's well-being at the forefront of their minds. Additionally, parents have served as educators, imparting valuable knowledge and skills to their children. These are just a few examples of the countless essential responsibilities that parents have shouldered. There is no greater threat to a power-hungry government than a well-functioning family structure. What better way was there to weaken this unit than separating the children from their parents for most of the day? In the 33 Strategies of War, one of the strategies Robert Greene tackles is defeat them in detail. The divide and conquer strategy. Never be intimidated by your enemy's appearance. Instead, look at the parts that make up the whole. By separating the parts, sowing dissension and division, you can bring down even the most formidable foe. When you are facing troubles or enemies, turn a large problem into small, eminently defeatable parts. Most of us have been captivated by the beauty and often gruesome nature of big cats like lions catching their prey in the wild. These hunters are so skilled that they have evolved strategies to overcome prey that is sometimes significantly larger than themselves and outnumbers the hunters many times over. They hunt water buffalo by stampeding them into the water where they can attack and kill the young or weak members of the herd. After the initial stampede, the lions herd the buffalo through the water and relentlessly pursue them for hours at a time, according to National Geographic's. Despite appearing extreme, given the current ruling party's track record, it is difficult to find many who would disagree that it is more focused on fighting its own citizens than on serving us. In South Africa, it is quite ironic that the term public servant is used. The situation is such that the public themselves serve the government employees and elected officials, who are considered to be the elite benefiting from our hard-earned tax money. Who else among us is more vulnerable and weaker than our children? Is it any wonder their predatory antics are targeting children? Making formal schooling seem authorized by the Constitution and passing related laws was a big move to reduce parental authority over their kids. But it was just the beginning. Placing these children under the guidance of teachers authorized by the government creates the potential for them to be swayed towards embracing any ideology that aligns with the ruling party's interests. Young people also miss out on acquiring practical skills that can make them self-sufficient. Consequently, they become reliant on the government for their sustenance in the future. These laws say that children must be educated following a specific curriculum, whether parents disagree with it. Similarly, the parents' authority over their children to discipline and instill family values are subjugated under the guise of children's rights. Parental authority is greatly diminished by the mere possibility of a child reporting abuse to the authorities, even in situations where there is no explicit law restricting a parent's right to discipline their child or transmit their family values. Growing up in the rural Transkei, I personally witnessed the harassment and unjust stigma faced by parents who made the decision to prioritize their children's participation in agricultural work, animal care, or household responsibilities rather than formal education. No longer were parents seen as competent to raise and educate their children because the teachers and bureaucrats from the education department knew better. In earlier times, a child's involvement in the agricultural work of the home was not just typical, but also crucial for their growth and development. The goal was to bestow invaluable skills and cultivate a profound sense of responsibility and accountability towards oneself and the family who depended on them to fulfill their responsibilities. Having a strong work ethic not only teaches the importance of hard work, but also instills an understanding of its connection to success. From an early age, we learned that our efforts contributed greatly towards the rewards we received. For example, if we don't sow and nurture maize, we won't have a crop to harvest and may even go hungry. Children were sent to formal schools in droves, sometimes from dawn until dusk, to be taught at the hands of the professionals by specialists. Children stopped learning useful skills at home and started learning abstract concepts as dictated by the government's curriculum. This took away from family time and resources, all to meet the politicians' desired outcome. There has been no greater tool to facilitate this weakening of the parents' authority than the school system. This has gotten so sinister that advocates of the education system have been pushing for children to attend school from younger ages. This is presented as a benefit to the parents as they can now have time to work, and the child is learning from a young age. The first 8 years of a child's life are crucial for their development. During this time, the experiences they have and the things they are exposed to play a significant role in shaping their identity and have a long-term impact on their brain. For those who seek to shape children for their own gain, it is crucial that they isolate them as early as possible from the parents. Despite the political rhetoric to justify sending children to school early, research has shown that early childhood education, ECE, can be detrimental to the child. A study by Dr. Sarah Alexander on effects of early childhood education revealed the following key findings. The most robust research points to parents and families having greater impact than the child care ECE experience on children's developmental outcomes. Children attending full-time EC childcare as compared to part-time around 12.5 hours per week or 2.5-hour sessions do not have significantly better developmental outcomes. The evidence also points to EC childcare having both developmental risks and benefits. There can be cognitive gains at least in the short term and dependent upon the effectiveness of the primary school children go on to, but there can also be negative outcomes for children's health, mothers' sensitivity and interaction with their children, problem behaviors and aggression in children. The combined effects of home factors, ECE factors, and primary school factors are important to consider. The British EEPE 311 project notes that attending a less academically effective primary school can wash out any benefits to be gained from attending a more effective or a higher quality preschool. Children who did not attend preschool or attended a lower quality preschool can catch up. Results from the Early Childhood Longitudinal Study Kindergarten cohort in the U.S. similarly point out that the longer-term effects of preschool experience can depend on classroom experiences during at least the first years of school. Magnuson, Rom Waldvogel, 2007. Children attending childcare ECE programs can experience worse health outcomes than those who do not. They are more likely to need antibiotics for preventable illnesses. An article in the Canadian Encyclopedia titled "Early Childhood Education May Harm Children" also goes through research that reports negative impacts of early childhood education. The article not only highlights the negative impact on children but the parents as well. According to the Quebec study, parents are worse off since the child care program came into play. Mothers of children in daycare are more depressed than their average counterparts. More of them report hostile or aversive interactions with their kids, and there is a significant deterioration in marital relationships, the article cites. Furthermore, many families, in order to keep up their financial level, have to work really hard. That creates a lot of pressure. Throw kids in the mix, and there are a lot of arguments about who's not doing enough and why. The Department of Basic Education wants to take on more responsibilities with great R despite their poor performance. This seems irrational at first, but it makes sense when you look at their proposed budget. DBE would get an additional $20 billion to implement and staff the venture. Just like the education system and the government as a whole, it is clear that taxpayers will shoulder the burden, while parents and children will be the ones who suffer the most. Only politicians, government officials, and their associates will benefit as they shamelessly drain the country's resources for their personal gain. While it might be informative to look at research from countries, nothing replaces the experience we live through in the country. The country is failing in its entirety because of the ruling party's policies that were geared to benefit the party at the expense of the people. South Africa no longer has reliable electricity, water, and any service that is provided by the government. If the government cannot even provide basic services, how can I trust them with my child, who is the most valuable part of my life? Even if there are good-willed people in the government, evidence has shown that the overall outcome of anything the government touches is failure. The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Ronald Reagan. One of the trendy words from leftist newspeak is children of the community. This somehow is supposed to imply that surrendering your children to the state school system, from as early as possible, fosters shared responsibility for raising children. Communism. The community then, in this way, is responsible for raising the child, as has been the case in most societies before. The same group effort that was played by hunter-gatherers is supposed to be replicated by the children of the community model. However, this statement couldn't be falser. There is a striking contrast between a community living in a hunter-gatherer environment or remote rural areas and the vibrant cities and towns characterized by effortless immigration and emigration. 5.4. A note on the meaning of community within the family context. In the past, parents, extended family, and the local community were responsible for educating children before the current formal education system. The concept of community is frequently misconstrued and employed as a way to coerce individuals into shouldering the costs linked to the public education system. Hence, it is crucial to establish a clear definition of what truly constitutes a community. I'll explain what a community is by using my village and my parents as examples. I was born in Fort Milan, a rural village about 10 kilometers from the eastern Cape Shore. The homestead opposite where my maternal grandparents raised my mother is my uncle's home. Next to his home is my aunt's home, which is also separated by a street from another family relation. These homes of immediate relatives tend to be located closer to each other with kinship ties loosening with proximity. On the other side of the village is another relative's home, albeit by marriage to one of my uncles. Similarly, one of my grandfather's siblings also married someone from within the same village, with others doing the same. This is no different in my father's home in Nicobane, with immediate family located close to each other. Not far from their home, two of my father's siblings built their homes. There are other families in the village I am related to, as was the case before. Despite never having stayed there, I've never been lost each time I visited. Even when I was lost, I seldom needed to identify myself for the villagers to know which family I am from. As a child, each time I visited either village, I felt a strong connection with many of the people because of our family relationships. These ties instilled in me a profound sense of belonging. These even transcended the geographical limitations because even when we moved to where my family eventually built our home, most accepted us because they knew Etchezi or Zaba or were related to one or either of them. Due to the historically low influx of outsiders and the prevalent custom of intermarriage within the community, virtually every parent within the village had a vested interest in the welfare of all children as they were bound by kinship ties. The community joined forces and made an investment in a shared goal, acknowledging their strong connection with the recipient of the resources, rather than simply offering charity. The community's composition remained relatively stable over an extended period, with few outsiders joining. This provided the investors with confidence that, even if not themselves, their future generations would reap the benefits. The first schools I attended until Standard 7 were constructed mostly through the efforts of the community the school serviced. After the Bantu Education Act was implemented in 1953, education for people in the homelands was financed through direct taxes paid by residents of the homelands instead of general state spending. When there was a class short, the parents would pool their resources and build it. People who owned cows helped gather water from the river and other items that needed to be moved in large quantities. Other people would do the mud bricks or whatever material was used, and so on. I have attended class in a church building twice in my life. Similarly, some of the church services have also been held in the classroom on Sundays. When I was in Standard 1, my first year in Lenkane where I met SK, I used to attend church service in one of the classrooms at school, albeit not the one which we used for the Standard 1 class. 2 weeks before school closure for the year, I sneaked into my class early in the morning before church service began. I knew where the teacher kept our graded papers, so I opened the drawer to sneak a peek. That was one of the most difficult 2 weeks of my life because I had to pretend I didn't know I came first in my class to my parents. By the time the results were officially announced, I was such a neurotic mess because I couldn't believe that despite having dropped out of the previous class mid-year, I'd snatched the first place, especially at a new school. Due to the remote location of the village, limited transportation options, and poor road conditions, communities needed to be self-sufficient for maintenance. This was due to the significant delays in response times from officials. This also extended to us as the school children, as we also had to play our part. For most of my school life, if not all, Fridays were reserved for cleaning the school. While I don't remember who assigned the duties, students used to complete the following: brought the cow dung from home to school for the floors, collected water from the river to clean the classrooms, cleaned the school premises including classrooms, yard, toilets if there were any, etc., collected a large amount of paper outside the school premises that was littering the village. Despite having limited financial resources, the community took pride in working together and accomplishing what they could. Consequently, I don't remember people from the community intentionally damaging school property. This is because they would also be harming something that they helped build and would have to fix it again. Additionally, they were related to someone who would be affected by the damage. The community strongly disapproved of acts of vandalism or any other inappropriate behavior within the school premises, and they consistently enforced strict consequences once the offender was recognized. These communities were close-knit and committed to shared objectives. This was due to their long-standing familiarity with each other spanning multiple generations, and because few people entered or left the villages. Within that context, it is clear to see that the same definition cannot be used today for community. The demographic composition of rural villages has undergone a significant change due to the increase in population movement, driven by various internal and external factors. This change is especially noticeable among the younger population. Why should someone help a stranger they don't know and will probably never meet? The same stranger who is just as likely to be friend or foe. Having moved between different villages in Transkei, I experienced firsthand the difficulty it takes for new people in a village to be accepted. This eventually changed the population dynamics of the villages so much that we can no longer call those people communities in the traditional sense. Part 2, where I began. 6. Homeschooling and the Law, the South African Constitution. Everyone has the right to a basic education, including adult basic education, and to further education, which the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. Everyone has the right to receive education in the official language or languages of their choice in public educational institutions, where that education is reasonably practicable. In order to ensure the effective access to and implementation of this right, the state must consider all reasonable educational alternatives, including single-medium institutions, taking into account equity, practicability, and the need to redress the results of past racially discriminatory laws and practices. Everyone has the right to establish and maintain at their own expense independent educational institutions that do not discriminate on the basis of race, are registered with the state, and maintain standards that are not inferior to standards at comparable public educational institutions. Subsection 3 does not preclude state subsidies for independent educational institutions. Section 29, Bill of Rights, South African Constitution. The South African Constitution is the supreme law of the land, with all other laws subordinate to it. In cases where any other law is inconsistent with the Constitution, it is the Constitution that always prevails. The status of homeschooling, as is that of any other form of education that qualifies as basic education, is protected. Our Constitution neither prescribes the formal schooling system nor defines what qualifies as basic education, leaving the choice to parents and legal guardians. The state must use reasonable measures to implement this right. If someone can prove that the state's measures are unreasonable, the Constitution will prevail. The Constitution in the preceding section clearly prioritizes the parents and the family as the ones most suitable to provide the proper care required by the child. The only time the child can be cared for by someone other than the family is if there are justifiable grounds to prove the preferred option places the child in danger. Similarly, as the parent who has an obligation to care for my child, I am well within my rights to object to formal schooling if it interferes with my obligation to my child. I am not aware of how one can justify taking a child away from parents and family to be taught and cared for by strangers as reasonable, other than in cases where the parents and family have been declared a danger to the child. 6.1. Am I breaking the law by not sending my child to a formal school? 8.1. The Schneider case. In the Schneider case, the court clarified that parent who wants to home educate her or his child has to comply with the relevant legislation, particularly SS 31 and 51 of the Act, and the court shall not sanction a breach of the Act with regards to compliance with it by a parent who requires to home educate her or his child. Policy on Home Education. Government Gazette No. 42037, the 16th of November 2018. The short and simple answer is no. The right to homeschool is protected by the Constitution. The Schneider case went further to clarify that while a parent has to comply with certain legislation, non-compliance to this legislation will not be sanctioned as a breach of the relevant legislation. The fact that one cannot be criminalized for a breach of a statute further serves as an acknowledgement of the dubious position of the Department of Basic Education's position in regulating homeschooling. Section 31 of the South African Schools Act, 1996, for example, prescribes mandatory formal school attendance from 7 years until 15 years of age. The prescribed sanction in the same section, subsection 6A and B, is a fine or 6 months imprisonment. Section 51, on the other hand, demands parents register children who are being homeschooled. In a quest to interfere with the rights of parents and justify more tax being extorted, the ruling party and like-minded allies are pushing forward with the Basic Education Laws Amendment Bill that is hell-bent on striping the parents and push children to a formal education system that has failed to achieve any of its objectives at a great cost to parents and children, all for the benefit of the African National Congress and linked cronies. None of this has gone unnoticed, and many are mounting the opposition against this bill. Amongst others, at the forefront of the opposition is AfriForum and the Institute of Race Relations. The bill has received criticism for not addressing the many problems affecting the Department of Education in the country. The bill will centralize more power in the incompetent hands of the state and render communities' involvement in their schools by way of democratically elected governing bodies meaningless. Currently, the governing bodies have the right to make the final decision on schools' language and admissions policies, but the bill proposes that this power should henceforth rest with the provincial heads of education, in other words, with political appointments. It is being argued that this amendment is necessary to prevent discrimination against learners, but this is a blatant fabrication, as existing legislation provides for the necessary steps to put an end to discrimination, should it occur. Alana Bailey, AfriForum's head of cultural affairs. Thankfully, many parents like myself will have none of it. It is also worth noting that there have been entities that have been supporting the freedom of homeschoolers, with the Pestalozzi Trust being amongst the most notably in the country. The opposition parties like Freedom Front plus FF, the African Christian Democratic Party ACDP, and the Democratic Alliance DA have voiced strong opposition to the bill and have been undertaking steps in that regard. The Pestalozzi Trust has a principal goal: to preserve the fundamental, universally and constitutionally recognized rights of parents and families diligently to guide and direct the education of their children. The Trust, which has committed significant resources to preserving the right to homeschool over the years, has also continued in this regard to fight the bill. In an article titled "Authorities Wanted Home Education Scrapped, Drama at Bella Bill from Marketing Spread," Boe van der Eems, who is the Pestalozzi Trust chairperson, has published some quotes confirming the government's relentless fight against homeschooling in the country. The implication of scrapping the home education SIC should be explored. Religious fundamentalism could also be a factor in this regard, and that discouraging home education should be created by making parents pay for the expenses in this regard. SIC. Unnamed role player, the minutes of a Council of Education Ministers meeting on the 9th of March 2017. The senior management also recommended that in the quest of developing this policy, they should create some significant stringent measures that will make it not easy for parents to opt for home education. Education officials in KZN are already attempting to make home education impossible by declining registration applications without valid reasons. Parents submitted appeals, but after numerous reminders, the KZN MEC failed to attend to the appeals. The Pestalozzi Trust is now going to court to force the MEC to decide on the appeals. Boe van der Eems. 6.4. Other countries and the international perspective. The Constitution of Nicaragua, 1986, proclaims in Article 121 that all shall receive free and compulsory education. The Constitution of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, 1977, in Article 45, declared that all citizens of the USSR have the right to education, which shall be free at all levels and compulsory at the primary and secondary levels, including higher education. Article 20, the Constitution of Cyprus, 1960, provides that every person has the right to receive education or instruction, with primary education being free and compulsory. The Egyptian Constitution of 1971 provides for full and compulsory education. De la Vega, Hodgson, Nowak, Ringe, University of Pretoria. Recently, one of the many criticisms that was labeled by American conservative news publications was the American government's intention to deport a German Christian family. According to the Daily Wire, the family has been living in the United States since moving from Germany in 2008. Their move was prompted by the German government's choosing to penalize the family for opting to homeschool their children. The Basic Law of the Federal Republic of Germany prescribes compulsory schooling under the supervision of the state. In countries where the intention is to prescribe compulsory education, this is enshrined in their most supreme law. There are many other countries where homeschooling is legal. SA Homeschoolers has covered the topic extensively. The South African Constitution embraces the parent's critical role as the primary role player in the education of their child. In this spirit, it has preserved this right by not prescribing compulsory schooling as the only means of delivering basic education. This is also evident in other sections of the Constitution that preserve and promote the critical role of the parent and family. 6.3. What is basic education? My responsibility in ensuring the right to education. The right to education places on me the responsibility to attend school regularly, to learn and to work hard, cooperate respectfully with teachers and fellow learners, and adhere to the rules and the code of conduct of the school, and concurrently places on my parents and caregivers the responsibility to ensure that I attend school and receive their support, and places on my teachers the responsibility to promote and reflect the culture of learning and teaching and giving effect to this right. A Bill of Responsibilities for the Youth of South Africa. Over the years, various stakeholders who benefit from the schooling system have bamboozled parents into thinking that compulsory formal schooling is the only option available to them for educating their children. No one has been more complicit in this than the Department of Basic Education. Efforts to deter anything beyond the formal education system are made with great determination, whether through the portrayal of dissent as an illegal act or the implementation of alternative methods. Heideli Lubzer quotes one of these instances in an illuminating article on SA Homeschoolers. In a recent interview on SAFM the 9th of December 2019, spokesperson for the DBE, Elijah Malanga, implied that home education is only suited for families with children who have severe illnesses or special needs, or for wealthy families who can afford to spend the time. Educational psychologist Thea Grunewald added that home education is more difficult than people think and echoed Elijah's sentiment that parents are often not sufficiently equipped to teach complex subjects, particularly in the high school phase. Home education is for everyone, not only the sick or wealthy. Here's why. Heideli Lubzer, SA Homeschoolers. In 2011, the Minister of Basic Education, Angie Motshega, launched the Bill of Responsibilities campaign. The campaign was directed at the youth with an intention of teaching them the responsibilities that come with having rights. While this interpretation is suspect in many ways, including the convenient omission of the state's responsibility while other role players have been clearly identified, a school is interpreted as a formal school. This started back when the South African Schools Act 84 of 1996 confined the definition of school to formal schools, contrary to the Constitution. What the ruling party could not achieve under the Constitution was made as though it had been achieved through subordinate legislation, and most of us were convinced the legislation derived its authority from the Constitution. The Constitution neither prescribes formal schooling nor defines basic education, but according to the Constitution and the Right to a Basic Education by Chris McConaughey and Skelton, Cameron McConaughey, an adequacy-based approach is preferred when defining basic education. Parents are crucial role players in defining what is basic education, and as the one that will bear the costs for this later on, they are the most competent. It is important to remember that the courts are just one of the many institutions that have a role in defining the content of a basic education. Lawmakers and policymakers play a crucial role in expanding on the content of this right through detailed laws and policies. Teachers, learners, parents, activists, and community organizations also have an important role to play. Through lobbying and activism, ordinary people can create changes in the way the right to a basic education is understood and applied. Defining the right to a basic education is ultimately a democratic and cooperative exercise. Basic Education Rights Handbook. Education Rights in South Africa. Chapter 1. The Constitution and the Right to a Basic Education. 6.4. Other countries and the international perspective. The Constitution of Nicaragua 1986 proclaims in Article 121 that all shall receive free and compulsory education. The Constitution of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics 1977 in Article 45 declared that all citizens of the USSR have the right to education, which shall be free at all levels and compulsory at the primary and secondary levels, including higher education. Article 20, the Constitution of Cyprus 1960 provides that every person has the right to receive education or instruction, with primary education being free and compulsory. The Egyptian Constitution of 1971 provides for full and compulsory education. De la Vega, 1994. University of Pretoria. Recently, one of the many criticisms that was labeled by American conservative news publications was the American government's intention to deport a German Christian family. According to the Daily Wire, the family has been living in the United States since moving from Germany in 2008. Their move was prompted by the German government's choosing to penalize the family for opting to homeschool their children. The Basic Law of the Federal Republic of Germany prescribes compulsory schooling under the supervision of the state. In countries where the intention is to prescribe compulsory education, this is enshrined in their most supreme law. There are many other countries where homeschooling is legal. SA Homeschoolers has covered the topic extensively. The South African Constitution embraces the parent's critical role as the primary role player in the education of their child. In this spirit, it has preserved this right by not prescribing compulsory schooling as the only means of delivering basic education. This is also evident in other sections of the Constitution that preserve and promote the critical role of the parent and family. 7. Departure point. There is nothing so bad, no good can come of it. The prospect of change can be quite daunting, especially when considering that the majority of us and our parents have experienced traditional schooling. I am well aware of this, as it was an absolutely terrifying experience for me. Although I began pursuing the idea at a young age, I was uncertain about the approach I should take. While I was fully convinced that the traditional education system was not suitable for my children, I found myself unsure about the best approach to provide them with an education. For all the atrocities due to government overreach, the COVID pandemic was not devoid of benefits. It was when my nephew's school had to go on a lockdown that catalyzed the transition to homeschooling. This gave me a soft landing and eased the transition. The nationwide lockdowns proved to be an advantage, as they provided us with the opportunity to experiment with homeschooling without the concern of Solo lagging behind his peers in the classroom. While the pandemic helped me to pull the trigger, a lot of other factors went into the decision. My departure point in assessing whether homeschooling would be suitable for my children was myself. Considering I went through the traditional schooling system, it was easy to reflect on my experiences. When I was younger, I took it for granted that I managed to make a success of myself because I went through the formal schooling system and worked hard on my studies. When I compared the outcomes of people who attended similar schools and had the same education level as me in adulthood, I realized something. Given that qualifications are obtained from similar schools and tertiary institutions, it would be reasonable to expect that the progress of graduates should be comparable if the school truly has such a significant influence on individuals. Throughout my life, I firmly held this belief, as it was ingrained by my school teachers. However, my personal experience, along with the experiences of others, have revealed a truth. Similar outcomes are seldom the norm, but the exception. What's even more disheartening is that most people who have achieved extraordinary material success often lack formal education in the very field they excel in. Many of them either dropped out of school or rejected the education system when they were exposed to it. While names like Albert Einstein, Elon Musk, Andrew Carnegie, to mention a few, may come to mind as examples, we needn't look that far. Most of the people who have large herds of livestock in rural South Africa seldom went to a formal school, and if they did, they didn't go that far. They somehow made a success of themselves in spite of not having gone to school. One of the biggest livestock owners in their community is our ex-president, who coincidentally never even finished matric yet went on to rule the nation. This is the case for a huge number of politicians and bureaucrats who occupy the highest levels of government in the country. The fundamental essence of success, and a vital foundation for all other forms of success, lies in the capability to continue one's lineage through the birth of offspring, and provide for it long enough until it can do the same. Even when one doesn't bear children themselves, there's an obligation to safeguard their genes that might be in their siblings, cousins, or nephews and nieces. The argument for a formal education system fails completely in this area, considering that formal schooling as a norm has only existed for a mere century or two, whereas humanity has thrived for millennia. Anyone who is alive today is proof that their ancestors lived long enough to successfully breed and rear them. My grandparents from both sides barely had any formal schooling, yet they lived long enough to have their own children. Those children who also had minimal education went on to do the same. This is the case for most South Africans, and likely on a bigger scale beyond even this continent. As mentioned earlier, the current generation of parents is facing the challenge of providing for their highly educated adult children who are unable to support themselves and their own families. When all this eventually dawned on me, I realized how I had, like many, grossly overrated the benefits of having gone to school. The things I took for granted about my parents suddenly took center stage as I realized the monumental contribution they played in my success. It was these qualities I came to revere even more about my parents, the ones I wanted to amplify when I opted to homeschool. By the time I went to school for the first time, I already knew how to count, the alphabet, spell my name, read basic words, amongst other things. My mother would use any spare time to teach me at home, as did my father when he was back from work. Similarly, they always did their best to avail learning resources at home. There were significantly more books at home relative to most rural homes that surrounded us at the time. As mentioned before, burning a book was sacrilege in my house. I remember when they bought our first television, I must have been around 8 years old. Within 3 years, I could fix the same television when it broke based on my curiosity. While tinkering with gadgets and electronics as a child did not always go well, the lessons I gained from the experiences were mostly self-taught. 7.1. School background of the parents versus post-school progress. Give me a dozen healthy infants, well-formed, and my own specified world to bring them up in, and I'll guarantee to take anyone at random and train him to become any type of specialist I might select: doctor, lawyer, artist, merchant chief, and yes, even beggarman and thief, regardless of his talents, penchants, tendencies, abilities, vocations, and race of his ancestors. John Broadus Watson. One of the things that used to fascinate me as a child was when an elder who was a stranger would approach me and ask if I was my father or mother's son. These are people who knew my parents very well but didn't know I was their child. Yet, based on certain features and looks, they'd often correctly deduce whose child I am. Sometimes it wouldn't even be the looks that link me to my parents, but mannerism. By virtue of knowing my parents or even other members of my extended family, some people would correctly identify my family through me. Later on, I'd learn about the heritability of personality traits, something that flew against the teachings at school. The prevailing opinion, especially as support for formal schooling, emphasized the role of nurture more than nature. Genes were presented as having little to no impact on who people become. The environment in which we are raised determines who we are, and it is the main factor that shapes our identity, so went the theory. The prevailing opinion was supported by John Broadus Watson. Thankfully, both reality and his contemporaries would later show that Watson grossly overestimated the role of nurture while undermining that of nature. I particularly enjoyed Why You Are Who You Are: Investigations into Human Personality, by Mark Leary, Ph.D. from the Great Courses. In the course, amongst other things, the professor does a great job in illuminating the inheritability of different personality traits. Another author that blew my mind on the subject is Steven Pinker's The Blank Slate: The Modern Denial of Human Nature. Pinker went above and beyond to dispel some of the misconceptions that fueled the denial of the role of nature. Sazi is fortunate to be born of parents that are comparable enough to be able to see the impact of both nature and nurture. Even better is that no longer can allegations about women's progress in life be attributed to society and the patriarchy holding them back. Since 1994, there has been a concerted focus on directing taxpayer-funded programs to the upliftment of women, from educational programs at school, admission and funding of tertiary programs for women, to employment and business funding that explicitly exclude boys and men. This ought to mean comparable men and women ought to achieve the same outcomes, since there are essentially no differences between men and women. Lawmakers have implemented programs aimed at empowering and uplifting girls and women. These initiatives have actively sought to address the claimed long-standing societal and patriarchal barriers that have hindered their progress. So based on this, the difference in the sex of parents no longer favors men, thus making comparing outcomes possible. We were both born in the same year, her in July and me in September in what is now the Eastern Cape. Both of us went to public school, albeit differently classified. I went to non-fee-paying, mostly rural schools until high school, where I moved to a similarly ranked high school in Mballinala Township. She went to a quintile 5 school in urban Port Elizabeth, with the last 10 years spent on 2 suburban schools of the same name, primary and high school, within 6 kilometers of her home. Although I don't possess the data regarding the school's performance in 1999 when I finished, the data from 2022 was available. According to Siskona News, Kiriatswani Secondary School took last position within the circuit with a 39.6% pass rate, which deteriorated from last year's percentage. My son's mother's alma mater, on the other hand, achieved a 100% pass rate in 2022, with 94.6% eligible for degree courses, while 5.4% for diploma courses. If the school, and the quality of it thereof, plays such a pivotal role on one's success in life, then based on the above, there should be no question about who has the best outcomes. Irrespective of the metric used to evaluate absolute success between us, be it with income levels, tax contribution, asset ownership, quality of life, etc., the outcomes should be decisive. Based on the gap between the schools in terms of resources and performance, there should be just as big of a gap between the two of us. I can report that such a gap exists, and it is as big as one may expect. What is unexpected is that the gap does not favor better resource schools having an absolute advantage, or any advantage at all for that matter. If we view schooling as an investment, which it is considering the financial and other resources parents and children invest in it, it stands to reason that the more we invest, the greater the return should be. Someone from underprivileged schools shouldn't be able to achieve the same level of success, at least material, as someone from more privileged schools. Performing this exercise was such an eye-opener on not only the futility of schools as having an absolute advantage in influencing one's outcomes, but the detriments of sacrificing so much for such underwhelming results. Sazi's most relevant experience has revealed that nothing could be more foolish than replacing my role in his education with money and external surrogates. I wanted to use this exercise to determine whether it is beneficial, in the quest for better education, to spend more money and resources on formal schooling. The conclusions showed the opposite. The reality is so extreme that if attending better schools was decisive, my son would not exist. If one considers hypergamy, the gap between us would have meant we most likely couldn't have met. We would have been so incompatible that even the chance of meeting and staying with each other long enough to breed would have been next to impossible. This is even more relevant considering our child is a boy. In raising my son and figuring out educational options for him, I often reflect on my experiences. As a man, my relative success was always based on my father and my parents as a unit, never my mother alone. Until the day I could better my father's best, I could never even speak of being successful. This is what my father taught me, as he was taught by my grandfather. There is no greater compliment my son can pay me than to better my best, as I have to my father and him to my grandfather. Anything less than this is akin to failure. 7.2. Personality of the child and parents. One of the things that people enjoy about school is the sports and recreational activities that offer them opportunities to play with others. For me, this was one of the things I liked the least about school. It could be that I never had much of an interest in sports, and it didn't help that I had nosebleeds that would turn the grounds crimson with the least activity. My nosebleeds didn't even require physical stimuli. As soon as my body temperature and heart rate reached a certain point, the taps would open. After school, I also had very little interest in being with other children beyond a certain point. My mother's strict routine most likely also contributed to this. It may appear that I am biased towards the influence of nurture on my behavior by this admission, but that is not actually true. While my mother certainly had an important influence on my upbringing and the environment I grew up in, her actions were simply a reflection of her true nature. This nature, which I also inherited at a genetic level, had a varying degree of influence on me. While other children had freedom to go and play until late and could stay out as much as they wanted, our situation at home was different. The routine was strict. Wake up in the morning and go straight to school. Go straight home with no detours after classes. Complete your household duties and ensure the uniform is ready for tomorrow with shoes polished. The 2 shirts for the whole week had to be washed daily. I remember the inventive ways we came up with to dry our clothes during rainy season. Then go play outside the yard with other children. Come back before 6 p.m. lest you find the gate locked. Complete your homework before bed. We also did not have livestock at home, unlike some people in the village. This meant opportunities to socialize while looking after the cows in the grazing fields were minimal to non-existent. As a teenager, we harvested water at home, which reduced the need to go to the river. However, it also decreased the chance to socialize with other children. In high school, I was used to my parents' routine, so I chose to stay around the house instead of going out, even though I had more opportunities to do so. Even in my adult life, very few things annoyed me as much as people who associated having a life with going out. To date, there is no place I'd rather be than at home, which I have also evolved to be my workplace. Despite the hardships caused by the COVID pandemic, including unjust government-imposed lockdowns and intrusive measures, it has also brought about unforeseen advantages. One of these is the remarkable surge in remote working and remote learning. Not only with me, but I also saw a lot of people's perceptions about the home as a primary place for working and schooling. This bolstered my decision to forge ahead and take a different path with my kids' education. 7.3. The family environment. In 1953, prior to the apartheid government's Bantu Education Act, 90% of black South African schools were state-aided mission schools. The act demanded that all such schools register with the state and removed control of African education from the churches and provincial authorities. This control was centralized in the Bantu Education Department, a body dedicated to keeping it separate and inferior. Almost all the mission schools closed down. The Roman Catholic Church was largely alone in its attempt to keep its schools going without state aid. The 1953 Act also separated the financing of education for Africans from general state spending, and linked it to direct tax paid by Africans themselves, with the result that far less was spent on black children than on white children. South African History Online, Bantu Education and the Racist Compartmentalizing of Education. Before the ubiquity of the traditional schooling system, it was the families that fulfilled this role. The nuclear family and single parents that stay in smaller households was the exception rather than the norm. Family members tended to stay together in one area. This meant in one homestead there were grandparents, parents, uncles, and aunts, and so on. This in turn created a strong supportive environment which, among other things, fulfilled the following roles the formal schooling system has been attempting to replace. Look after the children who were too young to participate while the adults and older children were working the fields and tending to livestock, amongst other work. Learning from the different family members practical skills that contributed towards the sustainability and success of the family. In a homestead school, the child is related to most people there through blood or marriage, so most people are invested in the child's success. This is different from public or private schools where the child is just a means for politicians, bureaucrats, and teachers, to mention a few, to get paid. The statement may seem harsh to some in education, but it's undeniable that a salary is a crucial motivator. Many people would not want to educate and care for other people's children if there were no incentive, just like in 1953 when the government stopped funding religious schools. Most people who choose to stay would likely be driven by self-interest, such as the personal benefits of being seen as empathetic. These benefits can then be leveraged for political influence or financial gain. While it is possible to homeschool as a single parent or a couple that has work commitments during the day, it is harder to implement. If someone finds themselves in that circumstance, they could hire an individual to take care of their child and provide homeschooling. The expenses of employing a qualified person for this task can rapidly add up. Additionally, the quality of care and attention the individual provides will likely depend on the amount they are being paid. If one of the advantages of homeschooling is to entrench family values, it could be counterproductive to employ a stranger to do this, no matter their credentials or experience for that matter. Where the parents work from home, however, this becomes much more feasible. Having a parent around, even if they have a nanny due to a busy work schedule, ensures a sense of security and reliability. My kids are somewhat fortunate in that they have their grandmother, aunts, and myself in the home. This helps to spread the work, not only in terms of volume, but also skill set as well. There are things that my mother does better than I could, similarly with my sisters and partner. The inverse is just as true, but even if there are things that only I can do better than all of them combined, I could never have enough hours in a day. I never have the pressure to cook, clean, check on the kids' health because my family is there and much more competent at those roles than me. In my son's life, there is only one person who has a proven track record of not only raising boys, but a man, successfully, despite the limited material resources she had. There is no one's expertise I consider more informed than hers for the overall well-being of my boys. This is important since 4 out of her 5 grandchildren are boys. Similarly, in the case of Mila, my mother's track record speaks for itself for raising women who now all have an interest in her. When my father died, despite the impact of the loss, this also allowed me to think about the environment I would like my son to be in if ever the same happened to me. Despite not having built our family home in the villages they were born in, our family home was within 30 kilometers of either family. This meant that whenever there was something that required a man in the house, there were more than enough male relatives from either side to come and help. Similarly with my cousins, they were never too far, especially as roads got better and transport became more accessible. For most of my childhood, there was always one or another cousin who would come and stay with us. In primary school, for example, I never missed being born the only male at home because one of my cousins stayed with us. After my father died, his father, my uncle, became the father figure in my life. These experiences showed me the value of the family, immediate and extended. Despite the misunderstandings that often prevail when it mattered the most, it was always family who could be relied on. It also didn't help that I dreaded the times I parted with my cousins as they went home. Because we'd had so much fun, there was a gaping hole they left when we parted. I wanted to reduce this as much as possible for my son. As a firstborn, I also had a duty to succeed my father and look after my mother and siblings. Although school taught me that this was an outdated practice and that I would have been better off focusing on inheriting my father's assets for my own benefit, it was the strong emphasis on family values that ultimately prevailed. This was not because they had sounded good on paper or had been presented by a world-famous researcher, but because I saw they worked through my experience. In fulfilling my duty to my father, I managed to keep my family coherent in an environment that is conducive for homeschooling. While I could have left my mother and sisters to fend for themselves in the Eastern Cape, it seemed more logical to take them with me and work towards a house to accommodate everyone. The vulnerability of the female-headed household, especially in rural South Africa, is a well-documented phenomenon. Leaving them could have sealed their fate. Because I opted otherwise, I have retained the wisdom my mother can pass to her grandchildren and created an environment where my son seldom goes a week without seeing his cousins. This has created a home that is most conducive for my children learning at home. 7.4. Better when there's more than one child. In my experience, I have observed there's no substitute for children interacting with each other and learning from their age group. In a traditional school, children have the opportunity to interact with each other, learn from each other, compete, and socialize. I might have a problem if I attempted to homeschool my son, who is my only child, alone. Thankfully, he is surrounded by his cousins, most of whom are in the same age group. The children easily keep each other company without ever being bored and restless in the home. They assist each other in learning difficult concepts. For instance, when they were learning the alphabet, they would sing together and correct each other's mistakes. Malande's computer skills are improving so rapidly that he is now assisting others when they have small computer issues. Having a teenager also helps a lot in the process. It's amazing how he now instills some of the lessons we taught him to his cousins and sister. No child, however, is enjoying the presence of his cousins more than my youngest nephew. As the last to be born, he gets to enjoy having older children around him to play with and guide him. The multi-generational and multi-parent setup also helps with discipline. No matter how hard I try to be firm sometimes with my son, there's times I just melt in his presence. It's even worse when he wants to do something he knows he shouldn't. He somehow has a charm he can turn on to weaken my defenses and let him get away with a misdemeanor. Thankfully, I don't have to worry because when Grandma says no, it doesn't matter that Daddy capitulated. Similarly, when I have taken a stand and he is not happy with me, there is always someone to pick his spirits up in any of his aunts, cousins, and grandmother. Part 3. How we make it work. 8. Hardware and software requirements. The formal schooling system has a major advantage. It takes care of all the logistical issues, relieving parents from worrying about them. Parents can easily avoid any involvement in their child's education, especially if the school is in the lower quintile range. Schools have a duty to accept all children, even in activities that parents must participate in. They cannot expel a child as a last resort to force their participation, as this would be illegal. Parents with children in the formal schooling system usually only need to focus on ensuring that their child attends school. They can choose to have little to no involvement in the complexities of how school operates. The situation has deteriorated as the government has assumed control over formal education. In the past, schools and communities were the product of collaborative efforts by community members themselves. There's not such a thing about homeschooling. One has to be involved in everything. Although homeschooling may initially appear demanding, it offers numerous opportunities to save expenses due to its alignment with typical household and family activities. The desk that is suitable for doing homework at the end of a traditional school day is equally suitable for homeschooling, if it is even necessary. In the end, the flawless combination of homeschooling and the household environment proves advantageous for both parents and children. Outsourcing tasks to a surrogate can be helpful if not necessary at times, but most things become the family's responsibility. This can lead to the family learning lessons and gaining new skills. 8.1. Home classroom requirements. I have always found having a dedicated study desk beneficial, from when I was studying offline to until my current setting that is a hybrid. The biggest condition is that it must have some peace and quiet, although I can always isolate myself with earplugs if need be. I struggle with getting much done when my bed is in sight. Even the temptation of working from the couch is interpreted by my body as an invitation to take a nap. My minimum requirements are quite simple: a chair and desk. To be more productive, you need a chair that supports good posture and is reasonably comfortable for sitting without interruption for around an hour. I encourage my kids to take frequent breaks to promote physical activity while also avoiding boredom. Adequate storage. Books and papers quickly accumulate, and if not careful, you will find them taking over your home. It makes sense to have a dedicated storage area for all the learning resources, especially in cases where you don't have a dedicated room. This will not only facilitate easy access and retrieval, but also increase the lifespan of the items. Good lighting and sufficient ventilation are a given. Although having a computer is convenient, it is not necessary. Later on, you will realize that there is an option to purchase all the learning material in physical copies. In addition, when necessary, online resources can be conveniently accessed through mobile phones, internet cafes, libraries, and other means. 8.2. Hardware requirements. I opted to equip each of the children with a computer so that they could learn online and offline. As a minimum, a computer for each child connected to the internet. Modems and routers enable the internet connection and Wi-Fi signal. A printer, even monochrome, to ensure there are hard copy workbooks. Although purchasing physical curriculum and learning materials can help reduce computer usage, it is still crucial to have access to the latest online resources. I am a fan of an option that is at least hybridized between the full offline paper option and the full online. We are, after all, preparing the children for the future, and computer skills are integral to that. The first time I touched a computer in my case, I was 17 years old, in my first year in tertiary. 8. 2.1. Computers. These days, one is spoiled for choice when purchasing computers, from our smartphones to tablets, laptops, Chromebooks, and the traditional desktop. Each device has its own hardware and form factor, which also implies a variety of software differences. Consequently, some devices are better suited than others for online learning purposes. 8. 2.2. Smartphones and tablets. While it is possible to be productive on a smartphone or tablet, these devices were mostly designed for media consumption and entertainment. Even their layout and form factor, which is typically smaller than a desktop or laptop, often with no physical keyboard, supports their consumption orientation. This is why I personally would not recommend using them, especially for the option that requires daily engagement with a computer. Using a mobile phone to access online reference resources is acceptable, although tablets are preferable due to their larger size. However, it is important to avoid excessive usage of these devices for extended periods of time. Concentrating on the small screen as the sole resource over a long time is straining to the eyes, not to mention the pain of typing on the small keyboards. 8. 2.3. Laptops, Chromebooks, and MacBooks. These are great, sometimes even better than a desktop computer if one has limited space. They are also convenient to travel with, ensuring the student can learn wherever they are, even when visiting the outside of home. A responsible child can bring their laptop when visiting relatives, even outside of holidays, without worrying about falling behind in their education. This is a significant benefit. There are many different laptops available to choose from. They range in price, from affordable options that can still perform well, to high-end models that are as expensive as a down payment on a house. Laptops are also used by big companies, thus ensuring there's more than enough suppliers who fix or service these devices should one have a problem. This also means there is a huge supply on the used market as companies upgrade after the assets have been depreciated. Although some organizations may consider these items to be obsolete, they are frequently in good condition and are refurbished and sold by specialized suppliers like Go Gadgets. Laptops also allow working during power interruption due to the internal battery, a must in South Africa with our frequent load shedding. Laptops, however, can be quite expensive relative to desktops. Often their components are pricier than their desktop counterparts. Desktops are easier and less expensive to upgrade than laptops because they have more space for hardware changes. The portability of laptops also makes them vulnerable to damage as they are being moved from one place to another. Private car owners are often at risk of having their laptops stolen, which becomes an even greater concern when commuting using public transportation. Chromebooks are laptops with a very light operating system based on the Chrome browser. The advantage of a Chromebook is that they are relatively fast without needing high-end hardware. Despite their limited system requirements, their utility has grown over the years as more applications now have web-based alternatives. Chromebooks used to be criticized for limited storage, but considering that most of the applications have online versions, the criticism is irrelevant. If one needs to expand the memory, there are external hard drives or other portable storage devices. I have had a Chromebook since 2016. My 13-year-old nephew's second computer was also a Chromebook when he was about 8 years old. Unfortunately, there is not a lot of variety locally for Chromebooks. Importing the 3 Asus Chromebooks I've owned is ideal when the exchange rate is in my favor. However, it's not so great when the rand's value depreciates against the dollar. Importing may result in limited manufacturer's support as they might not be represented locally. This can cause expensive turnaround times when the device needs to be shipped between the owner and the manufacturer in case of problems. Thankfully, there has been a gradual increase in Chromebooks locally. 8. 2.4 desktops. Desktops are my preferred option, not only because they are often cheaper than laptops with similar specifications, but also because of ease of upgradability. Unless one has opted for a mini or small factor PC, average computer cases are big enough to upgrade with little problems. In line with this, most cases allow for tool-free access, further simplifying the process. The fixed nature of a desktop aligns with having a dedicated space for teaching and learning at home. I've often found myself taking my laptop to the couch or bed, a move that is great for my naps but horrible for productivity. It is easier to enforce house rules with a fixed computer because people know not to eat in the study. This ensures that the children take the necessary breaks away from the screens, and when they are eating, there are no distractions. As previously mentioned, desktops can be bulky and thus not ideal where space is at a premium. While there are many PCs as small as a USB stick, the size advantage comes at the expense of upgradability. The Raspberry Pi is an exception to the rule that smaller size equals lower customizability. It is relatively small but highly customizable. One also loses on the internal battery a laptop has, but there are uninterrupted power supply devices for that. 8. 2.5. Shared computers, desktops, and laptops. It is possible to use the same computer for 2 or more people working at the same time. While there's both hardware and software options to enable this, I found the software option more accessible. I tried to look for the hardware in South Africa, but I couldn't get far. I suspect this is mostly used by corporate entities in the country, if at all. Fortunately, I found a retailer that sold software that enabled this without the thin client hardware. To enable this, the requirements are a screen for each child, a mouse and keyboard for each child, headsets for each child, Aster multi-seat software. I bought the Aster Home annual subscription for 2 workplaces at a cost of around 300 rands. After a month of using the software, I opted against it. I sometimes struggled to connect and allocate some of the hardware like audio and gamepads, but the software worked well enough for 2 children on a basic computer. The license I had also worked with Windows only, and I eventually switched all the computers at home to Linux as the primary operating system. Both children can't turn off the computer individually since it shuts down for both of them at the same time because they are sharing it. If one child is not using it, they log out. Sometimes I had to reset and reallocate the hardware settings, which was far from ideal. The children required assistance on a more frequent basis, which was contrary to my desired outcome. 8.3. Software requirements. An operating system is the program that, after being initially loaded into the computer by a boot program, manages all of the other application programs in a computer. The application programs make use of the operating system by making requests for services through a defined application program interface API. In addition, users can interact directly with the operating system through a user interface, such as a command line interface CLI or a graphical UI GUI. TechTarget.com. I must admit, until I had to provide computers for 4 children at a reasonable price, I never took Linux seriously. I had it on an old computer in the workshop I use for video tutorials, but never used it for productivity. I bought the computer before 2010, and it barely functioned with Windows until I switched to Linux. When I realized how rapidly the costs were accumulating and how slow the secondhand computers I finally purchased were running with Windows, I made the switch to Linux. Despite being invested on Windows, I freely made the change after discovering how easy to use Linux has grown to be and how feature-rich it is. Endless OS is an excellent distro for education as it comes preloaded with tons of education software without the need to be connected to the internet. My primary computer runs on Ubuntu. According to Ubuntu.com, the mission for Ubuntu is both social and economic. First, we deliver the world's free software freely to everybody on the same terms. Whether you are a student in India or a global bank, you can download and use Ubuntu free of charge. Second, we aim to cut the cost of professional services, support, management, maintenance operations for people who use Ubuntu at scale through a portfolio of services provided by Canonical, which ultimately fund the improvement of the platform. The children's computers run Endless OS. According to the Endless organization, Endless OS is a fast, powerful, and easy-to-use app-centric operating system built on open source. Our OS comes with more than 1,800 free apps and powerful tools that don't require an internet connection. The desktop experience is designed to feel natural and intuitive like a smartphone, making it easy to use even if you have little or no computer experience. It does not require an internet connection to use. But when you are connected to the internet, Endless works like any other computer, so you can search the web or stay in touch with friends. The Endless OS revived the oldest computers, which barely worked with Windows 10. The OS resulted in a Dell 7010 boot time of just under 2 minutes, an Optiplex 990 and T1700 boot up in less than 30 seconds. As you can see with me, the choice one makes with regard to the type and age of computer they use plays a great role in the software they will be able to use. The operating system of a computer is probably the most important component of a computer. This is because it dictates what kind of computer one can have more than the hardware does. macOS, for example, is mostly if not exclusively for Apple devices and comes preloaded with them. Android, on the other hand, is mostly for mobile devices like smartphones and tablets and cannot be readily used in desktop computers. There are parts that are simple enough to understand about an OS. One requires a boot program to load an OS, and it is loaded in the beginning. An OS manages all of the other application programs on a computer. Due to these functions of the OS, it is not only important in dictating the hardware one can use, but also the software as well. Windows OS is by far the most widely known for desktops and laptops. Windows ascended to the top for desktops and laptops due to early marketing efforts in the 90s by its proprietor as a user-friendly home and work computer. The OS also gained popularity in the business world to be the most used OS in companies and governments worldwide. Linux is the operating system of all the world's fastest supercomputers Blackdown. 96.3% of the top 1 million web servers use Linux. ZDNet. 85% of smartphones are powered by Linux. Hayden James, EnterpriseAppsToday.com. It's hard to believe the last part since the majority of smartphone users, who also know others, own Android smartphones. This is until one realizes that, similar to Chrome OS, at the core of the Android OS is a Linux kernel. Central to each operating system is a kernel that manages the hardware and software. 8.3.1 Open Source Software. Open source software is available with a license that requires no payment. Often, the only expenditure relating to open source software is the data for the download. Open source software has come a long way, and now some of its programs can rival and integrate with paid options. For instance, LibreOffice is an excellent example as it is compatible with Microsoft Office files. Linux is another example. There are now variations of the operating system that even lifelong Windows or Mac users would find comfortable. I am a prime example of someone who converted to Linux. Open source software has many benefits, but it's important to remember that it may require more effort to learn compared to commercial options due to its lower popularity. This is also compounded by fewer people who are familiar enough to troubleshoot, thus mostly leaving the user to do more extensive research. This must not be interpreted to mean there is no support for open source software, as there are support communities online. The Ultimate Linux Newbie Guide has tons of information on Linux, from the basics relating to the initial installation to more advanced uses. It could be a great alternative to start with open source software, not only for cost saving but also learning as well. To someone that is passionate about computers and solving problems, even the challenge of having to figure things out can be thrilling. 8.3.2 Things to consider when choosing an OS. The most common operating system for desktops and laptops is Microsoft Windows, while Android dominates the smartphone as well as low to mid-range tablets. Chrome OS is specific for Chromebooks. There is also Chrome Flex, which is a desktop variant for bringing new life to old computers. macOS is specific to Apple devices. Linux has also been around for some time, even though its use is not as ubiquitous as the other OSs. Consider the following regarding the OS: user-friendliness and support. Chrome OS. To date, the easiest OS I've ever used remains Chrome OS. It is, after all, based around a browser, and if you know how to use a browser, you're good to go. While previous versions of the Chrome OS had limitations on the software one can install, since they integrated the Android Play Store, the choice is widened. Chrome OS also allows for one to install Linux programs through a built-in virtual machine. This opens up even more options to install software that one needs and may not be available online or on the Android Play Store. Linux distributions have evolved to be just as simple to use. There are few things that intimidated me in the past about Linux, as did the terminal with its command lines. Since switching to the latest versions of Linux, I don't even have to interact with the terminal. Software updates are automatic. Software installation is as simple as it is on Windows and Android. Distributions like Endless OS also come with all the software one needs for education, online and especially offline. Most people that have ever used a laptop or desktop in this country, and worldwide for that matter, most likely used a variant of the Microsoft Windows OS. This means the learning curve to use the OS is not as steep, and when one struggles, there are a lot of people who are familiar with it. I cannot say much about macOS since I have never used it, but I think one of the primary selling points of Apple has been user-friendliness. Price and compatible software. Linux is open source and free to download. This also goes for most of the software that is required, an example being LibreOffice and Thunderbird, to mention a few. This means if you have a not-so-new PC which you don't have an OS for, you can install Linux. Linux was the solution after Windows proved too heavy for my computers. Chrome OS. In July 2022, Google released Chrome OS Flex, a free OS that can be installed on PCs and MacBooks made after 2010. If one has experience with a browser, they should easily adapt to using Chrome OS Flex. We tried to use Chrome OS Flex for the desktops, but some functionality was not available, the App Store being the most significant. Windows. OS Windows is not free and has differently priced OSs for different users. There is also a large market for applications that can run on the Windows OS. Although Windows software can be expensive, there are frequently cost-free alternatives available. And some of them are exceptional, as is demonstrated by LibreOffice, which is compatible with both Windows and Linux. Mac OS. I am not aware of Mac OS being sold separately, as it comes bundled with Apple devices. These are premium-priced devices with software that matches. Sales and support are available countrywide, albeit concentrated in major town cities through authorized Apple resellers. 8.4. Cost-effective ways of acquiring the required equipment and physical resources. Since I've been working towards this over the years, I've managed to accumulate a lot of items we repurposed for the study. This helped with keeping the costs manageable. Even a chair that is not purposefully designed, say maybe due to lack of back support, will work if breaks are frequent. Second-hand office furniture is also an alternative, as is the case with computers. Once company assets have reached their end of life, they are often sold at prices far cheaper than their original value. Sometimes the furniture is still in great condition, for example, where the company updated its brand and needed new furniture to match. I've designed and built the study area and most of the furniture with my kids. This was not necessarily to save costs, as that depends on the materials used, but is part of the learning experience for both myself and my kids. The study has been in constant evolution since the day I moved in, along with the rest of the home. Thus far, we have, mostly with my kids, changed the layout and design of the study, demolished and rebuilt a section to enhance usability, building and installation of most of the furniture and fixed shelves, installation of both wired and wireless networks, upgrades to the computers. The South African formal education system is biased towards abstract academic concepts and lacks emphasis on practical skills, which is a modern tragedy. The cleaning of the classrooms and school premises we did when I grew up that is frowned upon today instilled good values of cleaning up after oneself. My parents tell me of a time when practical skills like woodworking, cooking, plumbing, and other trade work used to be taught from primary school throughout. This not only ensured that the students had usable skills they could profit off without needing to be employed, but also promoted self-sufficiency and independence. Fortunately for me, my father loved woodwork during the little spare time he had. This passion rubbed off on me, which for the past 2 decades I've been working towards realizing. Since 2015, I have made numerous small investments in tools, and now these investments have finally come together to create the workshop of my dreams. Before calling external assistance with any building and maintenance work, we first see if we can't do it ourselves. Learning by doing is far much better than trying to make sense of abstract concepts from a book. The workshop addresses this. This has not only been limited to the physical products and work, but also the design. My 13-year-old nephew is currently at an intermediate level of designing with SketchUp just from watching online tutorials and learning by doing. At the time of writing this book, we completed numerous projects. The most challenging of these was an extension of the workshop storage and addition of a laundry room. Seeing I wanted to learn wood framing, this was an opportunity to do so. It took us about 3 months to complete the project, from the floor to roofing and everything in between. The design was done on SketchUp, and we completed most of the construction. The only training and tutorials we received was from YouTube, from the millions of creators who share their experience. 9. The curriculum. I've always planned for a different approach to educating my children, but it was not until the COVID lockdowns that I fully acted. By the 3rd month, we made the decision, especially because we already had the resources to enable the children to attend an online school. Initially, I conflated homeschooling with attending an online school from home, without fully grasping the distinct nature of homeschooling. This meant I hadn't thought through the type of curriculum we were going to use as well as its delivery. My knee-jerk reaction was to adopt the model of distance learning and have someone else provide the curriculum. While this is by no means homeschooling, it helped a lot with the transition. My nephew had attended traditional schools and was in grade 5. During the period of attending an online school, it allowed us to verify if homeschooling was appropriate for him. It was crucial that the transition was gradual and not too sudden for him. He followed a standard curriculum, attended online classes at fixed times, and had teachers. 9.1. Available curriculums. An online school is a great stepping stone to homeschooling. Other than learning from home, most of the other elements of school are still the same, including following a strict curriculum. In South Africa, the 3 most common curriculum options are: the Curriculum Assessment Policy Statements, popularly known as CAPS, is divided into 2 parts. There is the NSC, or National Curriculum Statements Grades R to 12, which is offered through most public schools. The IEB, which stands for Independent Examinations Board, offers its services to private schools as an independent assessment agency. It possesses the authority to administer examinations for a wide range of client schools. Both the IEB and NSC use the CAPS curriculum, with the difference being that they will write different exams to NSC candidates. The Cambridge Assessment International Education provides a standalone curriculum which is not linked to CAPS. The curriculum is widely accepted in international destinations like the US, UK, Australia, to mention a few as per their website. One of the advantages of following the school-at-home model is that there are numerous providers that sell structured packages. The most comprehensive of these have all the material the learner needs in either hard or soft copies, or both, depending on choice. Moreover, considering that the only difference between distance learning and traditional schooling lies in the learning environment, the workload is equally comparable for parents in both scenarios. Some of the packages include attending classes online in real time with interaction between the teacher and the students. We initially chose a service provider that offered packages ranging from 5,000 rands to under 10,000 rands in 2021. The cheapest package included basic assessment materials and subject guidance, while the most expensive was a full package that had all learning material as per curriculum, including workbooks, hard copies of all the learning, teaching, and assessment material, tools to guide the parent as a facilitator, online or recorded lessons, same structure as traditional school. I was fascinated to discover that even prestigious and costly private schools procure their curriculum from the very same service provider that I did. If the reason for spending a lot of money on private schools was to ensure a quality education, now you can achieve the same level of learning at home for a fraction of the cost, using the exact same educational resources as those prestigious schools. The downside, of course, is that at the end you will lack the prestige that comes from having attended a prestigious school. 9.2. Homeschooling. To truly optimize our homeschooling experience, it is crucial to seamlessly integrate education into a child's daily routine, focusing on developing relevant skills rather than strictly following a predefined curriculum. Our lessons have evolved into an option that is synchronized with the activities taking place in and around the family, country, and world. While Solo still has some classes, albeit seldom live and more akin to research than anything, his primary learning comes from doing things. He has been my right hand in evolving the study to what it is and assists with maintaining and improving it. While he could be focusing on the theory of angles in a traditional school, he now learns by doing. He learned how to design and visualize the model before building it, which now helps us construct everything we have planned. This also extends to the installation and maintenance of the IT infrastructure that we use, in the process learning both computer hardware and software. Homeschooling has also been great for me as it keeps me on my toes, the same being applicable to my mother and sisters. As teachers, it is important that we refresh our knowledge in the process, also enjoying the experience. More adults in the household have also gotten more passionate about their contributions as the children are excited to learn. My mother's garden has been the primary source of our vegetables since 2021. While the garden might feed our stomachs, it does as much to our minds, especially the children who are by grandma's side getting their hands dirty. The food quality has remarkably enhanced, motivating Solo to take pleasure in cooking, which has also excited the younger children to do the same. In 2015, when I moved into this house, I outsourced most of the building and maintenance work. We now have a workshop reasonably equipped for carpentry, welding, plumbing, to name a few. Along with the increase in the equipment has been an increase in the skill set as we learn by doing. Thankfully, there are now extensive resources to access knowledge online, most of which are free if one is prepared to do the research. 10. Online resources. We often take it for granted that people go to school to learn as their primary objective. It then follows that the higher the qualification one obtains from the school system, the more knowledgeable they are. Over time, this has led to a focus on getting qualifications rather than gaining knowledge. In recent years, there has been a noticeable increase in the number of high-ranking government officials and politicians who have been exposed for fabricating their qualifications. This has not been limited to government but has spread throughout society in line with the moral decay occurring. Given the way traditional schooling is structured and provided, it is not surprising that individuals will go to great measures to evade it. As far back as I can recall, the bell that signaled the end of the school day always caused more excitement than the one that signaled the start. In college, there were few things that made me happier as a full-time student than having one of my classes canceled. Instances of children and young adults pretending to be sick to skip school are as old as the institution itself. Why do we try so hard to skip school when it actually helps us learn, and learning brings many advantages? The result of evaluating knowledge learned from school years after, and its practical applications, is not that positive either. Social media is inundated with captivating videos where individuals, including those currently immersed in the educational system, are challenged to recall fundamental knowledge they were once taught in school, but struggle to recall even a mere 12 months later, let alone after the passage of a dozen years. An article in the Daily Investor revealed that only 55% of teachers can perform at grade 4 level. This means that teachers, who had to go through the classes they now teach, also struggle to remember what they learned in school. The teacher also expands their knowledge by teaching the subject and attending additional courses mostly paid for by taxpayers. Despite all that, a huge number of teachers lack proficiency in the subjects they teach. Considering the dismal long-term retention of school-taught concepts by teachers, one can only imagine the even bleaker outcome for individuals who last encountered trigonometry during their high school years a decade later. For a significant number of teachers, once one gets the necessary qualifications and secures a job, there is no motivation for them to be knowledgeable in the subjects they teach. They don't have to worry about the poor performance of their students reflecting on them during their performance evaluation, as it is mostly a superficial checkmark process. There are low standards for students to move to the next class. Policies discourage failing students who are unable to pass a class. This creates no motivation to be competent for the teachers, nor interest from the students to apply themselves. 10.1 Free and low-cost online resources. The best education in the world is already free. All complaints about elite colleges' impossible admissions and insane tuition are flatly mistaken. Fact: anyone can study at Princeton for free. While tuition is over $45,000 a year, anyone can show up and start attending classes. No one will stop you. No one will challenge you. No one will make you feel unwelcome. Gorge yourself at Princeton's all-you-can-eat buffet of the mind. Colleges do not card. I have seen this with my own eyes at schools around the country. If you keep your learn-for-free scheme to yourself, professors will assume you're missing from their roster owing to a bureaucratic snafu. If you ask permission to sit in, most professors will be flattered. What a rare pleasure to teach someone who wants to learn. After 4 years of guerrilla education, there's only one thing you'll lack: a diploma. Since you're not in the system, your performance will be invisible to employers. Not too enticing, is it? The Case Against Education, book by Brian Kaplan. What if one has a desire to learn rather than to hold a qualification? Can one really acquire education for free from highly ranked institutions and professionals? I am happy to say the answer is yes to that. I don't have personal experience attending a university lecture without paying. But like many others with internet access, I can access free content from highly ranked institutions worldwide. I not only have access to their recorded content, but I can also engage with most professionals that have social media accounts to gain deeper insights on the subject. There are numerous websites, desktop and mobile apps, both local and international, that offer free online learning materials. Teaching institutions, profit and nonprofit entities, and governments' websites are full of articles and papers that one can use for research. Many of these sources offer a lot of free information and are willing to provide even more to those who are interested. This helps to promote their cause. Academic search engines. Paperpile.com rated Google Scholar as the best option among academic search engines. According to Paperpile Google Scholar, it not only lets you find research papers for all academic disciplines for free, but also often provides links to full-text PDF files, amongst other things. There are many other such websites which provide this service for free. Finding research papers for free is essential for conducting research in any field, even though not all papers are freely available. Search engines. The basic search engines have gone through a lot of evolution over the past, recently integrating artificial intelligence (AI). Search engines like Google have become essential not only for work but also for doing homework and everything in between. It is common knowledge that Googling has become a verb in our daily routine, and for good reason. These are very good at showing both free and paid-for resources on any topic. One can define if they want free or paid content in the search description itself. Rumble, Vimeo, YouTube, and other video sharing sites. One of the best resources when I was studying law were the video sharing sites. Some of the lecturers posted recorded sessions which were great, especially since I was studying remotely. One of my favorite YouTube channels is Crash Course, amongst others. The Green brothers, John and Hank, simplify and make complex subjects entertaining. They cover a wide range of topics, including biology, civilization, chemistry, physics, and many more. I cannot remember the last time I did troubleshooting without a video tutorial. They are very handy and mostly free. Television learning channels. Most of the content available on television for children's education can be accessed online at no cost. While accessing them online allows more flexibility, this does not invalidate traditional television. The national broadcaster has always had fixed slots for education for both the young and the old. The same is just as true of ETV, which is freely available in the country. Other notable local television and online channels for educational content include Mindset Learn, ETV Tunes, and SABC Education, amongst others. Online educational websites and learning platforms. There are many online learning platforms dedicated to providing resources for all ages, local and international. Some of these platforms, like Mindset Learn, are dedicated to supporting children who are enrolled at a traditional school. Most of these are freely accessible, with payment only required if one wants a certificate of competency on completion for the sites that specialize on online courses. Some local companies in the technology and telecommunications sector are now providing online educational as well. I cannot name them all, but some noteworthy options include SA Homeschoolers, eClassroom, Dork, Vodacom eSchool, MTN Online School, Twinkle, South African History Online, Coursera, Khan Academy, etc. While their content is not free, the Great Courses offers lecturers by university professors at a fraction of the cost. You can choose to buy courses separately or subscribe to Wondrium for unlimited streaming of all their content. I'm a huge fan of the Great Courses for multiple reasons. One of the things that sets them apart is the way their courses are structured, just like a traditional university course, complete with a comprehensive study guide. One of the caveats with most of the free online content providers is that some are not structured. When using video streaming websites, one is often bombarded with a plethora of irrelevant and sometimes distracting content, including advertisements. This also applies to free websites that justifiably have to make their revenue elsewhere, with adverts being the easiest way. Free and inexpensive options usually don't give a completion certificate. However, if you're looking for knowledge, the only limitation is the amount of time and bandwidth you have for learning. Online learning resources come in a wide range of quality and price options, providing ample opportunities for knowledge seekers. From complementary resources to premium options, there is something for everyone's learning needs. 10.2. Online Security and Productivity Tools. As a compliance practitioner, I have been fortunate enough to work closely with cybersecurity, giving me valuable insights into the risks involved. Fortunately, my expertise has also enabled me to take necessary precautions to ensure the online safety of my family. Without proper knowledge to protect yourself, online learning can become a terrible experience due to the many people who use information for malicious purposes. Once again, Linux offered the best value for money in this regard, as there is no need for an antivirus. This was a lesson I learned after I had already gone all in a 2-year subscription on Norton 360 for Windows due to its strong parental control features. Windows is popular with hackers, so it is important to have antivirus and online protection. This is not the case with Linux, as the software is not as targeted, for now at least. Apart from security, it is very easy to get distracted by entertainment content online, irrespective of the device. Social media, games, videos, to mention a few, are often more enticing and addictive than schoolwork, thus making it easier to lose focus. It is very important that for the duration of class, learners are focused on their studies and have as few distractions as possible. This was also one of the reasons I eventually steered away from Windows. Microsoft operating systems come with pre-installed games that provide access to Microsoft-affiliated games and sites, such as MSN, even if they are blocked. Their online content is even more extensive and difficult to block, even when one tries. The drive for the company to monetize its entertainment products is such that even from the login screen, there's already advertisements luring one away from productive work. The following helped with our online security and productivity. We use software from the proprietors directly, or the official app stores for the operating system. Linux, for example, comes with most software for browsing, word processing, and other productivity software, as well as the App Store. Software downloaded illegally or from unscrupulous sites often contains additional applications which may slow down your computer. At worst, they can install viruses and malware that can give others access to your computer remotely for nefarious reasons. Use an official operating system that is supported for security upgrades. One of the reasons the software keeps on getting upgraded by the manufacturers often has to do with security. Most devices will have a defined period during which the manufacturer will commit to providing updated security patches. Make sure the computer's operating system is still supported by the manufacturer. Antivirus, firewalls, and network protection. As mentioned, this is not necessary for Linux. One of the advantages of using an authentic operating system is that often these have built-in antivirus, firewall, and network protection software. There are also independent companies that provide this software, some for free and others for a price. Depending on one's budget and needs, one can choose from the multitude of options available. Child monitoring and productivity software. Every child knows the meaning of a bell at school that signals the start of classes. Once this goes off, everyone must be seated at their desks and do their work. The teacher in front of the class not only ensures that for that period the children learn, but they also look out for distractions. Microsoft Family and Google Family Link are great productivity tools to provide an added layer of security and monitor the child's online activities. There are many other proprietors that provide this child safety software, which often has the following functionality: creating child-specific profiles for age-appropriate content, setting up school time when the child will only have access to learning software and websites, setting up on and off schedules where the child can use the computer and when they must switch off, provide daily, weekly, or monthly progress reports for each child on their computer usage and progress. No matter how good these tools are, they are not infallible. To limit the risks, I have the following setup. Most basic are the passwords and dedicated workstations. For the youngest children between 4 and 6, it's still a challenge to instill the secrecy of the login credentials even though they each have them. Fortunately, though all the children know when they log in, they do so with their own profiles so that their activities can be reviewed. If you are using Windows, there is Microsoft Family and Google has Google Link. The advantage of the latter is that since it works with Google Chrome, it can be used even on Linux as long as the browser is Google Chrome. It is set up for all the children's computers in line with their age. Then there is the antivirus program, which is not applicable for Linux. I installed extra extensions to block social media sites that may not be detected by the first 2 security measures. The computers are exclusively used for schooling by the youngest children, setting school time as the only option in the family management software. By configuring specific sites to open by default when the browser is switched on, children are not only able to navigate with ease but also kept from accessing other inappropriate sites. Using a dedicated operating system that is focused on learning, in this case Endless OS. While these tools are good, I have also learned how effective self-monitoring is between the children. The moment one does something they are not supposed to, the others will tell on them. Since we all share the same space, I can easily notice if something is amiss while I'm focused on my work. As soon as someone diverges from the norm, I will receive a notification either from an app or the children themselves. Using a combination of monitoring tools is crucial due to my observation that Microsoft MSN continues to operate through the Edge browser even when blocked. This poses the risk of potential distractions from games at the least and unsupervised internet access at the worst. 10.3. Educational websites and applications. The first time I went to a library was when I was in Standard 7. Until that point, the idea was purely hypothetical. We had to depend on the textbooks provided by the school and whatever resources we could borrow from friends or family members. This limited the scope of thinking to only what was accessible, reducing the exploration of different solutions to a problem. I was very lucky compared to others because my parents highly appreciated books. In my home, it was seriously wrong to burn or destroy a book. The library in the town was very small for the villages it was servicing. The library in my village was less than 10 kilometers away, but many parents in rural areas couldn't afford the associated costs. The taxi fare to and from town was relatively expensive, making it too costly. Also, the walk to the taxi rank, which was only 2 kilometers away, didn't make the library seem attractive. Things were a little better when I was in high school because at least there was a library at the civic center of the township. The library didn't have enough resources for the large number of people it served. Luckily, 2 nearby towns had more resources. The main challenge in the second scenario is not having enough money to travel to the city and get a new library membership card. Thankfully, the internet has brought about the accessibility of resources that otherwise would be constrained by geography. The location of an educational website doesn't matter because you can access it easily from home using a smartphone or computer. While some of the educational websites require subscription fees, most do not. Navigating the vast sea of information on the internet can be quite daunting, as one must carefully sift through the plethora of data to uncover the hidden gems of valuable insights, all while being mindful of the irrelevant distractions that abound. The advantage of using paid educational websites is that often they do the work of organizing the information and grouping it for easy navigation. As a homeschooler, you can feel confident knowing that all the information has been organized for you, based on subject, grade level, age group, and more. The students as well benefit immensely from using properly organized websites with interfaces that have been made age-appropriate. The risk of children clicking on the wrong website is very high with free content providers as they rely on the adverts for revenue. Regrettably, certain advertisements feature inappropriate content that can be harmful to children. Visiting these websites can endanger the security of both the child and the entire family. Paid content is well organized and structured compared to unpaid. Paid websites are often easy to navigate for the parent and child, while the same can't be said for unpaid. Most of the time at least. Paying often unlocks access to prompt support relative to free options. The subscription revenue is often good enough on paid sites that they don't need to depend on adverts. Thus, their sites have less intrusive adverts compared to free alternatives. I use education.com as the primary learning resource. For now, the site suits my needs. There is a free option but is too limited for my needs, so I opted for the paid version, which gives me access to huge library with worksheets, games, lesson plans, etc. Caters for pre-K to 8th grade. Allows for the creation of multiple profiles for each of my children. The site has classroom mode for up to 35 students. I can assign activities to each of them individually or as a group. With profiles created and activities assigned, progress is easy to track for each child. Covers a wide range of subjects. Gives me control over the content I want to assign, which I can review prior and approve of the content. Activities can be assigned online or printed. The material is printer-friendly. There are no intrusive ads. The website is just as easy to navigate on a mobile device as it is on a desktop. Once each student signs in, they are locked into a grade should you choose, or let them navigate on their own. Learners don't need to have an email address. I simply create them on my profile and log them on their computer. One of the things I love about the site is the simple interface after login. The main screen shows 3 main subjects a child can choose from with assignments displayed at the bottom. Teaching them how to use it is a one-time activity. The profiles can be locked to a specific grade, or I can let the children navigate freely. I can schedule activities in advance on the site. I can set the deadline and the number of tries each child gets for each activity. This is a great feature since I can assign a whole month's work on the first and not have to worry about supervision until it is due. I worry about supervision, but I found a great way for my sisters and mother to supervise, review content, and monitor progress for the children. To fully optimize Education.com's capacity for up to 35 students, I had the idea of adding my sisters and mother as students, guaranteeing their access to all the assigned material intended for the children. They can all propose a specific topic, lesson plan, subject, etc. they want introduced, and I add it to the assignments. They help to review and complete the activities to verify if content is age-appropriate and in line with my family's values. 10.4. Websites versus mobile applications. One of the advantages of online resources, websites and mobile applications alike, is that the information is often current and frequently updated. Unlike a hard copy that needs to go through lengthy and expensive printing and distribution processes, updating online content is not as time-consuming. While this applies to both platforms, there are differences. Websites. While the information on apps and websites is often the same, as content providers often cater to both, websites often require a live internet connection. This means that one will only have access to the content they previously downloaded when they are not connected to the internet. This can be a problem, especially for referencing and research. When one needs to know the meaning of a word for an essay they are compiling or an assignment they are completing, it is desirable to have the dictionary close by. Mobile applications. Mobile apps are great when it comes to having offline access to the content and the convenience of accessing it anywhere. Most apps will download the content on the mobile device and only use the internet to update the content. You can choose what content you want to access while traveling, even if you don't have a stable internet connection. Mobile apps, however, are also not without their shortcomings, especially when accessed from a small screen that may not be great for productivity. The amount of material you can download depends on the device's memory. This is especially important for mobile devices because they often have less internal memory than computers. 11. Bridging the socialization gap and group sports. By now you will have picked up my disdain for sports, and that is putting it mildly. Not only sports, but group activities in general were the most grueling parts of my days at school. Thankfully, my nosebleeds could be summoned at will most of the time, so I could get out of sports, not so much, though, out of group activities. I believe that it is important for children to be active, but I also think that too much emphasis is placed on sports. This is despite the fact that few individuals are able to make a successful living out of their sporting talents. I didn't like as a child that athletes were instantly rewarded with medals and trophies for playing sports. This created an impression that the little education one received at school was even less important than the sporting activities, since they were seasonally rewarded. One of the things that made my high school experience truly enjoyable was the annual recognition of academic excellence. Our school benefited from the support of a major corporate sponsor, a company that employed many residents of our township. Thanks to their generous sponsorship, we not only received certificates but also cash prizes. At first, I didn't want to leave home and move to another province for a new school. However, the rewards program made it worth it. I was even fortunate enough to receive a poetry prize on top of the trophies I earned for my outstanding performance in certain subjects. Considering I walked a significant distance to and from school in my primary with physically demanding chores when I returned home, such as fetching water from a river with a wheelbarrow and 20 to 40-liter containers, taking the 12-volt car battery we used to power the TV to town for charging on public transport, clearing all the weeds in the yard, garden, and my father's grave by myself because I was the only male who could shovel these. Traveling everywhere on foot, in a village where the distance between two homes could be occupied by hundreds in urban areas. I can go on. The point is, my life was simple enough to integrate all the physical activity I needed to maintain my health, and then some. For me, it was pointless to dedicate so much time to sports if the argument for it being a viable career path is weak. With that said, the one activity I always wanted to get involved in was martial arts lessons. Blame it on my fascination with kung fu and action movies. I was hooked. Where I came from, though, in the rural villages, there weren't any kung fu masters who were willing to share their skills. Even when I got to high school, though, I still was restrained because the closest dojo was quite far, and I couldn't even afford the monthly fees. Fortunately for my children, there are numerous private providers offering a wide range of activities ranging from karate to car racing and everything in between. Even in traditional school, Solo didn't have martial arts. He did it after school with a private service provider. This means the fear that children might be robbed of participating in sports or interacting with other children is mitigated. In homeschooling groups, there are various activities and events available for children to socialize. Additionally, these groups often use or offer their services as private service providers for different sporting activities. We rely on the local classifieds and internet for recreational and sports activities in line with the children's interests. We're often astonished at the diverse offerings. There are also other homeschoolers in the area. There are always opportunities to join. Even if there are no groups, we can start our own. Isn't that the essence of homeschooling? To shift our children's mindset from being followers to becoming leaders, transforming them from consumers into creators, innovators, and inventors. If we are saying they must do those things, who better to show them than us? And what is a better way than leading by example? 11.1. Interaction with other children. One of the first concerns most people raise about homeschooling is the lack of interaction with other children. Somehow the fear is that the child will not be socialized since they are not interacting with other children. In the long term, this might impact the child's ability to interact with other people. This has never been a concern for me, primarily because I have other children in the house. If it was one child that was being homeschooled, I'd consider this. As mentioned earlier, children have numerous chances to socialize with peers beyond their own family circle. My sisters and mother are more social than me. They often take the children to parks, events, and other places to meet other kids. In my area, for example, one of the best places to go for socializing and outdoor activities is the Rietvlei Zoo Farm. Activities range from trails to scenic picnic spots. There's also swimming, soccer, and fishing, to name a few. It is not uncommon to find my house invaded by Solo's friends who come over for visits and weekend sleepovers. SN's teenage son is also not too far away, and the boys have known each other for a couple of years now. He also has friends from the previous complex and area he stayed in when he arrived in Johannesburg. My nephew has more visits from his friends for game nights and going out, way more than I did despite going to school. Even outside of visits and going out with them, they keep in touch online, including chatting while playing video games. While socialization may be a concern, there are many ways around it. Living in an extended family has many benefits, especially for the children. They have siblings to keep them company and multiple adults to support them in pursuing their various interests and activities. Part 4. The Not So Good and the Great. 12. Problems thus far. One of the most unforgettable memories I carry with me to this day is the vivid recollection of my daily school routine during my primary school days. Reciting the prayers and performing the drills in classrooms at the assembly lines. Listening to teachers and the principal without questioning their authority and facts they were disseminating, obeying class rules and waiting for permission to leave, taking part in compulsory extracurricular and social activities at school, submitting myself to be graded against the other students based on my work, participation in extramural activities and conduct. It's not that I could forget that routine because it continued to be reinforced throughout my formal schooling career. Although it was not strictly enforced in higher education as we had the choice to attend certain lectures or not. However, there were still serious consequences for not complying with the rules. No one would report you to your parents if you missed a class or two, nor failed to submit a report here and there. If you missed a lot of classes or didn't hand in many reports, failing the semester or year was still a consequence. The costs of post-school education are much higher compared to pre-tertiary schooling, which is arguably a bigger consequence when one fails. By the time I began my first job in the formal sector, I already had all the necessary qualities that were expected by my employers during my years of formal schooling ingrained in me: showing up on time, fear of authority figures, compliance to rules and conformance to norms, play nice with the colleagues to keep the peace, expectation to participate in voluntary social, extramural, and charity activities of the employer, sitting at my desk and completing often monotonous work that kept me busy, then it added to the productivity of the entity I worked for. In school and at work, many activities seem unrelated to the main goal, but still need to be done without questioning why. Despite its imperfections, the formal school system was effective in teaching routine. The fear of authority it instills also helps parents when they need to scare the child into compliance by invoking a teacher or policeman. Nyana, if you do not make your bed, I will report you to Teacher Ann. 12.1. Enforcing compliance to schedules at home. Some of the shortcomings of the formal schooling system homeschooling addresses also lead to this weakness when it comes to instilling conformance to routines. There are no fixed schedules, let alone the need to wake up very early just so one can make the drills in the assembly line. My kids are encouraged to ask lots of questions in order to come to their own conclusions. This includes questioning things that I, as an adult, might do, but that doesn't make sense to them. I don't grade or give busy work to the students. Instead, I monitor their learning progress by assessing their proficiency in the subject and their ability to successfully complete related projects. Although the formal school system may sometimes go overboard in dedicating time and resources to instilling discipline, it cannot be denied that a certain level of adherence to routines is essential for becoming a well-rounded adult who can coexist harmoniously with others. Following routines is important for survival, and this knowledge has been passed down through tradition and culture for centuries. It is said the early bird catches the worm, signifying the importance of sometimes having to wake up very early to have a bountiful catch in one's hunts. However, that translates to modern life. Aesop's fable, The Ant and the Grasshopper, illustrates the consequences of not doing what one needs to when they must. The fable shows that if we don't do things on time, like sowing seeds and collecting food in spring and summer, there will be consequences later. Fortunately, there are a variety of time-sensitive activities that can be utilized within the home to instill a sense of adherence to schedules. Solo, for example, has the following repetitive activities assigned to him: feeding the dogs at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m., taking out the garbage bin to the street for collection as per schedule, reporting on electricity consumed first thing in the morning daily, helping his grandmother in the garden by watering it as per schedule. The list is not complete, but it includes some activities we have added to promote compliance with certain routines when needed. Even the youngest children are aware of the routines and their roles. Sleeping time for weekdays and weekends. First thing after waking up is making their beds. Naturally, an adult will follow up to do it properly, taking out and packing the dishes from the dishwasher when clean. Although homeschooling offers flexibility, there are situations where conformity is necessary. Fortunately, there are alternative methods to instill discipline that are more effective and beneficial than adopting harsh military-style schedules and drills. 12.2. Enforcing discipline. One of the realities of parenthood is how susceptible we are to our children's feelings. At 5, my son still invokes the same feelings in me that he did as an infant, when all I wanted to do was to protect him in his helplessness. The problem is that although he still requires my protection, he has also learned how to take advantage of my tendency to protect him in order to avoid consequences for his wrong actions. What happens when the parent, who is also the teacher, is susceptible to the child's charm and cannot invoke authority figures to make them comply? I can always invoke the policeman or creepy spider as a deterrent. My kids find spiders initially creepy, but then they become fascinated by them. They also realize quickly that I am not serious when I threaten to call the police. Luckily, there are other adults in my home who care about the children as much as I do, but are not easily swayed by their charms. My son's bug-eyed look always seems to have a greater effect on me, making it difficult to discipline him, compared to his grandmother and aunts. Despite being the most lenient on the children, they know not to mess with Grandma because she can as quickly turn the other way. It can be fascinating to witness my son complying with a request or instruction, not because I told him to, but because of his grandma's influence. The fear of disappointing Grandma, who is generous with treats and gifts, often motivates the children to obey. Similarly, with my sisters, my son knows what each of them doesn't like and does. It's not uncommon that when I want him to go to bed and he is not eager to go to bed, I call an aunt to coax him. My nephews and niece also know once they throw tantrums, all their mothers and grandmother need to invoke is, "I'm going to call Maloom on you." Often this is enough to encourage them to comply just by knowing that I might be called on them. I've also found I have to intervene far less as the children call each other to order. Solo, being the oldest child in the family, also plays a role. There are many things that the children will do based on wanting to be like Big Bro. Amongst themselves as well, they are very quick to correct each other to avoid getting into trouble. Altruistic as this might seem, it is quite self-serving on their side because of the risk that they might all be blamed for the actions of one. Raising the children in the extended family environment has been great for discipline and learning without invoking some external authority. Unless something goes really wrong, there is also no risk of the adults being heavy-handed because, as kin, they have a vested interest in the child. Regrettably, it is quite common for children to experience abuse from their frustrated nannies in the absence of their parents. This issue equally extends to cases where teachers have crossed the line in their efforts to discipline students at school. In my household, the chances of getting frustrated and losing control with a child are low because no adult feels overwhelmed. The responsibility of raising children is a shared one, and even if there is a possibility of going too far, there is always another adult available to step in and provide assistance. 13. Benefits to date. My greatest challenge was conquering the fear of deviating from the norm. The rigid structure of formal school, seamlessly followed by the routines of being an employee in the formal sector, had dictated my entire existence. Even though I had gradually worked towards building a life that would enable homeschooling, I would have taken longer to implement without a catalyst. One of the things that had pushed me close to the typing point with the school system was when my family moved into our current home. My nephew and his grandmother moved from the Eastern Cape to Johannesburg and stayed in a property I owned, located in a different suburb just 10 minutes away from their current home. Since Ridgeway was closer to Winchester Ridge Primary, that was the school he initially attended. My sister tried her best to secure admission in a school located within walking distance of our newly consolidated family residence, but unfortunately her efforts were in vain. This happened the following year, and next such that by the time the COVID lockdowns happened, I was already on the verge. I still can't comprehend how someone who doesn't live anywhere near the school can be given preference, especially considering that my property taxes contribute to the school. Should the school be in distress for any reason, I am the one who is most likely going to respond because I can see the school instead of a resident that is located kilometers away. The upside of the draconian COVID lockdowns is that they served as a catalyst, and since I have never looked back, I will highlight some of the benefits we are enjoying so far. 13.1. Costs. One of the exercises that helped a lot towards my irrational fear of homeschooling costs was to do a comparison. Some of the fixed costs associated with traditional schooling are school fees, uniforms, books, pens, as well as other stationary resources, transport to and from school, lunch money when no lunchbox is made, and money for school fundraising activities. The easiest option to compare was the online homeschool option, as the main variables were constant. To the astonishment of everyone at home, purchasing the complete package, which includes online classes and all the learning materials, turned out to be cheaper than the cost of transportation alone. The additional usage of the internet had a minimal impact since we had already upgraded our home to fiber for my work and everyone's communication, entertainment, and security requirements. This year we upgraded the study with desktops for each of the children as well as myself. A telescope and microscope were added the previous year, and so on. Even though the initial cost is high, it is usually lower than the yearly expenses of the most affordable public school in the area for all children. 13.2. Entrenching Family Values. There are no people to ever walk this earth that I hold even half as highly as I do my parents. Like many others before them and currently, they challenge the prevailing beliefs upheld by the education system regarding the ideal home and family necessary for raising successful children. Although they lacked material wealth at the start of their life together, their unwavering dedication to the responsibility of raising me and my siblings was far more valuable than the mere advantage of being born into material affluence. Throughout my life, I have met numerous individuals who came from affluent backgrounds that met and often exceeded the specifications of the supposed ideal family. Parents who had the money to outsource every parental decision to specialists and experts, where parental wisdom, family involvement, and traditional knowledge accumulated over thousands of years was replaced with the latest fashionable parenting ideas. growing up in seemingly ideal families with basic necessities like running water and electricity, as well as access to top-quality education and financial stability, one would expect individuals to not only become self-sufficient but also succeed in life. Regrettably, it is all too common to see adults who were raised in these so-called perfect circumstances struggling to support themselves, let alone provide for their own children and elderly parents. Parents who have invested their resources in raising their children should be able to cherish their senior years and bask in the benefits of their efforts. Regrettably, instead of doing so, many are compelled to continue working longer merely to support their adult children and grandchildren. There are no greater lessons that I have learned in my life that have been as valuable as those I learned from and through my parents. Above all, I learned to ground myself and define success for me. Knowing how far they had come to provide the life they did for me and my siblings inspired me to do better than them, as they did relative to my grandparents. While my kids may find it strange, I used to walk more than 3 kilometers a day to school at some point. When I tell them I have studied under a tree because there weren't enough classrooms they couldn't identify, the one who was old enough to at least. He gives me the exact look I did to my father when he told me he used to walk in the morning frost to school barefoot. He'd literally jump with joy deep into dung when he came across cow excrement. The warmth from the fresh dung would provide some relief, no matter how brief, from the freezing morning frost. I could never identify with that story, and as a child it sounded more made up than it was real because that was not my reality. I have always had shoes from as far back as I can remember, such that even today I can barely stand to walk on gravel barefoot. The reality they had provided from us was so far detached from theirs that I couldn't help but be inspired. In a system that seemed to highlight my parents' financial limitations as a weakness, I benefited from knowing the historical context. Schools have unfairly viewed the valuable practices that were once widespread in previous generations and treasured by countless individuals before me as burdensome. The value of hard work, duty, and owning up to one's actions were vilified by even the curriculum of school that emphasized victimhood. If my parents had not instilled the values they did, I'd probably believe men and women are the same, despite reality. I'd believe nonsensical agendas meant to extort more money from taxpayers about men having previously oppressed women. The women in my family have always been able to fulfill their roles as exceptional mothers and homemakers because of the unwavering support from the men in our family, from my grandmother to my sisters. This is what years in the public school system and liberal college campus life had hammered into me as soon as I left home. Although I may have once fallen for the deception in my naivety, as soon as I employed rationality and drew upon personal encounters, the reality became clear. I have no memory of my father victimizing my mother. Even beyond his grave, the man made sure that we would be provided for long enough for me to rightfully succeed him. My mother has never been a victim, let alone to my father. To classify a woman who single-handedly raised me and my sisters after my father's demise as merely a victim would be an utter affront to her. She bravely navigated the challenges of widowhood without yielding to the temptation of introducing another man into our family home, all while maintaining her reputation as a respected and formidable married woman. I've worked towards having resources that she didn't have, and yet between the two of us, she is the only one that has raised children to the age where we now have our own, and still need her expertise to do the job. These are amongst the most important lessons I have learned in my life, and I didn't need to leave my home to learn them. In fact, the opposite is true, in that in leaving my home, some of the lessons were diluted and sometimes demonized, such that I had to relearn them. Thankfully, I could revive the experience. While I am grateful for the success I have achieved through having gone through the traditional system, the reality is that I had most of the building blocks I needed to make the most of the little education that the school system provided to me. While this may seem like I give my parents too much credit while giving none to the politicians, bureaucrats, and teachers in the education department, thankfully this can be proven objectively. Everyone who has gone through the traditional education system, public or private, has one common variable with other people who have gone through similar indoctrination. This means that if success was due to this common variable, in this case school, then throughout their lives their outcomes should be comparable. This is, however, not the case, especially in defense of the education system. Rather than success amongst school being the norm, it is often the exception. If schools were the reasons people succeed, then considering the ubiquity of traditional schooling, most people should be successful. Indicators such as tax contributions, income sources, and asset ownership can be objectively quantified. If schools were the reason people succeed, then the country wouldn't have more grant recipients than taxpayers. One of the current government's virtue signaling points has been their efforts in ensuring most children in the country go to school, which they achieved. Increasing school time prevented young people from learning useful skills from their parents or gaining valuable work experience when they were young. This ultimately robbed them of a successful future. Through deceitfully labeling it as education funding, politicians and bureaucrats managed to extort more money from taxpayers, thus lining their own pockets. More people in the country than ever before have gone through the school system to learn basic numeracy and literacy. Every education minister in recent years claimed to have improved the matric pass rate more than the previous year. As this was not enough, it is a fact that today more people have gone to tertiary and have completed a qualification than ever before. Again, this is a matter of fact. So, considering all the successes that have been made in making sure more people go to school, why is the unemployment rate so high? The last statistic I checked showed South Africa as having the highest youth unemployment rate in the world. Despite having qualifications that surpass their parents' dreams, it is ironic that the youth still rely on their parents as adults, and sometimes even depend on them to take care of their own children. If anything, there is more evidence supporting the detrimental effects of rolling out a standardized curriculum to the people of this country. The continuous introduction of trendy and virtue-signaling curricula in the education system has failed to produce individuals capable of taking care of themselves after 12 years of schooling. In all fairness, this is a blatant lie from my side because there are other things that have grown more rapidly than that. This includes the amount of tax that has been gradually funneled to the factory of failures that is the education department. With so much money to manage, of course, politicians could justify bloated staff complements funded by the shrinking tax base. Even a communist minister faced severe criticism from his own constituents when he splurged on an extravagant car using taxpayers' money. It's rather ironic how those who advocate for communism tend to have an affinity for indulging in the fruits of capitalism. 13.3 Healthy Nutrition and Eating Habits. Since 1994, the program has tried to improve the ability of children to learn by combating malnutrition, reducing hunger, and improving school attendance. The program is critical for furthering learners' constitutional rights to basic nutrition Section 281C of the Constitution and Basic Education Section 291A of the Constitution, Section 27.org.za. The impact of nutrition on a child's learning and development is well documented. It has been the impetus behind taxpayer-funded school feeding schemes across the country. The adoption of the program by the government was not only an acknowledgement of the importance of good nutrition on children, but also to tug the taxpayers to cough up more money. The program aimed to, or at least claimed as one of its objectives, that it was intended to provide nutritious meals to learners so as to improve their ability to learn. They also claimed the program taught both students and parents good habits towards leading healthy lifestyles. While the actual intentions behind the rhetoric become evident when observing the flashy lifestyles of politicians and their cronies, what is important is the acknowledgement of a healthy diet as conducive, if not a prerequisite to learning. In our country, child nutrition poses a significant challenge that impacts not only those who suffer from food insecurity, but also those who have an excessive intake of food. The latter is more often a result of how easily it is to access processed foods that are high in sugar and salt, to name a few. The food at the school canteen or spaza shop near the school is usually delicious but unhealthy for children. Even at best, when my nephew took a lunchbox to school, as was the norm, the food is often cold by the time he eats it, or not the same as the lunch he has when he is at home. A study published in 2005 titled "Food Items Consumed by Students Attending Schools in Different Socioeconomic Areas in Cape Town, South Africa" found, amongst other things, that children who bought food from tuck shops at school were choosing twice as many unhealthy foods than the healthy. Very little had improved in terms of school tuck shops providing health options by 2021, as confirmed by the food environment of primary school learners in a low to middle income area in Cape Town, South Africa study. There is, however, no need to cite academic research because most of us have first-hand experience. I remember the grease-dripping, sugar-laced treats my schoolmates enjoyed in primary while I was stuck with a lunchbox. The few occasions my parents would give me money for lunch, I directly went for everything I wasn't supposed to, predictably the sugary, oily snacks. I still remember in high school, on Fridays it was an occasion to collect our money and go and buy some yellow bread. To date, I cannot tell you what was in the bread, but I remember it was sweet. even more so with other additional treats we'd get along with it. None of these are a concern any longer with the children home. They get to eat the same food that is cooked for everyone, prepared with the same care and caution that a parent does. Not only have these efforts led to consistent health outcomes for the children, but they have also sparked a newfound enthusiasm for cooking their own meals, particularly the teenager. So they can now complete the whole cycle from planting the vegetables with their grandmother to harvest until the pot en route to the palate. 13.4. Flexible times preventing waking up too early. It is widely accepted as the norm for children to wake up at unreasonably early hours and spend excessive time in the classroom for school. However, research has shown that this is not beneficial for the developing child. Between 3 and 5 years old, children require up to 13 hours of sleep. This drops to 9 to 12 hours for 6 to 12-year-olds and drops to 8 to 10 hours for teenagers. Sleep is crucial for the body, especially in young children who are still growing. Adequate sleep can aid in the body's recovery and ability to be resilient to certain medical conditions. According to the National Heart, Lung and Blood Institute, NHLBI, in an article titled How Sleep Works. Why is sleep important? Problems such as coronary heart disease, high blood pressure, and strokes are amongst the health conditions associated with lack of sleep. Lack of sleep has also been linked to obesity and memory problems. Not only is the problem because of increased consumption of bad food that is sweet, salty with the wrong fats, but also interferes with the manner the body metabolizes the food. The increase in obesity may also be due to the lack of physical activity, as the person or child who isn't getting enough sleep may feel tired and lethargic during the day when they are supposed to be alert and vital. If lack of sleep has resulted in fatal mistakes for adults that have lost control while driving or operating dangerous equipment, can you imagine the long-term detrimental effects they might have on the child? Having worked in risk management specializing in occupational health and safety, I have witnessed and participated in a lot of incident investigations that were linked to lack of sleep in industrial work environments. It is primarily one of the reasons why even health and safety as well as labor legislation has requirements to ensure that people have adequate breaks and don't work continuously on overtime. Waking up too early also impacts memory and learning. Considering the intention of sending children to school is for them to learn, it seems counterproductive to wake them up so early such that it negatively impacts their ability to learn. Medical Dr. Rachel Dawkins detailed the importance of sleep for kids in a similarly titled article. Studies have shown that kids who regularly get an adequate amount of sleep have improved attention, behavior, learning, memory, and overall mental and physical health. Not getting enough sleep can lead to high blood pressure, obesity, and even depression. Kevin C. Bastian and Sarah C. Fuller published Early Birds in Elementary School. School Start Times and Outcomes for Younger Students, which looked at this subject. For younger children, it was found. What evidence that does exist suggests that earlier start times are associated with a greater number of disciplinary incidents. Keller et al. 2017 and student absences. Heisel-Norris 2018. Likewise, earlier elementary school start times are associated with lower test proficiency rates. Keller et al. 2015 and reading achievement. Heisel-Norris 2018. While suggestive, this previous research has limitations, including methods that may not isolate the impact of elementary school start times. Keller et al. 2015, 2017, and an assumption that daylight, rather than clock time, is a primary driver of sleep-wake cycles for elementary school students. Heisel-Norris 2018. For adolescents, early school start times may make it challenging for adolescents to get the sleep they need, and consequently, fatigued students may be less engaged with and successful in school. Liu et al. 2011. Regarding engagement with school, multiple studies show that students are absent less often and have higher grades when their high school starts later. Cortez et al. 2012. Dunster et al. 2018. Leonard et al. 2020. Wallstrom 2002. Wallstrom et al. 2014. Likewise, statewide data from North Carolina show that students are less likely to be suspended when their high school starts later, with the largest reduction in the probability of being suspended for high school starting at 8:30 a.m. or later. Bastian Fuller 2018. Regarding student achievement, a random assignment study from the Air Force Academy shows that freshmen placed into early classes starting before 8 a.m. performed significantly worse on standardized course examinations. This negative effect held for first period and for subsequent periods throughout the day. Carell et al. 2011. In the Florida Panhandle, Heisel and Norris 2018 find that delaying start times 1 hour, relative to sunrise, Increases test scores for high school students in math and reading. Homeschooling allows for flexible waking times that are more likely to take advantage of when the children are most receptive to learning. This also means there is more time to spend with the family, as everyone is not rushing very early in the morning to prepare while ignoring the quality time with the family in the process. Homeschooling also benefits the parents' sleep times. In the urban towns and cities of South Africa, one often has to get up far much earlier to arrive on time due to the traffic congestion. Solo's mother, for example, has to leave the house by 6 a.m. to make it in time to the office that is only 30 kilometers away. The 30-minute drive to the office when there's no traffic can easily be more than an hour during peak times in the morning. While this is bad, it used to be worse when she was using public transport and often left the house by 5:30 a.m. Ultimately, all this means she often left without even seeing Solo, something that didn't get better when she came from work, as this would be sometimes after 6 p.m., further reducing the time she had for him. 13.5. Reduced traveling. Africa has 2 of the world's cars, but 20 of the road deaths. Young Tae Kim, then the International Transport Forum Secretary. In November 2022, in an article in the Financial Mail, editor-at-large David Furlonger asked, "Why SA has the world's worst death rates?" The Road Traffic Management Corporation (RTMC) reported between January and March 2023, 2498 lives were lost on South African roads. That number is exceptionally high and shows the carnage we potentially expose ourselves to every time we venture out. Even worse is that a high number of people and children have no choice but to face this because workplaces and schools are often far from their places of residence. The reasons vary for this, especially specific to schools. In rural areas, for example, some schools have had to be closed because there's not enough people in that area anymore to justify the existence of a school, since most rural dwellers are forced out of their homes to the urban areas due to lack of services and income generation opportunities. In the past 3 years alone, 350 public schools have been closed in rural areas and farmlands. Elijah Malanga, the Department of Basic Education spokesperson, confirmed, "The main reason for closing schools is that those schools have been determined to be non-viable schools because the number of learners in those schools is small. This means that the learners now have to go to a school that is much further, increasing their exposure to accidents. As most of these rural children walk to school, it is worth noting that of the 2498 accidents the RTMC reported, the bulk of them at 30% involved pedestrians. For those that leave the rural areas, sometimes the problems are worse when they arrive in the urban areas, as public schools, especially those close by, are often overcrowded or perceived to be of poor quality. This then necessitates school children taking scholar transport to and from school. A lot of parents often try to get the cheapest transport, which, as can be expected, is run by drivers and owners who cut corners to maximize profits. In June this year, social media was abuzz with an incident of a minibus taxi that was transporting 48 school children. For reference, the capacity of the taxi is about 14 seats. You would think this was a record or an isolated incident. Not so. In 2020, ENSA reported on a minibus taxi that had 58 children. In 2019, Times Live showed a taxi with 48 children. The risks don't end there, as sometimes the vehicles the children are being transported on are not even roadworthy. Cape Town has been on a drive to impound unroadworthy vehicles, and in what the article described as a crisis, transport vehicles were frequently impounded. The Randfontein Herald published in November 2022. Over 60 unroadworthy scholar transport vehicles discontinued. It is not uncommon when driving anywhere that's populated to find children hiking as they walk home, hoping someone will offer them a free ride. This not only exposes them to the risk of being hit by a car, but also human trafficking and kidnapping. These incidents have been on the rise in the country as the rest of the crime statistics have shot up. These are just a few examples of the risks that come with increased traveling to and from school. Sometimes the drivers are simply negligent or in a rush to get to their next destination, such that they leave the children behind. There are very few things as unsettling for a parent as realizing that their child has not arrived from school as per schedule. This gets even worse when a frantic call to the driver of the scholar transport is responded to by someone who couldn't care less. This happened with my nephew. The most annoying part was the response from the driver. "I don't know where he is. He was not where he should be when I went to pick him." "Then why didn't you call me to notify me of the problem?" "I didn't think of it." Then there's waking up at ungodly hours because of the traffic. I feel so guilty every time I have to wake my son up at the crack of dawn. The fact that the school is only 10 kilometers away is immaterial. Between the other kids the driver of the scholar transport has to collect and the traffic in Johannesburg, which is exacerbated by load-shedding road infrastructure that is in bad condition, the school might as well be in another metro. I can go on and mention the road accidents that seem to be on the rise, making one wonder if each time they leave the house if they'll come back. Thankfully, I don't have to worry as much about most of these things as having a home, as the school eliminates, or at least drastically reduces, most of these risks. In cases where the children must go for activities and such, the driver is us, or at least a parent who has as much to lose should they be negligent, compared to a driver who has no child in the car she is driving. Part 5. Informal Knowledge, Unarticulated Wisdom and Family Diversity. 14. The danger of equating formal schooling with teaching and qualifications for knowledge. To say that a farm boy knows how to milk a cow is to say that we can send him out to the barn with an empty pail and expect him to return with milk. To say that a criminologist understands crime is not to say that we can send him out with a grant or a law and expect him to return with a lower crime rate. He is more likely to return with a report on why he has not succeeded yet, and including the inevitable need for more money, a larger staff, more sweeping powers, etc. In short, the degree of authentication of knowledge may be lower in the higher intellectual levels, and much higher in those areas which intellectuals choose to regard as lower. Thomas Sowell. Between my parents, my father was the most educated. He successfully completed his matric and obtained a highly valuable certificate that greatly helped him find employment in rural Transkei, avoiding the need to travel to the mines like many other men had to do. My mother didn't finish high school. She doesn't have a qualification that was conferred to her by an external authority she can claim to her name. If having a qualification is certification of being educated, by this standard my mother is uneducated. Before I lost my way and deviated from the norm by opting to pursue knowledge instead of credentials, I was 3 credits shy of completing my LLB degree with UNISA. Despite my decision to drop out of law school, it remains undeniable that I am the most accomplished individual in my family, surpassing both my father and my youngest sisters in terms of academic credentials. Between a national diploma and a Bachelor of Technology, I completed numerous credentialed specialized courses over the years. In line with this line of thinking that interpreted qualifications and prioritized formal articulated knowledge over informal unarticulated knowledge and experience, I believed as a prerequisite to having a child I must be able to afford the best. I worked tirelessly to achieve the career status that provided me with the financial resources I lacked during my upbringing. Moreover, it provided me with access to a diverse array of professionals and experts who could support me in availing the best conditions for my child's growth and development. 14.1. Unarticulated Knowledge and Uncredentialed Expertise. Convention perpetuated the belief that my mother's lack of formal qualifications would prevent her from effectively contributing to her grandchild's health and well-being. The only role she would play is to be that of the loving grandmother who enthralled the children with tales from times gone by. Both my parents lost their mothers around the same age I was when my father died. By the time I was born, my grandfathers had long remarried. During my childhood, I always had the privilege of being treated kindly by my step-grandmothers whenever I visited them. Still, I felt that I might have missed out on the experience of having a biological grandmother. My mother's stepmother played a crucial role in my life. Without her, I may not have made it through birth. Similarly, from my father's side, I never felt I didn't belong as a grandchild when I visited. Despite everything, I made a firm decision at a young age to create an environment where my children can truly benefit from their grandmother's presence to the fullest extent possible. My mother would always be close by, but I had no expectations of her playing any functional role. She was, after all, uneducated. I didn't realize that her highest qualification was right in front of me every time I looked in the mirror. Any suspicions of her declining ability to raise children as she gets older have been completely shattered by the fact that all my nephews and niece were born while under my mother's care and are currently thriving, without any problems. When Sazi was born, Solo was almost 8 years old, while Melande was almost 1. Solo grew up with my mother in the Eastern Cape in the same rural village where I and my siblings grew up. Despite the substandard conditions that failed to meet external expectations, she managed to accomplish the task for Solo just as she had been doing since 1982. None of this was obvious to me. I was, after all, educated and had attained the material success to give my child the best I could afford. I owned 3 rental properties and my primary residence. I also had 3 vehicles and other assets that I acquired through my job and business. I worked tirelessly to maintain them. The standard for best, of course, was based on articulation, credentials, and endorsements by experts and authority figures. 14.2. Articulated knowledge and credentialed expertise. After my son was born, he stayed with his mother and maternal grandmother, the latter being the primary caregiver. She is a retired health professional who worked both locally and internationally during her career. With multiple qualifications, including a master's degree, if it was qualifications I was looking for in a primary caregiver, my son was off to a great start. In the first 3 years of life, Sazi had access to various medical specialists through his mother. These specialists included a pediatrician, orthopedic surgeon, nephrologist, and urologist, as referred by the pediatrician. My son's medical aid card was kept by his mother to make sure that he would receive the best health care for any health issues she had concerns about. Unlike his cousins, Sazi has always had specialized care by nannies his mother deemed competent for the job. By the time he was 3 years old, at least as many nannies had looked after him, a trend that continued with at least a new nanny each year. All the other children get milk from their mothers when they are babies, and as they grow up they eat the same food as everyone else in the house, starting from soft porridge and such. They have all grown up using regular baby products without the need for specialized or premium formula or high-end diapers and skincare products. Such was not good enough for my son. When he was finally granted permission to visit his paternal home in April 2019, he arrived fully equipped with his own prepared meals, a clear set of dietary instructions, and even a dedicated nanny to care for him during his half-day sessions. The day this was deviated from by his uneducated aunts and grandmother almost resulted in all future visiting privileges terminated. He was never to stray from his specified regimen of sugar-free plain yogurt, 3 to 4 servings of grapes, or an equivalent amount of another fruit, and low-calorie rice cakes. Among some of the noteworthy specialized premium items in his diet and monthly essentials his mother specified included S26 Gold Milk Formula, Novalac Premium, Pampers Premium, Afro Botanics skincare and hair products, Dove soap products, So Pure laundry detergent. So how did having the best work out for Bugs? Did his better material advantage reflect in his health, well-being, and development outcomes when compared to his cousins? In the first year, he spent 5 weeks in hospital and would continue to spend some time in a year hospitalized until he was 3. Between his mother and pediatrician, every specialist imaginable was recommended. When he delayed speaking, he was advised to see a speech therapist. This was surprising because he didn't have any other issues in his physical development, quite the opposite. By the time Bugs was 3 years old, he surprised everyone by reading simple words like traffic signs and logos without being taught. Contrast this to his cousins, whose primary caregivers have 0 qualifications and have no experience that is externally endorsed. Sazi has seen more doctors and specialists than all the other children combined. The last time Solo, Melande, Mila, and Azora slept in the hospital was the day they were born. None of the males in my family, including me, Solo, and Melande, have ever required speech therapy, even though we all started talking late. By the time he was 5, at least 5 nannies had cared for Sazi in this maternal home, 5 being a conservative estimate. There is no other child in my family that has been raised by a single nanny, let alone 5. In his first 3 years of life, Sazi was not only the sickest but also the moodiest child. This happened more often with him than it did to all the other children, combined. 14.3. The value of personal experience over credentialed expertise. Nothing humbled me more than the real-life experience that made me realize my mistaken belief that formal education and credentials equate to being educated. I spent more money on Sazi during his first 3 years of life compared to what has been spent on other children for the same period, but he has had the worst outcomes so far. When Sazi began to spend more time with his paternal grandmother, aunts, and cousins, his health and well-being improved significantly. Since his first sleepover in June 2021, the number of doctor and hospital visits has decreased as the sleepovers increased to 3 nights. The last time he slept in a hospital was in 2020. In 2021, the number of times he visited a doctor dropped by more than 50% from the preceding years. The amount of antibiotics he has used since 2021 are a fraction of what he had been prescribed before. He eats the same food as everyone else in the house and has similar results to the other children. He is a healthy weight, possibly the best appetite of all children except the teenager, and is developing predictably. He is now a little taller than Miranda, suggesting that he may have inherited his maternal grandfather's height. While the first time he laughed was a shock, especially to Quaco because it was such a rare occurrence, he is now as loud and laughing as often as the rest of the children. When my son is sick, as is the case for all the children in the family, there is no one I trust more than my mother. For some time, Sazi had an allergy that necessitated he be medicated. Despite the numerous visits to multiple doctors specialized in general, none solved the problem. Spending time with his uneducated grandmother proved to be more effective than the expensive interventions provided by highly educated specialists. My mother went to the garden, found a plant, and applied it to her grandchild. Since then, he is no longer on medication, and the rash is a thing of the past. Before he was born, I used to laugh about the idea of confirming paternity by seeing if he had inherited my mother's nosebleeds, like all of her descendants. Although I was eager to find out and chose the faster option of DNA testing, my son had a nosebleed one day. Every now and then, like it happens to everyone in the family to varying extents, he experiences a few drops of blood appearing from his nose. His grandmother reminded me that he was delaying speaking, just like me, Solo, and Meland. My sister, who is 3 years my junior, was quicker to speak and could express herself better than I did as a child. Most people still remember her as the young girl who would spell her name when you asked her even before starting school. "My name is Visamdeni, Visa Medeni," was her line. My youngest sisters were able to express themselves vocally at a much earlier age than I did, continuing the trend. I, however, was the introverted child who valued solitude over socializing, often making an effort to avoid large groups of people. Despite my delayed speech as a child, I have had a profound impact on improving the quality of life for my sisters and their children. Outside my mother, Dr. Sowell's own experiences as published in Late Talking Children was an eye-opener. Sazi's ability to read without having been taught reflected a consistent pattern that aligned with the late talking children identified by Dr. Sowell, including his own child. Sowell's research on late talking children and other insightful publications exudes an undeniable aura of credibility and relatability. Even more impressive is that he later tells us about his son, who has proven to be exceptionally intelligent with remarkable achievements in life. It is just as comparable to my own experiences. I was often the best student in my class throughout my schooling, and I have had many important roles in my career. But all of that was just a means to an end, not an end by itself. Any educational achievement or career success I've had would have been empty if they couldn't benefit my family. In my personal journey, true intelligence is not gauged by prestigious positions, exorbitant incomes, or luxurious automobiles. Rather, it is determined by my ability to aptly provide for the well-being of both myself and my loved ones. I've been able to provide for myself since I was 18, alleviating the pressure to provide for me on my mother. Between the merit bursaries, student loan from National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, of which a substantial proportion was converted to a bursary due to my results and contracts I entered into with family and friends, I was able to provide for myself with minimal assistance from my mother. My mother hasn't had the pressure to provide since I was 20 years old, when I finished my national diploma and started working. My sisters have never had to do extreme things to support themselves, even though 2 of them have never had a stable job outside the home. Both of them went to private school, have a grade 12 certificate and tertiary certificates as well. Everything within my family that I succeeded my father on when he died has improved, including moving not just myself but my whole family from our parental home in rural villages that fall under the traditional property system which denies owners tenure security. My mother's life has continuously improved, and much of that improvement has been because of me. She lives a life of being valued, surrounded by all her children and grandchildren most of the time. All of my parents' descendants have a good quality of life with access to the people that care for them most. Even if one of the children's parents were to die, most of the people who care about them will still be here. 14.4. Physician, heal thyself. And he said unto them, Ye will surely say unto me this proverb, Physician, heal thyself. Whatsoever we have heard done in Capernaum, do also here in thy country. Luke 4:23, KJV. Credentialed health professionals treat many people, but nothing can replace the experience of a parent raising children and grandchildren. When an issue arises in the short term for an individual who has received advice or treatment from a specialist, The specialist has significantly less at stake in comparison to the individual and their loved ones. For each visit my son made to his pediatrician, who was all too happy to recommend another one of her colleagues and so on, they all got paid. Their payment was not dependent on their treatment or advice being correct, let alone being sustainable in the long term. The negative impacts of these consequences, which can be very serious for individuals and families, may not have a significant long-term effect on a professional's career, allowing them to still be considered the top choice. If his colleagues have experienced more fatalities under similar circumstances, the candidate who had a single botched operation resulting in the death of a family's sole breadwinner would be the most suitable choice for the top position. Even after the professional has moved on to a more successful position, their victims will still have to endure the ongoing consequences, an unwarranted lingering pain, a scar much larger than necessary, unfulfilled career potential due to negligence, and much more. This is no different from the politicians and bureaucrats who claim to care and have an interest in delivering a good service that resolves people's problems. There is no greater evidence of the triumph of the education system dumbing people down than the belief that an entity whose very same existence was justified by the existence of the problem will ever have an interest in reducing said problem, let alone resolve it. My mother, on the other hand, invests her life in us because should anything go wrong, she will lose personally. My family's survival literally hinged on my success after my father died. If something happened to me, the threat would also affect all her descendants. Unlike me, who have been successful in providing for all of them from the start, neither she nor my sisters have shown that they can do the same, even when working together. To an external surrogate, a misdiagnosis, botched operation, or single death is a statistic. The cost of ineffective treatments is not the main concern. A failed operation can have life-changing consequences. Losing a child can be devastating for a parent. It could mean losing their only child and any grandchildren and someone to care for them in their old age. My mother's dedication to her family has been the greatest investment she has ever made, bringing back rewards that surpass any other and fulfilling her in ways no other investment could. My partner has been living with the consequences of a negligent professional for almost half her life. The necessary post-appendectomy routine procedures were neglected, leading to unbearable pain and life-altering consequences for the then young girl. Although you may assume that the procedure was conducted in a government facility, it actually took place in one of East London's top-rated hospitals that supposedly has top-rated professionals and practices. There is nothing that taught me the dangers of trusting articulated knowledge and formal education than my own lived experience. The only value of a tertiary qualification is to serve as prima facie evidence of competence. Once one's experience has been established, it shouldn't matter what a certificate says. There is no greater evidence of competence and expertise than when one has a personal stake, whether directly or through their kin. There is no better indication of the competency of external surrogates than observing government employees using the services they provide to the majority of the population for their own families. This seldom happens, if ever. Government health professionals, both current and past, choose private health care over the services provided by their colleagues. Teachers send their children to private schools to avoid the negative impact of being taught by their colleagues. Politicians, bureaucrats, and other government employees consistently choose private service providers for their own children and families. The behavior of individuals who possess a financial interest in services funded by taxes serves as undeniable evidence of the lack of credibility of credentials of most public servants, as well as the insignificance of their expertise when it is most crucial. On a personal level, they know to never trust their colleagues because they have first-hand experience of their competence. These are the same people we are supposed to trust, despite themselves not even trusting each other. Thomas Sowell's writings helped me to make sense of what was right before my eyes. The thing that troubles me the most is how everything that went against what I learned from my parents and family shaped my life. The continuous repetition of these lies during my formal education almost overshadowed what was undeniably true in my own life. Some things are believed because they are demonstrably true, but many other things are believed simply because they have been asserted repeatedly, and repetition has been accepted as a substitute for evidence. Thomas Sowell. 15. Homeschooling complements our diverse family structures. Once upon a time, a girl named Cinderella lived with her stepmother and two stepsisters. Poor Cinderella had to work hard all day long so the others could rest. It was she who had to wake up each morning when it was still dark and cold to start the fire. It was she who cooked the meals. It was she who kept the fire going. The poor girl could not stay clean from all the ashes and cinders by the fire. Cinderella fairy tale illustrated by Susie Chang from Bedtime Stories for Kids. There are clear signs that conservative South Africans are increasingly embracing the idea that the nuclear family is the most beneficial structure for raising children. If this truth holds now, it is assumed that it has always been so. The irony is that until recently, extended families were the norm rather than the exception. Today, many people who first chose the nuclear family are going back to live with their extended family, despite the current trends. The nuclear family's origin story is questionable, especially for those who live or have ancestors from rural areas. 15.1. The nuclear family's sketchy South African origin story. During my early years, it was a common custom for young men to say goodbye to their families in the rural region of Transkei and set off on a trip to search for meaningful work. The young man was expected to send money when he got paid, even if it meant sacrificing his own comfort to send more money home. It was not uncommon to find a man living in squalor with little regard for his own comfort. Living quarters were cramped and often unhygienic, lacking any services except for providing shelter from the elements. It was considered essential rather than a concern, since anything more would have necessitated extra funds specifically designated for the family back home. The allure of becoming overly comfortable and losing sight of the original purpose for venturing into the mines became overwhelmingly tangible when the dwelling was outfitted with all the necessary amenities, so went the logic. Indeed, these arrangements worked out well for most. I am a descendant of such. Both my grandfathers at some point undertook the voyage in search of better financial opportunities. They also stayed in less than ideal conditions. Thanks to their sacrifice and planning, they were able to send enough money back home to support their families and raise children who are now grandparents. Men who chose this approach of humble living at work often maintained high status in their communities. They were respected for their hard work, which helped them support their families, build homes, and gain material wealth like livestock and other assets. Once again, my grandfathers were no different. Their story is one with a positive outcome, like so many. Unfortunately, not everyone who left their wife and children with extended family to support was as committed. In fact, some of them didn't even bother to go back. The father would often meet another woman in the mines or factories and start a new family. My mother often tells captivating stories about the strong-willed women from the former Transkei who would boldly surprise their husbands with unexpected visits, driven by the fear of being replaced. Customary wives often found out too late after their husband died that their traditional marriage was no longer recognized. The realization was disheartening because their spouse chose to marry another woman in a civil ceremony. He chose to start a nuclear family with her, leaving behind his children and wife with their extended family. Numerous incidents revealed the inevitable outcome of children being sent to their grandparents and aunts in the Transkei when nuclear families broke down. After the death of their spouse, some wives in this union would often feel overwhelmed and seek support from their extended family members. When a couple moves from rural to urban areas to start a new life, they often leave their children with extended family members until they have found their footing. In cases of marital problems within the urban nuclear family, it is quite common for the couple to temporarily entrust their children to their relatives while they work on resolving and finding solutions for their issues. This helps the parents to establish a stable life for the family. Whenever things go wrong with one or both parents in a nuclear family, it is always the extended family that steps in, whether they want to or not. The extended family holds immense value to the point that even the Constitution recognizes this, and government officials prioritize finding relatives for orphan children over sending them to state facilities. 15.2. The triumph of the extended family. Most of our ancestors reared their children in extended family settings. In 2023, the case against the nuclear family being better than the extended family is even stronger, with the country's poor economic conditions further highlighting the evidence. Many people who valued independence before chose to move back home to make the most of the limited resources in our struggling economy. The Family Laws South Africa website presents a compelling graphic that initially appears to convey positive news, showing a decrease in the number of divorces in 2020. However, upon closer examination, a deeper and more significant story is revealed. Although there was a noticeable decrease in divorces in 2020, with even the subsequent increase in the following year remaining lower than pre-2020 levels, It is worth noting that the number of marriages has also been declining for several years. The drop is such that 2012 marriage numbers are higher by more than 50,000 when compared to 2021, according to Statistics South Africa. There might not be a clear connection between the decline in nuclear families, the decline in marriage rates, and the rise in divorce rates. This is because couples can choose to stay together without getting married. Although it is possible and some people have managed to maintain relationships without getting married, these cases are rare. The binding nature of a marriage contract prevents spouses from acting impulsively even during times of temptation or weakness. Given the high rate of people walking out of marriages as evidenced by the statistics, it begs the question, how much more easily can they be swayed to stay without a legally binding contract? At best, the nuclear family is a compromise. More than 20% of children aged 17 and younger in South Africa live with grandparents or other relatives. In 2019, the proportion of households classified as nuclear families was more than those classified as extended families. In the past, and even now, the extended family remains the common choice for raising multiple children. While this may be because having more family members in a household result in a higher number of children, having more children per person, or any children at all for that matter, may be possible due to effective cost containment and reduced dependence on expensive and often ineffective professionals and experts in an extended family. 15.3. The extended family, one of the time-tested solutions to the female-headed home crisis. Globally, female-headed households tended to be poorer than the other two categories. Overall, the poorest quintile represented 23.8% of female-headed household no male, 16.7% of any male, and 20.0% of male-headed household. South Asia was the region with lowest proportion of no male in the wealthiest quintile, 12.8%. Female-headed household any male were generally wealthier than female-headed household no male in all regions. Compared to male-headed household, female-headed household any male also tended to be slightly wealthier in most regions, except for Eastern Southern Africa and Middle East North Africa, where the distribution of quintiles for female-headed household. Any male and male-headed household were very similar. Andrea went A. Are children in female-headed households at a disadvantage? An analysis of immunization coverage and stunting prevalence in 95 low- and middle-income countries. A child who is not born into an extended or at least a nuclear family is likely to face disadvantages, especially if they are raised in a household led by a woman in the absence of an adult male. Female-headed households, both in South Africa and globally, have shown to put children at a disadvantage from the start, according to an article titled, "Poverty May Have Declined, but Women in Female-Headed Households Still Suffer Most," published by Michael Rogan. It was expected that things would change, especially considering the discriminatory laws that have taken money, mainly earned by men, since 1994, and used it only to support women and girls, with men and boys explicitly excluded. The impact of having a male in the home is so profound that even female-headed households with an adult male fare better than those with no male. Nowhere is this evident than in my own personal life. There are glaring differences in the lives of my mother, her sisters, and sisters-in-law. The main factor that sets them apart is often the presence of a male in their lives. Married women enjoy significantly more stable households even in the face of their spouse's passing, just like my mother's case. By the time I was 18 years old, I was no longer part of my mother's obligations, which availed more resources for her and my sisters. Though they, my mother and two youngest sisters, never held formal employment that provided sufficient income for their individual livelihoods, their lives have continued to improve since my 18th birthday. In the absence of a child's father, the extended family usually has a male figure to serve as an authentic father figure. I have never found any fault in this, which is why Solo, at the age of 13, knows that if anything were to happen to me, he has a duty to succeed me for as long as needed until Sazi is ready. My mother barely survived the pressure to provide after my father's death. I believe that as long as there are supportive men in the lives of the women I value, there is hope, which is why I invest so much in my son and my nephews. Similarly, when the mother does not live with the child can still receive important feminine support from aunts, grandmothers, and other female family members in an extended family arrangement. Children benefit more from being in an extended family setting than in a nuclear family or single-parent household, even if their parents are separated or in new relationships. Academic research consistently demonstrates that children, even those who are adopted and raised apart from their biological relatives, still share many similarities with their kin. Discovering our identity is a profound journey that often begins within our biological family. Our essence is not only shaped by our parents, but also by the crucial influence of our extended family members. Their unique significance offers us a glimpse into how certain genetic features may manifest in us. A significant portion of this knowledge is acquired not only through explicit lessons passed down by our family members, but also through unconscious inference. If my son had never met me or any of my family members, he would be surprised by many things, some of which could potentially shock him. Even if I had died before he was born, knowing that his paternal grandmother bestowed nosebleeds upon all her children and grandchildren, his first encounter with this would not be as shocking. In my absence, as long as he had witnessed one of his cousins going through the experience, his anxiety will be significantly reduced when it happens to him. That would also bring relief to his mother and caregiver if they understand the context. Despite his delayed speech, I was able to confidently dismiss the modern-day snake oil salesman that suggested this is a problem to be solved by them and their peers, at a premium to me. Throughout history, there have been numerous examples of compassionate step-parents who wholeheartedly loved and cared for their stepchildren, showing them the same level of affection and attention as their own biological children. This devotion did not waver even after their partner's passing. However, we cannot ignore the many cases where stepchildren have been treated significantly worse than others. When this occurs away from the child's blood relatives, it can continue without stopping and lead to tragic consequences. Sometimes parents unintentionally behave this way because they feel frustrated and overwhelmed by the responsibility of doing everything alone that used to be shared by two people. In recent years, my mother has felt the need to apologize for how strict she was after my father died. While she might think so, in retrospect, she was no different from when my father was alive, quite the opposite. I was so used to the routines that even when I left home to stay in Mpumalanga, I didn't change. Observing her authentic behavior made me truly grasp the profound manner in which I embody that very essence. I failed to perceive the purpose behind offering an apology. It would have been acting otherwise to her nature in line with some trend that would have had deleterious effects. I am deeply appreciative of the resilience she demonstrated in the face of overwhelming obstacles, rather than dwelling on a mistake she has convinced herself she made due to a passing psychological trend. The extended family environment serves as a very effective control in at least reducing the probability of this happening. Even in the darkest periods of our lives, often it is the familiar that helps us through. Widowed parents in extended families can receive support from relatives and kin to ease their burden. Knowing that neglecting a stepchild will be noticed by the child's grandparents, uncles, aunts, and others in the extended family can reduce the temptation to do so. Even in the most disturbing scenario, when a child is subjected to severe mistreatment and feels compelled to escape, they can always seek refuge within an extended family setting. This is wholly different from the child whose parents relocated to an area far from their supportive extended family. Apart from family friends who may not be as patient as relatives, the child's next option is government service, which can often be even worse than being raised in a female-headed household. 15.4. The nuclear and female-headed household model reliance on external surrogates. If you stick with the issue to the bitter end, you will find that Newsweek reported the new evidence that infants in daycare for 20 or more hours a week are at risk, and that the high turnover rate among paid caregivers and the high disease rate of institutionalized children make daycare a very uncertain and unhappy place for children. Back on page 92, Newsweek ruefully admits, despite the compelling evidence about the dark side of daycare, many experts say there's a great reluctance to discuss these problems publicly. Why? Because they're afraid the right wing will use this to say that only mothers can care for babies, so women should stay home. What the liberals and the feminists are really afraid of is not the right wing, but the eternal truth that the traditional family is still the best way to live, and that babies still need mothers in the home. Phyllis Stuart Schlafly, Reinventing the Family, 1989. The nuclear family setup relies on outside experts and surrogates to fulfill roles that are traditionally carried out by relatives in an extended family. I see this as one of its major downsides. In many situations, both parents work in these settings. As a result, children need to be taken care of and educated throughout most of the day by people who are not family members. I have first-hand experience with the dangers of relying too heavily on specialists, experts, and other external parties who have no personal stakes in the long-term child's well-being. These are not new occurrences. which is why the extended family has thrived throughout human history and still does, despite the presence of more trendy alternatives. As far back as 1989, conservatives have been sounding the alarm against reliance on external surrogates, especially for raising children. One of the few women who truly deserve the title of Mrs. America warned us early on about the dangers of this approach. Since time immemorial, there has been no one more suited to care for children than their family. There is no threat that prioritizing women will regress the career progression of the empowered woman because she can wholeheartedly embrace her career with the children at home cared for by the father and the extended family. 15.5. Homeschooling is flexible as families are diverse. Given the increasing reality that a child's parents are likely to be apart rather than together, it is even more important to find ways to minimize the negative impact of these circumstances on the child's relationship with either of their parents and extended family. Due to the high prevalence of divorces, declining marriage rates, and the choice of individuals to have children without being in a relationship, it is becoming more likely that more and more children will be born into these circumstances. When my parents met, their roles in the relationship were clear, and there was no ambiguity about who had to do what. It made sense that my mother would stay behind and build a home while my father went outside to work and provide for the family. Neither of them could have accomplished as much alone as they did together, because each had important skills and qualities for raising children that the other lacked. The situation when my son's parents first met was thoroughly distinct. We both already had a strong sense of independence. She was a proud homeowner, while I owned not only my primary residence but also 2 rental properties. Cooking and cleaning in my home were tasks I did well since I was a teenager, leaving no need for her help in those areas. Moreover, she had the financial means to sustain herself without my assistance. Other than our complementary sex-specific characteristics, we had no practical utility for each other. The dependence that forced my parents to work together because neither would have had a home without the other was not there. Our only reliance, romantic love, was our glue. For all the admiration, romantic love has a poor record as a sufficient reason to sustain a relationship. We were no different. When Sazi was conceived, I had already terminated our relationship with his mother. Somehow, romantic emotions were still working hard, however in vain, to keep us together. If it wasn't for her moving into one of the cottages in my home while she was moving out, my son would have never been conceived. We barely stayed together long enough to have him, but that didn't take away from our ability to have him. Even long after we established, we were horrible for each other as partners. Our ability to have a great child prevailed so much that when she wanted another child, she still came to me, a request I could not accept. Enrolling a child in a fixed school can limit the time that they can spend with the other parent, which is problematic considering how crucial the family is in any child's meaningful education. The traditional fixed school model is not ideal for children to have access to their parents and families. This is especially true when parents are not together. A remote learning solution offers a vastly improved option for families in such situations. Irrespective of where the child is, as long as they have their study material, they have access to their school. Homeschooling, with its flexibility, is the ultimate solution. Flexibility allows the child to fully engage in both family activities without being distracted by rigid schedules and inflexible curricula. While staying at the maternal home, if there is an aunt who possesses a captivating skill, the child can have the opportunity to learn from her in more ways than one. Not only can the child gain knowledge from what is consciously taught, but they can also grasp the nuances that are beyond words. There is nothing so bad no good can come of it, and even the poor unemployment rate in the country can be an advantage in relation to homeschooling. The decades of taxpayer-derived funds being directed to programs meant to advance girls and women may have yielded little results beyond the superficial, but they have contributed immensely to a significant percentage of men opting out of formal institutions that explicitly exclude them or at least lower their value on the basis of sex, leading them towards informal employment. Sometimes men now have a better chance than women to be at home and spend time with their children because they have more flexibility in their schedules. Today, empowered feminist women are finally liberated to pursue careers they were once unjustly prevented from due to the oppressive forces of patriarchy. This does not mean that the child has to be raised by strangers in the absence of a parent, as even when caregivers are needed, at least the father will be there for supervision. Traditionally, men have been revered for their role as providers, but seldom acknowledged for their ability to rise up to the occasion. When the situation demanded they do both. It also didn't help that, unlike before, the father's relevance as a provider even lost its value as the empowered woman could provide for herself. The evolution of the father being a respected figure degenerated over the years, as can be seen in popular television shows of the 80s and 90s. However, there are people who have been raised by their fathers as the main caretakers. In recent decades, women have made significant progress in their careers with the help of government-funded programs. In the same way, fathers are also capable of rising to the occasion when needed. The vast majority of these men have accomplished this feat entirely on their own, without any reliance on taxpayer-funded programs or the shelter of government protection. More often than not, they have done this in spite of government, seldom if ever because of. While the idea of a superwoman who effortlessly manages the responsibilities of being a flawless mother, excels in both parental roles, and succeeds in her career has enamored countless people, the truth is that these exceptional individuals are more mythical than real. Therefore, by empowering fathers to care for the children, mothers can reclaim precious time to wholeheartedly pursue their professional ambitions. Everyone on Earth, even superwomen, face the same limitation. There are only so many hours in a day, and we all have a finite lifespan. This constraint has no exceptions, so far at least, unless we venture into the realm of imagination. I've witnessed fathers who have astonishingly embraced the challenging circumstances of 2020 and excelled at being present at home, devoting more quality time to their children. Of all the people, very few inspired me as much as SN, who thrived after getting an opportunity to spend more time at home as a self-employed business owner. I had never felt more motivated to spend more time at home educating my kids than when I was with him, XM, or heard the fulfillment from MK and CR, to mention a few. It came as no surprise when I was presented with an opportunity to take a year off formal employment since age 20. I eagerly seized it, cherishing the privilege that my father and grandfather could only have imagined in our family lineage. Through my personal experience, I have come to realize the shallowness, if not total fiction, of this apparent conflict, suggesting that men hinder women from pursuing formal employment. Nothing in my life has brought me more fulfillment than my family. Every chance I get to spend time with them is something I have worked tirelessly for. Throughout my successful career, I have always regarded my employment as a stepping stone towards the ultimate goal, ensuring the welfare of my cherished family members. Compared to the tiniest accomplishments within my family, all of my career achievements are insignificant. Men often give in to their wives' fashionable whims, which can have disastrous consequences in the long run due to their commitment to the nuclear family. Many times, in an effort to maintain harmony and preserve the superficial unity of the family, people choose to overlook evidence and prioritize solutions that protect the emotional well-being of the other party. The father's role is not only to protect but also to prepare the child for the challenges of life. However, this role is often overshadowed by the mother's tendency to see their children as babies and emphasize the protection over preparing. Although I have a strong aversion to sports and physical activity being mandated on all school children, by no means do I think it doesn't have a crucial place in our lives, especially as a man. In fact, even in my life there is a time when my best outlet was lifting weights. Sports can be risky, especially contact sports. In fact, for most adrenaline junkies, sports is thrilling because it is risky. If it was any less, it would be ineffective as an outlet. For many men, sports have provided an outlet that has saved their lives. This outlet can come from making a career in sports or simply having a punching bag to release anger. School sport has now been toned down so much in a quest to make it safe, which no longer serves the purpose, with boys and men suffering as a consequence. In some places, it is even viewed as vulgar to encourage competition and keeping scores. The motherly instinct to protect their baby has been satisfied because the father kept quiet to protect his wife's emotions. It is only within the framework of the nuclear family that a woman possesses this overwhelming power, unless she is empowered by the government, as is currently the case. We are bearing the burden of men who are excessively feminized and disapprove of taking responsibility, viewing Karl Marx as a role model. They say silence is golden, but sometimes the things left unsaid can become a heavy burden and harm to the whole family later in life. There is no such in an extended family, bar for the negative interference of government. Parents tend to be more honest and hold each other to account by a higher standard because there are no feelings to nurse. My son's mother knows her important role in my life as the woman who gave birth to our son, who I consider to be the best part of myself. However, respecting her doesn't mean we should ignore the facts just to spare her feelings. She also has a similar obligation of honestly and holding me accountable irrespective of how much it hurts my ego. I don't have to worry about keeping my nuclear family intact because I don't have one to begin with. One of my mother's greatest virtues is her brutal honesty. This was seldom tailored to my feelings, but its educational value was immense. I was always aware of my reality and hence could plan accordingly. I never pretended to have more than I do, then and now. I don't wear name brands or aspire to own a German car then and now. My reality, shaped by my mother's honesty, made me aware of this. The year before I went to Standard 10, she took me to Old Mutual to go over the education policy that my father had obtained for our family. It consisted of approximately $14,000 for me and my sisters. It could have been worse, there could have been nothing. When I began searching for a career, I was well aware of how much money I had and studied very hard because both mine and my family's lives depended on it. Had I failed even a year at school and started working later than I did, I doubt my mother could have maintained the family that far, performing my father's roles in addition to hers. But not for honesty. My family's reality would be vastly different today, and not in a good way. It is important for me to hold my son's mother accountable and be honest. It is part of my parental obligations. One of the things I truly admire about Bugs's mother is her valuable experience as an only child, which resonates with me since Bugs is also an only child, so far at least. It is essential for me to ensure that I offer the utmost care to her child, as he will become her only connection to kinship and family one day, until she has another child at least. I feel a great responsibility to ensure that my son fully takes advantage of the privileges he has to draw from real-life experiences. That only happens if I am honest with him and his mother. I put a lot of effort into finding a suitable person to be the mother of my child, but I never expected to be so compatible and comparable to his mother that it would be this relevant to Bugs. She is my complete opposite. We can easily see how our actions today will affect our child's future just by reflecting on our experiences. I aspired to a certain kind of life for my child, being told that it was ideal. I don't need to guess to understand the long-term consequences of growing up in a home with abundant material resources compared to prioritizing other things. Before doing anything, I always consult our experience. Her experience, being the most consistent with her son's, is often my guide, either to follow or as a cautionary tale. When the time comes and my son reaches the age, I will also be honest with him. Whenever Bugs is at a crossroads, he will always have the benefit of knowing what either of his parents did when faced with the same problem, and how it worked out, so far at least. Sometimes none of this is emotionally pleasing. There's no need for either of us to worry about our emotions, as we never had a nuclear family and thus aren't preserving one. Part 6. In closing, for now at least. 16. Homeschooling makes sense even for non-homeschoolers and government. October 2023 has been a month worth celebrating by most South Africans. While the consecutive World Cup victories of South Africa were undoubtedly remarkable, they paled in comparison to the true cause for celebration among the majority of South Africans. Many sports enthusiasts were thrilled to watch the game from beginning to end without any interruptions caused by power outages. The benefits of improved traffic flow, thanks to properly functioning traffic lights and street lights, were undeniable, regardless of whether one had ever watched a single game. When going to the shop or government services, it is often uncertain that they would be open, and even when they are, there was a possibility that they would suddenly close when the person was next in line to be served. This could happen after waiting in line for half a day and having to take paid time off work. It would have been a stretch to expect government offices to improve, but at least private shops and services worked with minimal interruptions. There were fewer concerns about food spoilage due to refrigerators turned off for an extended period of time on account of load shedding. Imagine being interrupted while cooking and having to stop midway, only to resort to ordering an expensive takeaway once again. Very little of that was experienced by most in October. Until now, the country was experiencing ever-increasing load shedding, with 2023 being the worst year. Being without power for 50% of the day became a norm, with some going for days without power restored. The question for some of us was what brought this turn of events about. Did Eskom make inroads in fixing the problems that got us here? Could it be that instead of being another burden on taxpayers, the appointment of an electricity minister by our president is actually yielding positive results? 16.1. The case against centralization, electricity supply as an example. As it turns out, this relief was primarily driven by private individuals who made a conscious choice to decrease their dependence on the grid, or even disconnect from it completely. The collective impact of our actions was undeniably significant. Faced with intense power cuts with seemingly no end in sight, South African households and businesses are increasingly turning to alternative energy sources. Data from Eskom and Professor Anton Eberhard revealed that South African households and businesses had installed 4,400 megawatts of rooftop solar PV. Eberhard posted data from Eskom, which showed that the country's installed solar rooftop PV increased from 983 megawatts in March 2022 to 4,412 megawatts in June 2023, a 349% increase as reported by Bianca Neethling Daily Investor. So, how did we get here? According to Good Governance South Africa, Eskom's total installed capacity increased from 1,500 megawatts to 40,000 megawatts in 1990. This capacity only increased to 45,000 megawatts in 2022. In 2021, 87.4% of the urban population in South Africa had access to electricity, which is a significant increase from the 24% in 1996. The rural population, on the other hand, had increased access to electricity to 93.4% by 2021. This information is from the World Bank. Although it may initially appear that the major issue lies in the failure to adequately enhance or sustain the supply to meet the soaring demand, this was only part of the problem. One of the biggest problems was the government approach to supplying electricity, with Eskom being a monopoly, thus centralizing supply to the government. The first time I saw a source of electricity other than the TV battery at home was solar power. This was in the late 80s, early 90s in rural Transkei, long before we could even dream of the villages being connected to the grid. I found this very interesting because my teacher's family did not have to make trips to town to charge the battery. They were free from the anxiety of dealing with the infamous acid leaks that corroded our trousers as my cousin and I transported the battery to the workshop in town. The older I grew and more I thought about this, the more convinced I would have it someday. The solution was not only elegant but also cost-effective for both individuals and taxpayers. This is because there was no need to construct expensive distribution infrastructure in rural villages where homes are spread far apart. There was no risk of vandalism that would cripple the whole village because each individual's supply with a PV setup is in their private property. Rural areas have access to alternative sources of energy like firewood and dried cow dung, which are still commonly used. These help to reduce the demand, with most people using electricity only for lights, television, charging mobile devices, and refrigerator. There are several advantages to having houses spread out, as opposed to having densely packed high-rise buildings in the city. One major benefit is the reduced demand for electricity, which allows for the installation of small solar panels on individual homes. Additionally, rural homes often come with spacious yards that can accommodate outdoor fireplaces, without causing any safety concerns or inconveniences for neighboring houses. However, this approach would never have provided a valid justification for the exorbitant amount of tax money that was extorted from taxpayers for years under the pretense of bailing out Eskom, only to be redirected into the pockets of corrupt individuals. Furthermore, this approach would be ineffective due to the ruling party's consistent actions over the past 3 decades, which have only served to weaken the position of rural residents and property owners by denying them proper security of tenure. The ruling party, which has been in power since the early 90s, has failed to abolish the tribal property system, despite their claims to prioritize people's right to property, especially for those who were previously denied this right. The government's policies have perpetually caused a lack of investment in rural South Africa, which is one of the major factors fueling the migration towards urban cities. In urban South Africa, private property owners have the right to borrow against their property and use the funds for investment. These have helped boost the local economy by enabling people to start businesses or other economically beneficial ventures. Solar energy has grown increasingly popular due to the accessibility of borrowing money against properties for solar panel investments. This is because installing solar panels improves the value of their property. Try that in tribal land that is held in trust with no title deeds. Although South Africa missed this opportunity, what was true during its early days as a democratic country is now once again prevailing. Government is incapable of solving people's problems no matter how much they have extorted for the causes. The relief we feel now from load shedding is in spite of the government, not because of it. It is because private individuals are opting to stay out of the electricity grid. Their investment benefits not only themselves but also provides more electricity for those who cannot afford alternative sources. Despite the government persistently burdening taxpayers while the electricity supply deteriorates day by day, the efforts of private individuals are stepping in to address not only their own issues but also benefiting the majority of the population in the country. 16.2. The case for homeschooling for everyone's benefit. The formal schooling system has failed dismally in producing the returns it promised. This despite its ever-increasing budget that takes more and more from the taxpayer. Even in the best-case scenario, diversifying the modes of education as per parental choices reduces the load on the tax-funded formal school system. The results, as is the case with electricity, will ensure the resources left for those who opt to stay in the formal schooling system have better conditions with less congestion on the classrooms. The overcrowded classes in the formal schooling system have seen the rate of incidence impacting negatively on the children on the rise, with families sometimes losing their children while the taxpayer is stuck with the bill for any litigation against the department. The urban migration trends fueled by the lack of investment in rural South Africa mean the remaining children are forced to travel long distances to school as nearby schools close. In a country with war zone rivaling murders and high level of criminality, this means these children's lives are at risk. Natural events like flooding, coupled with deteriorating road infrastructure where it existed, also increase the risk to these children's lives and well-being. Anyone who has ever attended the formal schooling system will attest to its ability to restrict one's scope of thinking and creativity. Adopted on a mass scale, as we have, the formal schooling system means this unified, restricted way of thinking is now ubiquitous to everyone's detriment in the long term, even the cronies that benefit in the immediate. Informal schooling's benefits are the reason why we are all alive. Until recently, formal schooling was unknown to most, and this is still the case with some peoples. No physical impairity, other than that which impairs the intellect, thus reasoning, can justify anyone pretending not to see the curse that has been imparted in the current and future generations by broad-based policy approaches in the formal schooling system. Diversifying alleviates the burden on everyone, starting from the child that doesn't have to wake up at ungodly hours for 12 years of their lives, investing most of their childhood to a formal school only to end up being unable to provide for even themselves, let alone their family. Parents and guardians will have the opportunity to maximize the time they spend with their children when they are most impressionable. And when it matters the most, no knowledge has been half as valuable in my life than self-knowledge, learned by knowing myself through my parents and family. The people who still have an authentic interest in the formal schooling system will have an opportunity to give their best effort under conditions that are conducive to the children learning, instead of being set up for failure by overcrowded classes and under-resourced schools. Acknowledgements. I am very grateful to my parents for being my first teachers and for having the greatest impact on my life even now. I am constantly inspired by my father's wisdom, and I am grateful that my mother continues to share her own. Before there were empowered women, there were powerful women. I am grateful to all powerful women, past and present. I am the man I am because of a powerful woman. Bugs, thanks for being a catalyst long before you even were. This is for you and your cousin's benefit now and tomorrow. My sisters, who have always been by my side. Although I possess a plethora of abilities, there is an abundance of skills that I lack or simply do not have enough time in a day for, yet they complement me. My uncle became a father figure after my father died. He taught me to be a resilient man who can stand up and face adversities. I learned from him and became the better uncle I am to my nephews. My grandparents, especially my grandfathers, played a key role in raising my parents and teaching them values that they have passed on to me. This tradition is something we practice with pride, and I eagerly look forward to passing it down to my boys. I am deeply grateful to my ancestors, many of whom never received a formal education. However, their resilience and determination allowed them to not only survive but also to raise future generations who persevered through similar challenges. I am deeply grateful to my partner for her invaluable input throughout the process of writing this book. Big brother and little brother, thank you for always being there. To the fathers and father figures that have inspired me, thank you. The many others I can't mention, irrespective of where we met. I would be less of a person without you. I am grateful to the mother of my son. Without her, I would have never realized the best part of me. May your son be as enlightening to you as he is as guiding to me long before he was born. I have experienced a remarkable journey, transitioning from the humble villages of rural Transkei, where I spent the majority of my childhood, to pursuing education and employment in bustling urban cities of South Africa. Nothing can ever replace the profound impact of the real-life experiences I have had with the people I have encountered. This book is dedicated to my teachers, those who tried their best to do their job. Despite my criticism against the formal education system, this is not meant to ignore the efforts of good teachers. Outside of my family, there has been no greater influence on constructing my life's philosophy than that of Dr. Thomas Sowell. His extensive research, published in many books on various topics, including education, has greatly influenced my thinking. Even though I have gone through basic economics and knowledge and decisions at least once a year since 2018, each time I always learn something new. I would be amiss if I didn't thank those experiences that, despite being unpleasant, they taught me valuable lessons and prepared me bigger challenges in my life. The same goes for the people who were this way, the teachers that not only didn't do their jobs but went out of their way to put me down. I am grateful for your lessons in my life. There is nothing so bad no good can come of it. I would be amiss if I didn't express my gratitude to the multitude of platforms, websites, and creators who make information accessible. I am old enough to remember when getting one resource was a laborious task that was manual, thus time-consuming, that took multiple trips to sparsely equipped libraries. Notes. Please refer to the accompanying PDF for references and other information. Salatiso at salatiso.com.